Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Saturday, July 25th, 2026. Promote Ayn Rand. It has been over a month since I did my last live stream on YouTube, and the reason it's been so long, I used to do them every 5 days, is that I have started live streaming on TikTok, and I've gotten a lot more viewers over there, a lot more engagement, and that has encouraged me to spend more time streaming over there. But I did want to do another stream on YouTube. I want to keep both platforms going and growing. But the reason I'm streaming today in particular on YouTube is because another YouTuber has paid me to do a review of a debate. And he's not on TikTok, so I wanted to do that on YouTube. So this is Objective Ethics. That's the name of the other YouTuber. And he recently did a debate on objective morality without God. And I have not seen the debate yet, but he wanted me to review it and paid me to do that. So I'm going to do it. I am trying to make money at this, so that's a way you can incentivize me to do more YouTube streams. If you would like me to do more of them, you can offer to pay me, and that adds to my incentive. So I'm going to, I don't know if I'm going to do a full review or just a partial review today. I will play at least the beginning of the video and see how long it takes me to comment on it. The entire debate is about an hour and 45 minutes from the beginning of the opening statements to the end of the closing statements. And there's some open discussion in between those opening and closing statements. And then after the closing statements, there's a Q&A with the audience, as well as a open panel discussion. And I don't plan to go through that part, the Q&A and open panel, but I'd at least like to get through I don't know if I'll do all of the debate, because I don't know how much material I'm going to have to comment on. Like maybe for every 5 minutes of the debate, I will have 5 minutes of commentary, or maybe I'll have 25 minutes of commentary. I don't know. So I'm not sure how much time it would take me to get through the entire debate, but I will at least start going through it today, and I'll see how much I have to say about it, and I'll decide as I'm doing this whether I want to maybe just do part of the debate today and then do more another day, or maybe I'll do the entire thing today. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to see how it goes. Okay, now hopefully my audio and video setup is working as it should. Things are a little bit different today. Like I put in the thumbnail for the video, I said I'm not sure if I'll take calls today. I do have a phone number listed there. So when I used to stream regularly on YouTube, I would always be ready to take calls. But my primary purpose today is not to take calls. It's to do this debate review. So I put that note just as a caveat there on my thumbnail that I'm not sure if I'm going to take calls. So maybe after I do this debate review, if some people do want to call in, maybe I will take calls, but I'll decide that later. So that's one thing that's different about today. Usually I come on here to engage with people who want to call in, or people who are in the chat. But today I have a different purpose, at least starting out the show. We'll see later if I want to engage more with chat or calls. And also, it's been a while since I've done this on YouTube, so I had to make the way I set things up for YouTube is a bit different than the way I set things up for TikTok, and I might have gotten a little rusty with YouTube, not having done this for a month, so hopefully there won't be any technical difficulties, but I'll try to keep an eye on I'm also monitoring on my phone, so I can see how things appear to you all, and hopefully all the audio and video gets recorded correctly. But you can let me know if there are any issues. Okay, so let's get to the debate review. So this was, it's called Objective Morality Without God. The title appears a bit differently on a different channel. So this debate was hosted by a YouTube channel called The Raging Tomato, which I'm not very familiar with. I've heard of it, and I've spent a little time there, but not much. There's a slightly different title on that channel. It's something like that's actually, I can go to it and tell you exactly what the title is there. Let's see, I gotta scroll back. Oh, here it is. Objective morality can exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law. So that's the title on the Raging Tomato channel. The version I'm gonna look at, I mean, it's the same debate, but it's just the title that differs. I'm gonna use the version on Objective Ethics' channel. He's the one who paid me to do this review. And on his channel, the title is just Objective Morality Without God. All right, so let me pull that up after I take a cough drop. I apologize if I cough or if you hear cough drop noises, but it's either you hear me coughing or you hear me sucking on a cough drop. But until I get rid of this cough, I apologize for any noises like that you hear. Okay, so let me just make sure the audio is coming through. I did a test shortly before I started the live stream, but let me just test it again now that I'm actually live streaming to make sure it's going to work. So this is the channel, Objective Ethics. That's the name he goes by. And he's been on my channel before. We had some nice conversations. And I've also been on his channel. And here we go.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Mater Nation debate with Objective Ethics, Bones of Dune, Hunter Kozak, and of course, our fine friend Vybe. They are here to debate objective morality can exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law. Objective Ethics, if you'd like to kick us off with your opening statement, please.
Okay. Let me just make sure the audio's...
Our fine friend Vybe. They are here to debate objective morality can exist.
Okay, looks like the audio's working. So I'm going to play this, and you can see Objective Ethics. He's the one up here in the upper left corner. And it's a 2v2 debate. So he's paired up with this other guy, Bones of Doom. I've never heard of him before. And then those two are opposed to the two in the upper right here, Hunter Kozak and Vybe. I've also never heard of them before. So most of these people are completely new to me. And then we've got the moderator here, Sarah, in the lower left. She's the one who hosts this channel, The Raging Tomato. All right, so let's listen to the opening statements. I might give more attention to objective ethics' statement than I do to the others, since he's the one who asked me to do this. So he's probably more interested in what I have to say about his comments. But anyway, I'm not sure how much time I'll give to each section, but I might be giving more time to his comments. Okay, I could start off before I even play this by saying something about the word objective. So I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy, which is called objectivism, and I would also be in favor of what I call objective ethics. But what I mean by that is different than what objective ethics means by it. So there are different senses of the word objective. There's a metaphysical sense. There's an epistemological sense. The metaphysical sense is often sometimes defined as mind independent. So for instance, if I say Jupiter exists, you could say it objectively exists in the sense that it exists independent of any mind. So even if no one exists to be aware of Jupiter, Jupiter still exists. So you could say it's mind independent, or it has objective existence. But there's also an epistemological sense of objective where it does not mean mind independent. And I don't know if I should explain what the epistemological sense is, but it might be relevant as we're going through this for me to say something about that. But I just wanted to flag at the beginning that objective ethics, he's not a proponent of Ayn Rand's philosophy. So when he says he believes in objective ethics, he doesn't mean the same thing that Ayn Rand means by that. Now, there might be some overlap. I'm not saying he disagrees with everything about Rand's philosophy, but I don't think he's an egoist. I don't think he supports laissez-faire capitalism. He doesn't believe in free will. So he has a lot of very deep disagreements with objectivism. And I don't even know that he's read much of Ayn Rand. I know he's read at least a little bit of Ayn Rand. And he's referenced Ayn Rand in some of his debates. I've heard him do that a number of times. So I think his view at least somewhat overlaps with Rand's, but certainly not entirely. But maybe we'll get a better sense of it as we're listening to this. Okay, so let us begin.
Objective ethics, if you'd like to kick us off with your opening statement, please.
Thank you to everybody for participating tonight. Looking forward to a good one. All of our actions as agents are motivated by either reason and or emotion.
All of our actions as agents are motivated by reason and or emotion. All right. So first thing I want to note is not about the content, but just about the speed of this. So he has a prepared opening statement that it looks like he's going to be reading from. So it's going to be very condensed. His words are crafted. He's carefully thought about what he's saying. Now, this is all coming to me at the very first time. I haven't heard this before. So in order to process and evaluate this, I might have to really slow it down a lot. It might be good to open the transcript of this. Let's see if that might help me follow along. If I scroll down, here we go. Here's a transcript. So he just said, let's see, does that show up? That should show up here. All of our actions as agents are motivated by either reason and or emotion. Okay. I could talk about that, but I don't feel the need. I don't need to right now. Obviously, if I go through the whole thing at this pace, I'm never going to get past the first 5 minutes. But I'm just going super slow here at the beginning to get a feel of the pace and get a strategy for how I'm going to go through this. Okay. So I guess we can see a little bit ahead if we are looking at the transcript, but I just wanted to pull this transcript up because it might be useful to have. But let me go back to the beginning here.
Agents. All of our actions as agents are motivated by either reason and or emotion. Agency in the normative sense means setting goals and taking actions. The reason
Agency in the normative sense means setting goals and taking actions. Okay. I thought of one thing I do want to say here very early, which is I don't think there can even be morality without free will. Now, he hasn't mentioned free will yet, but I think and I don't know if he ever will in this debate, but I do want to say that I don't think there can even be morality without free will. So as I mentioned before, he doesn't believe in free will. He's a determinist. So I think that's a fundamental problem at the very outset, right? I think it's just incoherent to think there can be morality. He says the video is titled "Morality Without God." It's not titled "Morality Without Free Will," but he doesn't believe there's free will, and I think there cannot be morality without free will, because morality is telling us how we should act. You should act this way rather than this other way. It's good to do this. It's bad to do that. But if you're determined, you have no choice. You're just going to do whatever you do, no matter what. It's all been determined from before you were born what you're going to do. So I think it's just inconsistent to hold that there can be morality guidance as to how you should live if you have no choice in how you should act. So I think that's a very deep problem, a deep inconsistency in objective ethics' view. Now, maybe we can just bracket that for the purposes of this debate review, because I don't know if free will comes up at all. So so maybe there's not going to be that sort of inconsistency that comes up in this debate. And but I do want to mention that there is that inconsistency, at least in the background, given given what I've learned about his view elsewhere. Okay, but and maybe what made me think of this is his use of the term agency in that last sentence. There is no agency. Agency means, at least one thing I think it is often taken to mean, is that you have control over yourself. You're not just a puppet dancing on the strings of some kind of external deterministic factor. You have no agency if you have no free will. You're just a puppet. But again, I'm making use of things I've learned about him, about his views from outside this debate. So let me not focus on that. Let me just focus more on the things that do actually come up in this debate.
reason that tonight, looking forward to a good one. All of our actions as agents are motivated by either reason and or emotion. Agency in the normative sense means setting goals and taking actions. The reason that we can't
Agency in the normative sense means setting goals and taking actions. Okay. I just got to slow this down to really process it, because it's going by really fast. So when I pause it doesn't, it's not necessarily because I want to say something about it or comment on it. It's just, I need a few seconds to process it because it's going by so fast. Okay. Or else, I'm not going to be able to follow the logic of what he's saying.
We can identify agency in the normative sense means setting goals and taking actions. The reason that we can identify normative claims for moral decisions is because
the reason we can, okay. It might be nice if I was going to say if I had a transcript, but I do have a transcript. It's here. YouTube has an auto-generated transcript. Yeah, maybe I should have this open while I play it, and then I won't have to remember what he says. It'll appear here.
is because we have a fundamental reasons. The reason that we can identify normative claims for moral decisions is because we have a fundamental reason to cooperate with others.
We have a fundamental reason to cooperate with others. Okay, I think that's right, at least in many contexts. Yeah, we have a reason. We are much better off living with others than we are living alone. Like if you have to be a self-sustaining farmer, you're not going to have nearly as high a standard of living as if you could engage in division of labor and trade with others. Okay.
As we are a social species and because we have empathy. Our reason and our empathy.
Okay. So yeah, so we're a social species. I think that's right. We're best off if we have other people in our lives. Aristotle said we're political animals. I think that's a similar sentiment. So if you have friends, romantic partners, acquaintances, it makes for a much more enjoyable life than if you're just a solitary hermit. So yeah, I'm on board with that point. Then he mentions empathy. That's something that doesn't come up much in my thinking. It comes up more in the way he talks about things. So I think he puts an emphasis on empathy more so than I would. But maybe I'll have more to say about that later.
Empathy are the grounds for obtaining true moral facts. Is because we have a.
By the way, sometimes you might hear the same thing more than once because when I stop and then pause and then start again, I often like to go back a few seconds just to kind of link it up with what I already heard so I don't forget the context.
We have a fundamental reason to cooperate with others, as we are a social species and because we have empathy. Our reason and our empathy are the grounds for obtaining true moral facts.
Our reason and our empathy are the grounds for obtaining true moral facts. Okay, do I want to say anything on that? I think that the purpose for gaining knowledge is to help us survive. So it seems like he might be saying something in the ballpark of that. But that's what I would think is the reason for gaining knowledge of any kind. It helps us survive. I'm not sure exactly what he means by saying reason and empathy are the grounds for obtaining. Does that mean they're the means of attaining? Also, are facts something that you obtain? I mean, I think maybe what he's getting at, or what maybe the way I would phrase this point that he might be getting at is that reason is our means of knowledge. Now, facts they exist independent of us, so they're not something we obtain. What we attain is knowledge, and knowledge is the grasp of facts. This might just be kind of a nitpicky point. I don't know that there's any important disagreement here, so let me not harp on that too much, but I might just phrase that a bit differently. Okay.
Once we have empathy, our reason and our empathy are the grounds for obtaining true moral facts. Once the goal of cooperation is selected, there are true moral facts in how to obtain said goal.
Once the goal of cooperation is selected, there are true moral facts in how to obtain said goal. Okay, so one thing that's getting my attention here is it seems like cooperation is central to his notion of morality. Like, why is he talking so early in this discussion about cooperation? For me, cooperation is a very downstream issue in morality. So I think what this might reflect is that many people hold a a social view of morality. Like it's essentially about getting along with others, about how you should treat others, and that you would have no use for morality on your own, like if you're just by yourself on a desert island. But on my view, following Ayn Rand's view, morality is essentially about you as an individual. It's primarily about you living your best life. What do you need to do to survive and flourish as an individual? It's not primarily about cooperating with others. Yeah, you flourish best as an individual if you do interact with others, but fundamentally what it's about is yourself, not about cooperating. So the fact that so early on he's talking about the goal of cooperation suggests to me that that might be that he might have this very social view of morality, rather than a egoistic view. And as I said before, I don't think he is an egoist, so it's not really surprising that he would emphasize the issue of cooperation from the outset. But I did just want to flag that as a very different kind of orientation to the field of morality than the one that I come from. Okay.
Once the goal of cooperation is selected, there are true moral facts in how to obtain said goal. All true facts are objective.
All true facts are objective. Okay. We might here be getting into territory where it will become relevant to comment on the meaning of this term objective. True facts are okay. Yeah, let me just go on for now.
There are true moral facts in how to obtain said goal. All true facts are objective. You cannot get an objective grounding for morality from any agent, as agents are never stance independent.
Okay, so here we get this term stance independence, which is similar to the term mind independence, which I mentioned earlier in explaining the metaphysical sense of objective. Now, I hesitate to use this kind of language for my view of morality because I think morality does depend on there being an agent. So nothing is just good, period, or bad, period. Things are good or bad in relation to some agent. So if I say this banana is good, what I mean is it's good for me, for the purposes of of my survival or for my enjoyments. But it's not just good, full stop. Whereas I think many people, at least, if not all, who talk about morality being stance independent, they do mean that something can just be good, period, independent of any agents. Sorry, I need another cough drop.
You cannot get an objective grounding for morality from any agent, as agents are never stance independent. God is an agent. Objective grounding for morality from any agent, as agents are never stance independent. God is an agent.
You can't get an objective morality from any agent, as agents are never stance independent. Okay, so I think I might disagree here. Well, so if I don't think individual or agents are an obstacle to there being an objective grounding for morality, but there I don't mean when I say agents are not an obstacle to getting an objective grounding for morality, what I have in mind is the epistemological sense of objective, not the metaphysical sense. So let me just say a little bit on the epistemological sense. So if I say that let's say an evaluation of Trump is objective, what I mean is it's based on facts, such as the fact that Trump lies routinely. If I say Trump is bad, I think that could be an objective evaluation of Trump if that evaluation is based on facts, as opposed to it's just based on feeling. Like, I have reasons for thinking Trump is bad. I think he's bad because he lies a lot. There's many other criticisms I can make, but that's at least one. But let's say a 5-year-old child says Trump is bad. But if I ask the child, why? What are your reasons for thinking Trump is bad? And he says, well, I don't know. I just hear my parents talking about Trump sometimes, and it seems like they don't like him. So I don't really understand it, but I kind of get a negative, icky feeling about Trump whenever I hear my parents. Their tone of voice. I mean, a 5-year-old might not even have some of these words in his vocabulary, like tone, but he gets a negative vibe. So I would say if the 5-year-old that I just described says Trump is bad, I would say that's a subjective opinion. You can't really base it on facts about Trump. Like, he can't cite the fact that Trump lies or that Trump threatens people who criticize him, like journalists, or he imposes tariffs that violate free trade. I mean, the 5-year-old couldn't give you any reasons like this. He just has an icky feeling about Trump. So that would be subjective. Whereas I think when I say Trump is bad, I have reasons. I can give you reasons. So that would be an objective opinion. But neither is mind independent, right? Whether it's my opinion about Trump or the 5-year-old's opinion about Trump, neither is mind independent. Both of our minds are involved, but the minds are being used in different ways. My mind is basing the conclusion Trump is bad on facts, evidence, reasoning about Trump, what he has actually done. Whereas for the 5-year-old, it's just a feeling. So I would say for him, saying Trump is bad is a subjective opinion, whereas for me, it's objective. So this is the epistemological sense, where objectivity means you're using your mind in a certain way, in a way that's guided by facts, by evidence, by logic, not just by feeling. And that's what I think we need and that's what I think we can have when it comes to morality. It can be based on facts, logic, evidence, reasoning. It doesn't have to just be based on feeling. But I don't think there is a metaphysical sense in which morality is objective, if that means mind independent or stance independent views that things are good or bad. So that's why I think when I say you actually can get an objective grounding for morality, even if there is an agent, I'm not really disagreeing with objective ethics here. I'm just using the term objective in a different sense. He's using it in the metaphysical sense. I'm using it in the epistemological sense. But I don't think the metaphysical sense is relevant here. So it's not really a problem if you can't ground objective morality in a metaphysical sense. That's how I see it. I think that's kind of a religious view, actually, which is a bit ironic because I know objective ethics is not religious. I think he calls himself a skeptic sometimes. But I think the religious view of morality is one that holds like commandments, like divine commandments. Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal. And these are supposed to be truths that are, well, I guess they're not independent of God's mind because God's the one who issued the commandments. But they're at least true independent of human minds, whether or not a human understands them or not. There's just these commandments, these bolts from the blue, tablets sent down to Moses, and we're just supposed to obey them. That's a very different way of thinking about morality than Rand has. You might say it's kind of a mind independence way. These aren't conclusions that a human being comes to. They're just handed down to humans from God. So they're at least human mind independent. So I just say it might be ironic if objective morality is supporting morality in that sense, that kind of religious sense, since I know he's also against religion. But let me continue here.
Objective grounding for morality from any agent, as agents are never stance independent. God is an agent. The grounding for objective.
Okay, God is an agent. So there he's making the point that, well, God has a mind. So if morality comes from God, it's not really objective. It's not mind independence. So maybe that's what he's going to use against his debate opponents here. If they think you need God for objective morality, and objective ethics here is saying, well, no, God is an agent. So if morality comes from God, it's not stance independent or mind independent, so it's not objective. You can't have objective morality coming from God. And again, I would say that's we don't want that sense of morality, anyways. So I don't think the metaphysical sense of objective is relevant here. It's not a knock against a view that it doesn't have a grounding for an objective grounding for morality in the metaphysical sense. Okay.
Any agent, as agents are never stance independent. God is an agent. The grounding for objective morality can only come from evolution, which is stance independent. If
grounding for objective morality can only come from evolution, which is stance independent. Okay. Evolution. Maybe I'll say more about that later. Okay. For now, let me just go on.
the grounding for objective morality can only come from evolution, which is stance independent. If one denies nature as the ontological grounding for objective morality, then they must necessarily deny the existence of objective morality altogether.
Okay, if one denies nature as the ontological grounding for objective morality, then they must deny the existence of objective morality altogether. Okay, now I do think there is something right about this. I do think nature does provide grounding for objective morality in the epistemological sense of objective. So there are certain facts about nature, and they provide a basis for saying some things are good, other things are not good. But there also has to be choice. So just, which again, objective ethics denies, right? He doesn't think there's free will. So nature by itself doesn't require us to act a certain way. At the root of morality is a choice, the choice to live. This is Ayn Rand's view. There are no categorical imperatives, to use Kant's terminology, where you just should do something such and such, like not lie. Rather, for Rand, all imperatives are hypothetical or conditional. So if you want such and such, then you should do so and so. So, for example, if you want to live, then you should eat food, and there's all kinds of things you should do. Like you should be honest, you should be productive, you should be rational, you should have integrity. There's a whole list of virtues Ayn Rand identifies, but they're all conditional. They're not just thou shalt be honest, thou shalt have integrity. It's if you want to live, then you should do these things. Now, she has a very robust notion of living. It doesn't mean just bare physical survival. So when she says if you want to live, what she means there is live in a flourishing sense, a life, live qua rational being. She sometimes uses that phrase, qua rational being or qua rational animal. So, or a happy life. If you want happiness, then you need to do certain things. But these are all hypothetical imperatives. They're not just baked into the fabric of reality. They require you to make a choice. So, if you choose to live in this flourishing, robust sense of live, then you have to do all these things. But it's not simply the nature of human nature or evolution, which says you should do such and such. It's all of that plus a choice. So maybe we have evolved in such a way that we do have to do certain things, like procure food, clothing, shelter, medicine, technology. Given the way we've evolved, we have to do all these things if we choose to live and be happy. But we don't have to choose to live and be happy. So it's not solely evolution, facts about evolution of human beings that require us to act a certain way. It's those facts plus a choice we make to live and be happy. So that's why I say I think there's something right about this, like the facts about human nature. Now, Rand doesn't talk much about evolution, but I think her view is consistent with evolution. She does talk a lot about human nature as to where human nature comes from, that it is a product of evolution. She doesn't go into that much, but I think we can understand what objective ethics is saying here, as we can think of it in terms of human nature rather than in terms of evolution. And I think it's at least a similar kind of point he's making. There are facts about us that require us to act in certain ways if we choose to live and be happy. Okay, let me go on.
Morality can only come from evolution, which is stance independent. If one denies nature as the ontological grounding for objective morality, then they must necessarily deny the existence of objective morality altogether.
If one denies nature as the ontological grounding for objective morality, then they must necessarily deny the existence of morality altogether. Okay.
Altogether, the ontological grounding for objective morality, then they must necessarily deny the existence of objective morality altogether. The normative claim for objective morality comes from the fundamental steps.
This is going by so fast. I'm not sure about this statement. It might be okay. How long have I been? I started at 12:30 p.m. Pacific. It's now 1:15, so I've been going for about 45 minutes, and I'm only like 1 minute in to his opening statement. So at this rate, I'm never going to finish. But maybe I'll just keep going at this rate through the end of his opening statement and go much quicker through the other people's opening statements. But I at least want to give a lot of time to what he is saying.
Objective morality altogether. The normative claim for objective morality comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts among social.
The normative claims for objective morality come from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts. Okay, so there's the social thing coming in again. He's putting much more emphasis on morality as having to do with social issues than I would put. I say morality is fundamentally not about social relationships. It's about your relationship to reality. You achieving your own survival and happiness. Yes, that involves having social relationships, but that's not the essence of it. It's about you correctly relating to reality so that you can survive the best. Okay. So he's saying the normative claims for objective morality comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy the social contracts. So he's making that really essential to morality. That's where objective morality comes from. It comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts. Yeah, so I think this emphasis on social issues is incorrect. It's not an individualist perspective, it's a more collectivist kind of perspective. Social contracts among social species, which we obtain via empathy and reason. Yeah, this empathy, I guess the reason that gets a lot of attention from him is he has this kind of social perspective. Now, I would definitely emphasize reason, but not empathy. I wouldn't put those on the same level. Reason is our basic tool of survival, according to Rand's. Empathy is not. Empathy is a very secondary, tertiary, quaternary, very, very downstream issue, very, very minor issue. It's not a core issue in morality for Rand. Okay.
Social morality comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts among social species, which we obtain via empathy and reason. I'm going to just talk a little bit about the is-ought.
Which we obtain via empathy. Oh, Greg Lewis is here in the chat. Can you change the playback speed to make it slower? You want me to go through it slower or faster? If it's already going by really fast for me as it is. I'm playing at the normal speed because I got to stop and process this after every sentence. So I don't know if you're asking me to slow it down or speed it up. But anyways, nice to see some people here. Thanks for joining, Greg.
Species, which we obtain via empathy and reason. I'm going to just talk a little bit about the is-ought because that gets brought up so many times in these conversations about morality when it comes to the normative. How do you get the ought from the is?
Okay. Yeah, how do you get the ought from the is? We can say what is the case, but how do you say what ought to be the case solely based on what is the case? This is a issue that David Hume made a big deal out of.
So many times in these conversations about morality when it comes to the normative. How do you get the ought from the is?
This is the people we're looking at, just in case you're just joining here. I've mostly been focused on the transcript because then I can see the exact words and I don't have to try to remember what was said. But just to add some faces to the words for people who are just joining, this is a debate that happened on this channel called The Raging Tomato. This is the moderator, and we're right now listening to the opening statements by a YouTuber who goes by the name Objective Ethics. She's the one here in the upper left. Greg says, if you slow the playback speed down, it might help in the processing of otherwise very quick speaking on the speaker's behalf. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should slow it down. Yeah, I'll give that a try. Thanks for the suggestion. Let's see, what is it at now? It's at 1, so how about I'll slow it down to 0.75. If I make it too slow, it'll sound really weird and distorted. But let's try 0.75 and see how it goes. Maybe then I'll need to stop and rewind less.
About morality when it comes to the normative. How do you get the ought from the is? Many philosophers have already addressed this, that there's a misunderstanding with Hume's guillotine. It is not.
There's a misunderstanding with Hume's guillotine. I'm not familiar with Hume's guillotine. I've heard that phrase. Let me quickly look that up in a... Here, I'll try a separate window. Hume's guillotine. Hume's guillotine, also known as the is-ought problem, dictates that you cannot logically deduce what ought to be done from purely factual statements of what is. To bridge the gap between fact and value, a hidden prescriptive premise must be introduced. Okay, so Hume's guillotine is just another name for the is-ought problem. Why is it called a guillotine? Introduced by Hume in his 1739 work, Treatise of Human Nature, the metaphor highlights a sharp, clean severance between descriptive statements, facts, and prescriptive statements, values. Okay, so the guillotine makes a clean cut between is statements and ought statements, or statements of facts, statements about values. Okay. I just never heard that phrase until I've heard it before, but I haven't looked it up. I got it now. It's just another name for the is-ought issue. Okay.
These philosophers have already addressed this, that there's a misunderstanding with Hume's guillotine. It is not a universal principle that you cannot derive your ought from an is. In fact, most of our oughts ultimately do ground out an is at some point.
It's not a universal principle that you cannot derive an ought from an is. In fact, most of ours ultimately do grounds. Well, let me just play that out. So sometimes the transcript is not perfect, so it doesn't capture what he says. Let me play that again. So.
Your ought from an is. Not a universal principle that you cannot derive your ought from an is. In fact, most of our oughts ultimately do ground out an is at some point.
Most of our oughts do ground out. See, it says most of ours, not oughts, so that's a mistake in the auto-generated transcript. Now, I will say that I do think you need choice to get ought from an is. This goes back to a point I was stressing earlier. There is no categorical imperative. There's only hypothetical imperatives. So you can't go from is to ought without the choice. Like, maybe it's a fact. It is the case that you need to eat food in order to live, but that fact by itself doesn't mean you ought to eat food. In order to get to the claim you ought to eat food, you have to make the choice to live. So it's not just is statements or statements of fact that get you to oughts. It's is statements plus the choice you make, choice to live and be happy, that will then give rise to ought statements.
Your ought from an is. In fact, most of our oughts ultimately do ground out an is at some point. For example, oxytocin is a hormone produced in the hypothalamus that regulates childbirth, lactation, and social bonding, while also influencing emotions and behavior. So, for example, if I want oxytocin, I have...
Oxytocin. I gotta look that up. Is that... I just want to see one thing about it. Oxytocin is a natural hormone and brain chemical that manages childbirth, breastfeeding, and social bonding, often called the love hormone. It is made in the hypothalamus and released by the pituitary glands. Okay.
Behavior. So, for example, if I want oxytocin, I have to play nice with others. I crave oxytocin as a part of my biological genetic makeup. This is literally causes my odds.
Well, not if you haven't made a choice. What if you haven't chosen to live or pursue happiness? Sometimes, tragically, people choose suicide. So, if you want to have a happy, flourishing life, then, yeah, then maybe you ought to do something that increases your oxytocin level. But if you haven't made that choice, then there's no reason you ought to do things that increase your oxytocin level. Assuming that's like a stand-in for something that produces happiness or enjoyment in life.
Biological and childbirth, lactation, and social bonding, while also influencing emotions and behavior. So, for example, if I want oxytocin, I have to play nice with others. I crave oxytocin as a part of my biological genetic makeup. This is literally causes my odds.
Does it? Now he has an if there. That is a conditional or hypothetical statement. If I want oxytocin, I have to play nice with others. Okay. Maybe that's true. I crave oxytocin as part of my biological genetic makeup. This is literally causes my ought. Well, where's the is? There is no is in this prior sentence. It says, for example, if I want oxytocin, I have to play nice with others. There's no is in that statement. And then it says, I crave oxytocin as part of my biological genetic makeup. Again, there's no is. Now, maybe there's an implied is. So we could introduce an is, for instance, just by saying, it is the case that if I want oxytocin, I have to play nice with others. So, I don't think it's really a serious problem that he doesn't use the word is explicitly in that prior statement, but just as a rhetorical device, it might help if he's presenting this. If he's saying this is, it might be rhetorically more stronger for him actually to use the word is somewhere. But I think that's more of a rhetorical point than a substantive one. Okay, so if it is the case that I want oxytocin, then I have to do such and such, like play nice with others. Okay. But that does not cause the ought by itself. You also need the choice element here, but that's missing. But he can't appeal to the choice element because he doesn't believe in free will. So I think maybe objective ethics here doesn't have a way of bridging the is-ought gap because he denies choice. He doesn't believe in free will. So I think that is a concern for his argument here. He's trying to get morality not only without God, as it says up here in the title, but also without choice, which you cannot do. So any prescription he makes, like we should play nice with others, or we shouldn't be bigots. And I hear him say things like this from time to time. Like on his channel, he has certain rules he wants to enforce, like you have to be respectful, you need to do this or that. But people have no choice about how they act. It's all deterministic. So free will is a very fundamental, deep issue, and you really can't escape it. It influences everything.
Logical genetic makeup. This is literally causes my odds. We can obtain this through logical arguments using the bridge.
We can attain this. Okay. Well, the bridge is choice. That's what I'm thinking right now. So the bridge from the is to the ought. I don't know if I would say the bridge is the choice, but the choice is at least an essential element of the bridge. The choice to live.
We can obtain this through logical arguments using the bridge. If bridge, a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, is he ought to normative sterilize his surgical equipment. So there.
If bridge, a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, is he ought to normalize he ought to normative sterilize his surgical equipment. So he puts in some parenthetical terms there as he's speaking. Let me read it without the parenthetical insertions. If a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, he ought to sterilize his surgical equipment. Okay. Yeah. I would agree with that. I feel like there's some element here I'm missing, or but let me keep going.
Normative sterilize his surgical equipment. So there are several different ways that we can continue on with that throughout the debate tonight to kind of understand using the hypothetical imperative.
All right, so he does use the term hypothetical imperative, but I guess he's using that without the element of choice. Like, if you want to do such and such, then you have to do so and so. Okay. But, it's interesting because as a determinist, you have no choice about what you're going to do. Like, if you want this, then you should do this. Then you ought to do this. But you're going to do it regardless, right? You're determined. So it makes no sense. Oughts don't make any sense on a deterministic framework. It doesn't make sense to tell people you ought to do such and such when they don't have a choice about it. They're necessitated to do whatever they do or not do. So there are no hypotheticals or maybe I should say hypotheticals are irrelevant. Like, if you want this, then you should do this. When you're always going to do whatever you do regardless. Imagine a rock rolling down a hill. There's an avalanche or something, and you give advice to the rock, anthropomorphizing the rock for a moment, and we say, "Hey, rock, if you want to, I don't know, if you want to get down the hill faster, then you should move to the left rather than the right, because the right has a less steep slope, whereas if you roll to the left side, the slope is steeper. So if you want to get down to the bottom faster, then you should roll to the left. Okay, well, what's the rock going to do with that advice? It has no choice, right? It's just determined to do whatever it does. So any hypothetical you propose to it is irrelevant to what its action is going to be. So morality is useless. Advice on how it should or ought to act is completely useless to deterministic entities. Now, there is a view called compatibilism, which actually I think most philosophers, academic philosophers, hold, which is that free will, well, there's different forms of it, but one form is that morality is compatible with determinism. And so these people are called compatibilists. But I think that's an incoherent view. I'm an incompatibilist when it comes to free will and determinism. And also, so that there's two elements here. Determinism is compatible with free will. That's one. Determinism is compatible with moral responsibility. That's the other. Now, I'm an incompatibilist about both of those. I don't think determinism is compatible with free will. I also don't think determinism is compatible with moral responsibility. Now, the one that is relevant here is determinism is not compatible with moral responsibility, because that's the one that objective ethics is talking about. He's not explicitly discussing the issue of free will here, but I think you need free will for any kind of morality. So there is no morality without if determinism is true. All right, I'm repeating myself, I feel. Let me go on.
On with that throughout the debate tonight, to kind of understand, using the hypothetical imperative, how we can obtain what our ought to be based on what an is grounds out into an is. And I'll
Okay, I got to hear that again. Looks like it's coming to the end of the opening statement, so let me just play that last sentence or two again.
So we can get his surgical equipment. So there are several different ways that we can continue on with that throughout the debate tonight, to kind of understand, using the hypothetical imperative, how we can obtain what our ought to be based on what an is grounds out into an is. And I'll go.
Okay, let me try to read that. I'm not clear. So there are several different ways that we can continue on with that throughout the debate tonight, to kind of understand, using the hypothetical imperative, how we can obtain what ours ought to be based on. I think maybe he means what our oughts ought to be based on.
Several different ways that we can continue on with that throughout the debate tonight, to kind of understand, using the hypothetical imperative, how we can obtain what our ought to be based on
what our oughts ought to be based on. Okay.
An is our ought to be based on what an is grounds out into an is. And
okay. So there, and then let me just play the end of his statement here.
I'll go ahead and give the rest of my time. Thank you. It grounds out into an is. And I'll go ahead and give.
Okay, so one thing that he hasn't mentioned, which I think is important here, is a standard of value. So if we're going to say something is good or bad, you can raise the question, by what standard is it good or bad? By the standard of life? Or by some other standard? By the standard of death? Now, objectivism says that, that is Ayn Rand's philosophy, says that life is the standard of value. He hasn't identified a standard of value here. he's talked about evolution. Now, I think there is an implicit standard of value in the way evolution operates. Things are naturally selected. If a given trait is naturally selected, if it promotes the survival of that organism. So there's an implicit standard of life, but he hasn't mentioned that here explicitly. Ayn Rand does mention life as the standard explicitly, whereas she does not mention evolution. So I think there's a very beautiful, nice integration between Darwin's theory of evolution and Ayn Rand's theory of ethics. They're both life-centered theories, but one is descriptive, whereas the other is normative. So Darwin is not doing ethics, right? He's doing biology. I think you could see ethics as a subset of biology, but it only applies to human beings. Like fish and rats, they don't have ethics, right? They have life, but they don't have ethics. Ethics is the science that guides us in our thinking about how we should or shouldn't live. But that again comes back to choice, free will. If you have no choice about how you act, then you have no need of ethics, no need of morality. And rats and fish don't have morality. Now they're trying to live, so there is a kind of continuity between rats and mice and fish, any living organism on the one hand and humans on the other. The only standard that makes sense is life, and Ayn Rand discusses this in her article, The Objectivist Ethics. She says the concept value is based on the concept of life. Life is what gives rise to values. So there are values for any living organism, but there aren't moral values except for organisms with choice, with free will. So I like that he's bringing evolution into this, because that has a life kind of focus to it, and that's good. I think that's right. Life is the standard of value. That's what gives rise to values. So I do like that that aspect of it, but I think the important element that is missing here is the distinctively human element with it, which is choice, which is what explains why only human beings have morality, and we don't talk about morality when it comes to rats, mice, and fish, or ants. Okay. Sorry, let me get another cough drop. Oop, I dropped it. I gotta get a new cough drop. All right. So how? Okay, how long did that take me? That was an hour. No, hour and 15 minutes. And let's see, it started at 2:06, I think, and it's now 4:36. So that's 2.5 minutes about for the opening statement. And I've been going for hour and 15 minutes, but maybe the first 15 minutes was talking about just introductory issues. So maybe about an hour just to talk about the opening statement, the 2.5 minute opening statement. So now that was probably the most condensed part of this entire video that I'm going to consider, because he crafted that out. There was a script he was reading. The rest of it, it's going to be less dense and compact, because it's going to be more off the cuff, free flowing. So I don't think there's going to be a need to comments at that level of density and compactness going forward. So he paid me, well, maybe I won't say what he paid me to do this, but I think I owe him at least 3 more hours worth. But since I've done about an hour of commentary. But I wonder if I should stop here and do something else or go on to the next opening statement. PVM Corp says, cough and drop literally. Yeah, I dropped my cough drop. So what I was thinking I might do today is do some YouTube streaming and then go to TikTok. But I don't know how much YouTube streaming I would do before going to TikTok. I'm trying to decide right now. I think what I'll do is at least listen to his partner's opening statement. So it's a 2v2 debate. So maybe I'll listen to the other guy's opening statements. I don't think I'll spend nearly as much time on it. But maybe just go through that, and then depending on how long that takes me, then I might or might not listen to the other side's statement. Actually, I don't know if his partner goes next or if they switch it over to the other side. And also, I think he said his partner got notified of this debate late, so he wasn't fully prepared or something, and he doesn't necessarily agree with what his partner says on some issues. So I forget exactly what he said about that, but I just wanted to say something about that. They might not be entirely in sync. But let me play his partner's or whoever goes next statement here. At least part of it.
Ways that we can continue on with that throughout the debate tonight to kind of understand using the hypothetical imperative, how we can obtain what our oughts ought to be based on what an is grounds out into an is. And I'll go ahead and give the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, and let me increase the speed back up to the normal 1.0. Maybe I'll slow it down again later, but at least starting out here.
Perfect. Thank you, OE. Bones, to you, please.
All right. So the resolution before us is not whether God exists, not whether like any particular ethical theory is correct. The question that comes off the prompt is, can objective morality exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law? The position that objective ethics...
Can objective ethics exist without reason? What was it? Evolution or natural law?
Ethics and morality exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law. The position that objective ethics and I hold is yes. Notice that this is some type of existential.
So they say yes, you can have ethics or you can have morality without God, but you can't have it without choice. That's the part that I would add. I think that's the crucial element that's missing here. I don't know what Bones thinks about free will. I don't know if he's also a determinist. But we'll see. Or maybe we won't see. Maybe it doesn't come up at all explicitly here, the issue of free will.
The position that objective ethics and I hold is yes. Notice that this is some type of existential claim. To affirm this, we need not prove that reason, evolution, or natural law provides an exhaustive account for morality, but rather we need only show that morality does not logically require God as its foundation, and that it can be sourced from other areas.
It can be sourced from other areas. Now, I guess so. Maybe yeah. I think both objective ethics and Bones here are saying that all you need to get morality is statements or evolution. So yeah, I guess an implication of that is that you don't need free will. unless they include free will as part of evolution or part of is statements. But they haven't said that, at least so far. They haven't explicitly said that you need free will. Now, if evolution is all you need, though, then shouldn't there have been ethics like millions of years ago or a billion years ago before there were human beings? Because you had evolution, right? The first living organisms started existing like billions of years ago, like 3.5 billion years ago. So shouldn't we have had ethics and morality back then with the first like bacteria and in the soup of the ocean, the primordial soup? And human beings didn't evolve until much, much later, billions of years later. So I don't think evolution is sufficient to get morality. I think you got to wait until free will comes into the picture, which only happened once there were human beings. But they don't need, well, at least objective ethics doesn't think it happened even then that free will came into the picture. I'm not sure about Bones here.
As its foundation, and that can be sourced from other areas. My opponents face two very different show that morality does not logically require God as its foundation, and that can be sourced from other areas. My opponents face two very different challenges today. My first opponent denies objective morality altogether, reducing moral claims to either like personal preference or some type of like emotivism, cultural convention, or some type of social agreement. This view cannot account for
cultural convention or social agreements. Okay. Yeah, that's another kind of social interpretation. Again, not the morality is not fundamentally social or conventional. It's about an individual's relationship to reality. So both sides on this debate, it sounds like both sides might have a social view of morality as essentially social, whereas I think it's not essentially social. And they just differ over whether you need God.
compatibilism, cultural convention, or some type of social agreement. This view cannot account for the distinction between moral disagreement and differences in taste. If morality is merely subjective, then statements like slavery is wrong or genocide is evil become expressions of disapproval rather than claims that could objectively be true or false.
Okay, so he's bringing in the idea of subjectivism. Where did that go?
Moral progress then disappears, leaving only moral change. Even social contract theory fails to bridge this gap. Contracts, leaving only moral change.
Maybe I should slow this down. Yeah, I'm going to slow it down to 0.75.
Even social contract theory fails to bridge this gap. Social contract may only explain why cooperation is advantageous or why societies create laws, but it cannot explain why an unjust contract is objectively wrong, why someone ought to honor the contract when violating its benefits them, or why societies that have endorsed slavery in the past or oppression in the past were either mistaken or were not mistaken rather than merely different. It only explains political order and not some type of objective moral obligation. My other opponent here grounds morality in God.
Okay, so one of these opponents grounds the morality in God and the other does not. One of them grounds it in subjective preference and the other grounds it in God. I guess that's what he's saying.
Well, this view has my other opponent here grounds morality in God. Well, this view has a large philosophical tradition dating back to several centuries before, or rather several millennia before. It must answer a fundamental question. The Euthyphro dilemma. Are actions good because God commands them, or does God simply command them because they are good? If actions become good simply because God commands them, morality appears contingent on divine will. If God commands actions because they are already good, then goodness is logically prior to God's commands, and thus that just affirms our position. Appealing instead to God's nature relocates rather than resolves the problem, because we must still ask what makes God's nature morally good instead of merely describing it as such. There's also an issue of explanatory economy. Occam's razor tells us that we should.
I just got to slow this down. There's so much going by. I didn't want to say anything about what he said so far, but I'm just trying to mentally digest it. And I'm not going to try to comment on this guy's statement as much as I did on Objective Ethics' statement. But I still need to slow it down, even though I don't want to comment on it right now. It's just, it's so dense and compact.
Appealing instead to God's nature relocates rather than resolves the problem, because we must still ask what makes God's nature morally good instead of merely describing it as such. There's also an issue of explanatory economy. Occam's razor tells us that we should not just multiply explanatory entities beyond necessity, God being one of these in this case. If objective moral truths can be grounded in the nature of reason, in the requirements of rational agency, or in other features of reality that do not depend on God, then positing God as an additional moral foundation is completely unnecessary unless it explains something that secular accounts simply cannot. Simply asserting that God grounds morality is not enough. One must show that God is an indispensable force for morality. Our position is a little bit more modest, I believe, more philosophically defensible too. Just as there can be objective truths in fields like mathematics or logic that are discovered through reason rather than decreed by any person, objective moral truths can then exist independently of individual opinions or even divine commands from immortal beings. Evolution may explain why human beings developed the capacity to recognize moral truths. Natural law may describe the objective features of human flourishing, and reason may allow us to evaluate moral principles consistently and discover where judgments may succeed or fail. None of these explanations require God for objective morality to exist. Throughout this debate, we'll argue that objective morality is.
They don't require. So he does mention evolution. Here it is. Evolution may explain why human beings develop the capacity to recognize moral truths. Natural law may describe the objective features of human flourishing, and reason may allow us to evaluate moral principles consistently and discover where judgments may succeed or fail. None of these explanations require God for objective morality to exist, but they do require choice, free will. So far he hasn't mentioned free will or choice. It seems like maybe he thinks evolution is all you need, but then why isn't there morality for fish? They evolved. Why isn't there morality for ants?
Needs morality to exist. Throughout this debate, we'll argue that objective morality.
Or is there morality for fish and ants? I don't know. Maybe they would say there is.
Is best morality to exist. Throughout this debate, we'll argue that objective morality is best understood as something we discover through our rational inquiry, informed by our nature and our experience, rather than something that just depends on divine command or human preference. We need not claim.
Okay, so I do like the fact that he's saying it doesn't just depend on human preference. So he's distancing himself from subjectivism there. There are certain facts that, like them or not, right, whether you prefer it or not, that you have to do such and such in order to survive. You got to do them, right? You got to eat, you got to get food, clothing, shelter, medicine, technology, etc., to survive, to thrive, to flourish, to be happy, like it or not. So it's not just the issue of subjective opinion or human preference. And I think objective ethics also agrees with that. So I do like that they emphasize that point. That's good.
Claim that humanity is in divine command or human preference. We need not claim that humanity has already discovered the perfect moral framework, just as disagreement in science does not imply that there's an objective, or no objective rather, physical reality.
Well, I think Ayn Rand has discovered a perfect moral framework. I don't see any problems with her moral framework. I don't know if this guy knows about Ayn Rand. But, of course, even if he did, doesn't mean he would think it's perfect. Maybe he disagrees with it. But speaking for myself, I would say we do have a perfect moral framework. It's called objectivism. I mean, there's much more to objectivism than just a moral framework. It's a whole philosophy, including metaphysics, epistemology, as well as morality. And it also has politics. But I think we do have a perfect moral framework.
Does not apply that there's no.
And Aristotle, I think, has very good aspects in his moral framework. Ayn Rand is building on his ideas more than anyone else's. Now, there are some differences between Aristotle and Ayn Rand, but she is building on his worldview. He's an egoist of sorts, who advocates eudaimonia, which is often translated happiness, as the end worth pursuing, the goal, the ultimate goal.
Moral framework, just as disagreement in science does not apply that there's an objective, or no objective rather, physical reality. Disagreement in ethics simply does not imply that there is no objective moral reality. The question before us is whether objective morality can exist without God.
Yeah, the point that people disagree doesn't mean there's no objective truth. Like, people might disagree on whether the earth is flat, but either the earth is flat or it's not flat. And whichever it is, it's a fact. And people might differ on, they have different opinions, but that doesn't mean there's no objective truth to the matter of whether the earth is flat.
The question before us is whether objective morality can exist without God. We contend that it can, and by the end of this debate, we believe that the evidence will show that is in favor of our position. Thank you.
By the end of the debate, we believe the evidence will show that is in favor of our position. Does that mean that by this point in the debate, it has not shown the evidence is in favor of that position? Is there something more that you need to add? Some more evidence that needs to come out? Well, I would say, yeah, there is. You got to bring in the issue of choice. Evolution by itself doesn't establish morality of any kind, objective or otherwise. But we'll see if free will ever comes up. Okay, so now they're going to go over to the other side to give their opening statements. Oh, we got a lot more chats coming in here. When did the stream start? 3:30 Eastern. Yeah. Hi, Nick. It's been a while. See, Nick is one of my regulars here, but I haven't done YouTube streams in a while because I've been spending more time on TikTok. But nice to see you all again. I decided to do this stream today on YouTube because I was paid to do it by one of these debaters, Objective Ethics, up in the upper left. He paid me to review this debate. Free will, the open secret, says Greg. Oh yeah, the aesthetics. I didn't mention the aesthetics. That's another part of objectivism. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, I guess, yeah, let me listen to the opening statements of the other side and see what they got to say. I'll speed it back up to 1.0, the normal speed, at least starting out.
Whether objective morality can exist without God. We contend that it can, and by the end of this debate, we believe that the evidence will show that is in favor of our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Bones. And Hunter, your opening statement, please.
Great. Yeah, so I'm going to be tackling this claim by arguing for subjective morality. So I'm going to define it as such.
He's going to argue for subjective morality. Okay, so I guess he's the one who thinks morality is just about preferences, whereas the other guy there, Vybe on the far right, I guess he's the one who bases it on God.
Tackling this claim by arguing for subjective morality. So I'm going to define it as such. Moral truths are human-made constructs driven by evolutionary psychology or social conventions.
Okay, so he also brings in evolution, but he's pairing that with subjectivism, whereas the debaters on the left pair evolution with objective morality.
Tackling this claim.
And Hunter, your opening statement, please.
Great. Yeah, so I'm going to be tackling this claim by arguing for subjective morality. So I'm going to define it as such. Moral truths are human-made constructs driven by evolutionary psychology or social conventions. I'm happy.
Human-made constructs. Okay. Well, I think they're partly human-made constructs, but they're constructs based on facts. So we have to grasp, unlike the religious view, which just hands down where moral commandments like thou shalt not let die, that's just handed down to us. Whether we reasoned our way to it or not, that's irrelevant. So I think that's a false view. That there is moral prescriptions independent of our grasping them to be the case. I think we have to reason our way to them. Then they become valid moral prescriptions. But this guy is saying they're just human constructs. And I think he's missing out the reality part. So the people on the left, they acknowledge the reality part of this. But this guy, he acknowledges the mind part. It's not entirely stance independent or mind independence. We do have to use our reasoning to grasp moral truths, unlike the religious view. But what the guy on the right is not getting, I would say, is that our grasp is a grasp of reality. So you need both. And there's often this false dichotomy, which Rand puts in terms of intrinsicism and subjectivism. And I think that might be what we're seeing here. The guys on the left are in the intrinsicist camp, where it's just reality apart from the mind that is offering moral prescriptions. And the guy on the right, Hunter here, is saying it's just morality is just in the minds. It's just human construct, social convention, and he's not getting the reality part of this. But what I think you need is both. You have a mind grasping reality, and then you have objectivity in the epistemological sense of that term, which is what Rand offers. Now, I think, I don't know, maybe that's not entirely fair to the people on the left. Like, I think they would, maybe they would say, yeah, we need to use our human minds to grasp reality. I don't believe in religious commandments. And as I said, objective ethics is not the debater here, OE. Maybe I'll call him OE, so you don't, whenever I say objective ethics, you don't think I'm talking about the the subject matter of morality. You realize I'm using someone's proper name. So maybe to avoid confusion, I'll just call him OE. So as I said before, OE is, he's not religious. He's secular, skeptic. But he does talk about stance independence. So I think even if on some level he would agree that the human mind is necessary for morality, I think maybe he on some other level he would disagree with that, like as evidenced by his statements about it being stance independent or agent independent.
Moral truths are claim by arguing for subjective morality, so I'm going to define it as such. Moral truths are human-made constructs driven by evolutionary psychology or social conventions. I'm happy to fight on that definition as we argue. I will likely agree with my opponent's chain of logic. However, I think the huge amount of contention we will have will be on the axioms of the argument. An axiom, for the audience, is the starting point of any logical argument, and they are by definition unprovable because they're...
Just want to take a look at the chat. See if I have any... I'm looking for technical issues. Like I always want to make sure you can hear me okay and hear the video. It looks like there's no problems there. Okay.
Because there is no argument, is the starting point of any logical argument, and they are the argument. An axiom, for the audience, is the starting point of any logical argument, and they are by definition unprovable because there is no argument justifying them. I think that
yeah, axioms are starting points. You can't prove them. You don't need to prove them because they are the starting points. They're self-evident.
Argument, and they are by definition unprovable because they're...
Like A is A, or something exists. That's just self-evidently true. Can't prove that. Don't need to prove that.
Is the starting point of any logical argument, and they are by definition unprovable because there is no argument justifying them. I think that my primary axiom might be something like, I want to live a healthy and happy life to the fullest extent possible. Now, it's relatively easy to derive modern ethics from this position. Rawls' veil of ignorance seems to imply that we should treat others with the expectations that we have for ourselves, so I should also give up...
Rawls, certainly disagree with Rawls. So... if you want happiness, is that the axiom? What is the axiom though? He said axioms are starting points, but what is the axiom again?
Axiom might be something like, I want to live a healthy... I think that my primary axiom might be something like, I want to live a healthy and happy life to the fullest extent possible.
Okay, I want to live a healthy and happy life. Now, axioms are, in Rand's system, there are metaphysical axioms. Like I mentioned, A is A, the law of identity, or existence exists. This guy is talking about moral axioms. So I don't think there are axioms in the realm of morality. I think there are primaries. Like there are, like the choice to live is a primary. I wouldn't say it's an axiom though. So, yeah, I'm not sure I would agree with the way he's using the term axiom, but there are things that are just primaries that don't require justification. And I think the choice to live would be such, like, life is what you justify other things by reference to. If you want to live, right, this is the hypothetical imperative. If you want to live, then you should do all these other things. But I don't think you need to justify the choice to live. It's just a primary choice you make. I don't think that means it's arbitrary, though. And I think that is a tricky issue to get clear on that, how something can be primary but not arbitrary. And maybe we can talk about that some later. But I think I would use the term axiom somewhat differently than the way this guy is using it.
And unprovable because there is no argument justifying them. I think that my primary axiom might be something like, I want to live a healthy and happy life to the fullest extent possible. Now, it's relatively easy.
And I think that's a good goal. Healthy and happy life to the fullest extent possible. possible. I'm on board with that as an ultimate goal that sets your basic direction, and then everything else is a means to that. I wouldn't call that a subjective goal, though. It's just a self-evidently good goal. I think the meaning of the concept good comes from our experience of pleasure. There's a line in Ayn Rand's essay, The Objective of Ethics, that says this. Our first understanding of the concept good is through our experience of pleasure. That's just what good means, at least in its initial form. Maybe I'll have more to say about that later.
Argument justifying them. I think that my primary axiom might be something like, I want to live a healthy and happy life to the fullest extent possible. Now, it's relatively easy to derive modern ethics from this position. Rawls' veil of ignorance seems...
But I certainly wouldn't derive Rawls from that, right? I would go in a much different direction. So I don't think it's valid to go from happiness, health and happiness is my ultimate goal, to let's be egalitarians like John Rawls. I think that's inimical to happiness. That's destructive of happiness. Redistributing people's wealth. Well, let me not go too much into Rawls, but I would say it's quite a leap to say happiness is the goal to, we can go from that to John Rawls's ethics.
Now, it's relatively easy to derive modern ethics from this position. Rawls' veil of ignorance seems to imply that we should treat others with the expectations that we have for ourselves, so I should also give others access to a healthy and happy life. Anthropologists seem to assert that a happy society is one that appeals...
Okay, well, maybe he's going to a specific aspect of Rawls that is less objectionable. Let me not go into Rawls too much right now.
Should also give a veil of ignorance seems to imply that we should treat others with the expectations that we have for ourselves, so I should also give others access to a healthy and happy life. Anthropologists seem to assert that a happy society is one that appeals to liberal freedoms. I'm sure my opponents have an even more compelling track of logic than I have here. This is fully contingent on my axioms and social situation. However, there are two situations I'd like my opponents to engage with. The first, what if I don't want to have a happy and healthy life? I worked in a treatment center for 2 years. I've met some of the most depressed people you can imagine. There was a kid who had OCD to a frightening level and had an axiom that lives of any kind should be cared for. This seems reasonable, but hidden in this axiom is a strong opinion that the life of a cow and the life of a human were equivalent. He would often threaten to murder humans because we were engaging in a system that perpetuated animal suffering. And from a utilitarian calculus, he should kill as many humans as possible to prevent the slaughtering of cows and chickens. Many coworkers of mine refer to him as irrational, but this belief system is certainly rational. It is making the correct logical chains. And there was nothing that I could do to argue with him that he was wrong. There were no fallacies in this logic. My goal was to show him that he wanted to be happy for himself and to ultimately replace his axioms with something more nuanced, but that is all that can be hoped because he had chosen different axioms than I had. I can't truly argue him out of this position. I would also ask about unfalsifiable claims in a...
Okay, so some guy has not chosen happiness as his, well, he says axiom, but I might instead use the term goal. And you can't argue someone out of that position. I think there's something right about that. Like, it just has to be something you choose for yourself. But I mean, all you can do is appeal to someone and say, well, look, what is... All you have to go by ultimately is your own experience. And in my experience, I can't see how anything is worth pursuing more so than my own happiness. So if someone doesn't see that, then maybe I would say, well, maybe they really want their own happiness, but they're just misconstruing what leads to it. But if someone insists, no, I understand what you mean by happiness, I just don't want it. Well, I mean, I don't know that there's anything you can say to a person like that. Yeah. But I don't think there's anything else that they could say is more worth pursuing. I think there might be a kind of incoherence to say anything other than your own happiness. is the most worth pursuing, because for anyone, their concept of good, I think, ultimately is dependent on their own pleasure. This is Rand's point, that the concept of good comes from your experience of pleasure, not somebody else's experience of pleasure, your pleasure. And by and happiness is just a form of pleasure. It's one type of pleasure. So I think there's a kind of inconsistency for anyone who says that the best thing for me is something other than my own happiness, because they're somehow negating the roots of their own concept of goodness, I think. I suspect that I didn't make that entirely clear, and maybe I need to spell that out more. Hold on, I need another cough drop. But let me just go on. I want to get through at least all the opening statements.
All that can be hoped, because he had, and to ultimately replace his axioms with something more nuanced, but that is all that can be hoped, because he had chosen different axioms than I had. I can't truly argue him out of this position. I would also ask about unfalsifiable claims in a myriad religions that are quite impossible to disprove. The second, he had chosen different axioms than I had. I can't truly argue him out of this position. I would also ask about unfalsifiable claims in a myriad religions that are quite impossible to disprove. The second, what if the environment I'm in doesn't compel me to act kindly to those around me to access happiness and healthiness? We can easily imagine, hopefully.
I gotta hear that again.
Doesn't compel me to act kindly to those around me to access happiness and healthiness. We can easily imagine, hopefully, a human tribe that existed some 10,000 years ago. They're extremely localized and constantly fight with nearby hostile tribes that have recently immigrated into their area. Would it not make sense for this culture to adapt its seeing skin color, to prioritize tribalism and racism to the behest of their tribe's survival? I'm not advocating for racism. I would certainly say that it's unethical to be tribalistic, but I was raised in the 21st century where we have found ourselves in a globalized arena and economy. We've been situated in a new evolutionary pocket, and we should adapt to the needs of our system. And so I wonder how we can argue that some things are bad if they are directly antithetical to the goals and axioms of individuals. Thank you for, that's the end of my intro. Thank you.
Okay, so other people in other cultures, they have different axioms, and this guy doesn't see a way to argue them out of that. Was that the gist of it? The last segment there.
Tribalism and racism to the behest of their tribe's survival. I'm not advocating for racism. I would certainly say that it's unethical to be tribalistic, but I was raised in the 21st century where we have found ourselves in a globalized arena and economy. We've been situated in a new evolutionary pocket, and we should adapt to the needs of our system. And so I wonder how we can argue that some things are bad if they are directly antithetical to the goals and axioms of individuals.
How you can argue that they're bad? By reference to pleasure, which is the basis of everyone's concept of good. So it doesn't matter what culture you're in, what time period of history you're living in, everyone gets their concept of good from their first experience of pleasure. That's where it starts. So if you can show that something is inconsistent with your own pleasure, like human sacrificing, like Aztecs did, if that leads to suffering and misery for yourself, ultimately, then I think you have grounds to say that that's bad. It's objectively bad, assuming you've made the choice. Right? Remember, choice is essential here. If you've chosen happiness, then and that happiness is a kind of pleasure, then if you can show that something is inconsistent with your own pleasure, your own happiness, then you can show it's bad, regardless of what culture or what time period of history somebody is living in. They're gonna be engaged in some kind of inconsistency or contradiction if they say this action which leads away from their own pleasure or happiness is good. That contradicts the roots of their own concept of good.
Thank you for, that's the end of my intro. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Hunter. And Vybe, your opening statement, please.
All right, brilliant. So let's see. Tonight, the resolution is objective morality can exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law. Great. Then I suppose, at least for a few minutes, we don't need to talk about God at all. No burning bushes, no thunder from heaven, no angels at the podium asking for cross-examination.
So this is the one religious guy on the panel here, but I don't know. Is even he not going to talk about it? Not going to talk about religion? Is that what he's saying here?
Then I suppose, at least for a few minutes, we don't need to talk about God at all. No burning bushes, no thunder from heaven, no angels at the podium asking for cross-examination, which is fine by me. But here's the problem. The moment this argument tries to explain where objective morality actually comes from, God starts sneaking back into the room as a moral agent, because the claim is that morality can be grounded in reason, evolution, or natural law. But none of those by themselves can give us objective moral obligation. Reason is powerful, and I'm not against reason. I actually used some earlier this morning. So reason is a tool. It tells us how to get from A to B. It does not by itself tell us whether B is a hospital or a concentration camp. Reason can say, if you want a stable...
So reason can give us guidance on means, but not on ends. That's what he's saying. I think Hume might have been the first to make that point. And I'm not sure I would agree with that. The reason has nothing to say about ends. It only can give you guidance on means. I think using reasoning, I think it only makes sense for life to be, or where life is understood in a robust sense, flourishing, happy, successful life. That's the only thing that makes sense as an end. That's what gives rise to the concept of value, Ayn Rand argued. And related to this, pleasure is what gives rise to our concept of good. And that's just a fact. And reason recognizes facts. So I'm not convinced it's right to say reason only gives us guidance on means and has nothing to say about ends. I think if we analyze the concept of good and where it comes from, that's, if we analyze it correctly, we will see that only life and happiness make sense as ends to aim at. Nothing else gives rise to the concept of good. So it's not just arbitrary that we aim at certain things, life and happiness. Those are the only things that rationally make sense as ends.
How to get from A to B. It does not by itself tell us whether B is a hospital or a concentration camp. Reason can say, if you want a stable society, do not murder. Fine. But morality says something much stronger. Do not murder, even if it benefits you. Do not...
Oh, so here we get the real religious stuff. Even if it benefits you. So he's throwing out selfishness there, or egoism. Even if something is good for you, you still shouldn't do it. Nope. I think that's completely wrong. Where we get the idea of good is from our own experience of pleasure, things that benefit us. So egoism is packed into our notion of good. And if we unravel or analyze our concept of good, I think egoism just falls out of it. But this guy is contradicting that.
Reason can say, if you want a stable society, do not murder. Fine. But morality says something much stronger. Do not murder, even if it benefits you. Do not...
You just have these dogmatic religious commandments. No matter what the consequences are on you, there's certain things that you just should or shouldn't do. So that's an intrinsicist perspective, to use Ayn Rand's term. There's just things intrinsic in the nature of reality that you shouldn't do regardless of its effects on you. So it's kind of stance independence, right? So there, I think he aligns with something that objective, or OE, says on the left earlier in the debate. And I mentioned, I think there is something religious about that kind of stance independence approach. So I think there is some commonality there, which may seem ironic because I know OE on the left, he tries to distance himself from religion.
Reason can say, if you want a stable society, do not murder. Fine. But morality says something much stronger. Do not murder, even if it benefits you. Do not torture the innocent, even if your tribe votes for it. Do not do evil, even if you can get away with it. That is not just strategy, that is an obligation. Evolution has the same problem. Evolution can explain why humans develop sympathy, cooperation, parenting instincts, guilt, and social bonds. But evolution can also explain selfishness, domination, tribal violence, deception, and strong crushing the weak. So if morality comes from evolution, which part of evolution gets to be the judge? The part.
So evolution is, so the way other species other than human beings survive is by domination, coercion, well, force, maybe I should say. That's the law of the jungle, right? The strongest survive. But for human beings, it's not force that is our basic means of survival. It's our minds, right? Our intellects, our reasoning. That's what's made us the lord of the earth, such that we can dominate other species and put them in zoos and observe them for pleasure. So it's not brute physical force that is the basic means of survival of human beings. It's our minds, our rational minds. That's what enables us to live the amazing lives we live right now. You're all hearing me through the internet. I mean, this is incredible technology, which it took centuries of scientific advances for us to discover. A rat cannot do that. A dog cannot invent the internet, right? What really sets us apart from the other species is our minds, not our strength, our bodily strength. In a contest of brute force, we would do very poorly against many other species. But if we're able to use our minds and devise weapons like spears and shotguns and nets to catch other creatures, then we have an edge. Okay.
Domination, tribal violence, deception, and strong. Can also explain selfishness, domination, tribal violence, deception, and strong crushing the weak. So if morality comes from evolution, which part of evolution gets to be the judge? The part where Mother Nature.
So there's this view sometimes that Ayn Rand is a Darwinian evolutionist. It's the survival of the fittest, but I think that's a distortion. It's people trying to saddle her with the view of only the strong will survive, the physically strongest, a might make right kind of viewpoint. But no, she completely rejects that. That's not the best way for human beings to survive. Human beings best survive through trade with each other, not through coercion, exploitation, domination.
Tribal violence, deception, and strong crushing the weak. So if morality comes from evolution, which part of evolution gets to be the judge? The part where Mother Nature protects her child? That's great. The part where one group wipes out another group just because it helps them survive? That's not so great. Evolution can explain behavior, but it does not turn behavior into moral law. Natural law has a similar issue. If nature has real purpose, order, and design, then natural law makes sense. But if nature is just blind matter bouncing around, as we mentioned before, the oxytocin, right? These are just chemicals in our brain, then we don't really have an objective morality or a meaningful subjective morality.
If nature is just blind chemicals bouncing around. Well, I think that's a false alternative, to think either there's God or there's nature with blind chemicals bouncing around. A lot of people think without God, if you're an atheist, then you're also a materialist. But no, not necessarily. You can deny there's a God, but that doesn't. So you deny that there's some supernatural, mystical consciousness like God, but that doesn't mean there's no consciousness. Period. There's human consciousness. There's also animal consciousness. So it doesn't mean if there's not God, that doesn't mean nature is just blind chemicals bouncing around. There's still consciousness, which I don't think is reducible to chemicals bouncing around. So I think religious people often pose this false alternative that either there's God or we're just chemicals and that's it.
Then we don't, as we all makes sense. But if nature is just blind matter bouncing around, as we mentioned before, the oxytocin, right? These are just chemicals in our brain, then we don't really have an objective morality or a meaningful subjective morality. In a sense, we might even have an irrelevant morality. Our moral beliefs become.
Now, it's right that if that is all we are, then there is no. I don't think there's a place for free will, or at least it's not clear. And maybe this would be true then for OE's position on the left. So I don't know if he's a materialist, but if he does think that we're just atoms bouncing around, then I think it's right that there's no place for free will, and therefore no place for morality.
Chemicals in our brain, then we don't really have an objective morality or a meaningful subjective morality. In a sense, we might even have an irrelevant morality. Our moral beliefs become chemical weather, maybe interesting, maybe useful, but not finally true. Richard Carrier has an argument. He says morality is grounded in a rational agent. He says there is a necessary rational standard above human opinion, above culture, above personal preference, and beyond binding on those rational beings. And here's what I think. That sounds a lot like
I got to hear that again. Richard
maybe
Carrier.
Interesting, maybe useful, but not finally true. Richard Carrier has an argument. He says morality is grounded in a rational agent. He says there is a necessary rational standard above human opinion, above culture, above personal preference, and beyond binding on those rational beings. And here's what I think. That sounds a lot less like atheism and a lot more like God, with the label peeled right off. Carrier has not removed the need for an ultimate moral ground. He has just renamed it reason, and nobody checks. Now, I'm not arguing that atheists cannot be moral. Of course they can. Many are, many religious people are not. The question is not whether non-religious people can behave morally. The question is whether objective morality can be grounded without God at all. And I do not think reason, evolution, or blind nature can carry that weight. They give us preferences, they give us instincts, survival strategies, and social constructs, but none of those equal objective moral truth. So tonight, my argument is simple. Without God, morality may be useful, popular, emotional, or even practical, but it is not objective in the full sense. It's just human preference dressed up as something else.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Okay. We got to the end of the opening statements. And I don't know that I have more to say on, or that I want to say more on that last bit. Let me look at the chat here. Did you turn off the transcript? I didn't turn it off. I just haven't been looking at it. Haven't felt the need to. I didn't want to go through all the opening statements in the same kind of detail that I did with the first or the second one. So I didn't feel a need to look at the transcript. Daniel Leroy is Objective Ethics. Yeah, that's his name. Okay, so that's, let's see, where are we? It's been a couple hours now, about 2 hours since I started. And I got to decide now whether I should keep going or do more on another day. I don't know if OE is watching right now. He might be. But and I'm not sure that would impact whether I decide to watch more of the debate right now. So I think the rest of the debate is going to be less compact or less dense. I'll be able to go through it faster because it's going to be more, well, when you have written down opening statements, they're very dense. So, and then the rest is not going to be that like that. So Yeah, let me just start going through it. And I'm not sure how far I'm going to go through, but let me at least start listening to the rest of the debate. Okay. So maybe just to summarize real quick, just a very short recap. I think the main thing lacking from the from objective ethics OE's view is free will. I don't think evolution by itself gets you to morality. I think you also need free will. Bones, same thing. He didn't say anything about free will. Hunter, I think he's the subjectivist here. I guess the only avowed subjectivist, and I think he's missing the reality part. He's correct to grasp that that human preference or human choice is, well, I don't even know if he believes in choice, but the mind is relevant, but he doesn't get the tie of that to reality. There are facts of reality independent of our preferences that provide an objective grounding. And then Vybe, he's the one religious guy on this panel, and he's got the intrinsicist view that there is morality independent of human choices. They're just prescribed to us by God. So that's just a quick thumbnail sketch on each of the views here. But I do like the alignment with evolution that the two on the left have. It's just that you need more than evolution to ground morality. You also need choice. Well, not that you need evolution explicitly, but you need the tie to life. Because Ayn Rand doesn't talk about evolution, but there's at least an implicit standard of value, which is life, which is involved in evolution. And that's good. There's some kind of tie to life. All right, let's listen to a little of the open discussion section.
Practical, but
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And a kind reminder to the audience, everyone up here is streaming on their own platforms. Their labels are in the video description. If you'd like to head over, subscribe, like, share, and of course, as always, send them all of your money. Otherwise, we are going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, we will open up the panel for open panel Q&A. Gentlemen, I leave the floor to you.
Objective ethics, do you want to go first, or I mean, after all, so
yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Okay, so I actually take issue with Vybe's statement that like God is somehow like the grounding for objective morality. What's your response to like Euthyphro's dilemma then?
Well, let's look at it this way, right? So we actually don't have to talk about God and whether it's objective or not. So if you are, let's just say you yourself, Bones, are a Christian and you believe in God, you know it in your heart, you would feel that is objective. His rules are objectively true. However, if you were an atheist looking at him, you would say, well, I don't believe in that.
You would feel that it's objectively true? Is that a contradiction there? If it's just based on a feeling, does that not make it subjective? Is that even coherent to say you feel it's objectively true?
That rules are objectively true. However, if you would feel that is objective, his rules are objectively true. However, if you were an atheist looking at him, you would say, well, I don't believe in that. Therefore, his objective truth is subjective to me, right? So I'm not even arguing that God's objective. I'm actually arguing that everything is subjective, depending on who's viewing it, right? So I think your view, I think the view from...
Everything is subjective. Okay, well, does that kind of undercut your initial position? Aren't you supposed to be arguing for objective morality? And you think God is necessary for that, but now you're saying everything is subjective? Sounds like maybe he just undercut his whole position.
Objective. So I'm not even arguing that God's objective. I'm actually arguing that everything is subjective, depending on who's viewing it, right? So I think your view, I think the view from God, like depending on who's looking at it, it's all subjective.
So then I guess it just means you're kind of immediately conceding on the idea that God can instantiate some sort of objective truths about morality then, if his views are also subjective.
Here's the thing. The prompt is that objective morality can exist without God. Therefore, we don't even have to talk about God. In a sense, the prompt is almost conceding that that moral ethics exist, but if we remove him, then they still exist. So really, what you guys are trying to prove is that we don't even need to talk about God, because we're actually just saying that objective morals exist no matter what. We can put God in there, we can take God out, no matter what, it exists. So what we're actually arguing against is that cannot be. Whether we have God or whether we don't have God, there are not objective morals.
Yeah, unfortunately, the prompt is also like implicitly arguing that God is God's like morals is a form of objective morality, which I feel like is incoherent for the earlier dilemma.
Well, you even actually mentioned before that in a scenario, if God is going off of the universal, right, objective morals, then he's just stealing from something that you guys are saying already exists with or without him, right? And of course, if you were to bring the God piece back into it and the theology, we would say that none of this existed. Therefore, those morals couldn't exist until God came. But once again, I am actually not arguing that because which God are we going to talk about? The moral ethics of God are objective. I'm actually asking you to tell me how it can be objective without.
I mean, presumably, when you're referring to God, you're referring to the Christian God, right?
Each God has a different set of morals, right?
Right. But you yourself affirm like Christian morality, correct?
I myself am a Christian, but I don't think it really plays into this particular argument.
Right. But if there are no like objective ethics with God, then the only like other possibilities that we have to investigate the other frameworks outside of God. And I believe you already agree with this, correct?
Yeah, I mean, for you,
I believe you do too. If God's like properties are internally contradictory.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we just want to find out if moral ethics can be objective.
Right. But if God's ethics are grounded in objective morality, then the idea that like can objective morality exist without God is again, it's just presupposing that God is like a variant in which it grounds logic objectively, which is just incorrect, in my opinion. Or not even just in my opinion, but just logically speaking. I mean, either God is the grounding for all logic in which it's subjective because God has a mind, and something that's mind dependent is by definition subjective, or there is some form of objective.
Here's using the metaphysical sense of subjective there, where he says something mind dependent is by definition subjective,
and something that's mind dependent is by definition subjective. Or
so they're not. I think the more relevant term here, or the relevant sense of subjective is the epistemological sense, because any morality is going to involve the mind grasping things. Like you grasp that it's good to be honest, or good to eat food, good to have a job. These things, these actions can't be good independent of your grasping them to be good. Like if you're just a zombie, a mindlessly acting, you're not acting in a moral way. To act in a moral way, you have to act in accordance with your grasp of the truth. Do what's right, and don't contradict what you see to be right. That's having integrity. Practice what you preach. Your actions should integrate with your ideals. Don't betray your ideals. But that all involves the mind, right? Acting in accordance with your mind's grasp of facts. But that's not doing something mind independently or stance independently. So I think missing from this whole debate is the epistemological sense of objectivity. And that's not really surprising, because I think Ayn Rand is very exceptional in emphasizing that. Most people, I think, they operate with this false alternative of intrinsicism or subjectivism, and I think there's problems on both sides of that. I don't know if that was clear, but I hope at least gives a vague idea of a third way between the religious way and the completely subjectivist way of thinking.
Because God has a mind, and something that's mind dependent is by definition subjective, or there is some form of objective morality that exists outside of God, and therefore we don't need God. And invoking God would just be an unnecessary commitment.
Yeah. So, I mean, me personally, as a Christian, I believe that God's morality is objective. However, for the point of this argument, I could actually concede that in your eyes, because you don't believe in my God, that in your eyes, my objective moral truth is subjective, right? That is something I can concede to. But once again, the burden is not on me to prove that my God's morality is objectively true. The burden is on you that without my God, your moral stance is objectively true.
I do agree that I think we're pushing the argument into a place that it doesn't necessarily belong, that the onus really isn't on Vybe to prove that his specific branch of ethics is objective to him. We're removing God from the situation because that's what the
ultimately then I guess Vybe is just going to be agreeing with the position then. If he can just concede that God doesn't hold the objective moral properties, then he would just be on our side then.
Wait, no, because I don't believe that without God, objectives are moral. I believe they're subjective. And Hunter actually did this in his opening, which I agree with, where he is basically, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Hunter, you're basically saying your argument is there is a subjective moral structure out there, but it is not objective. And that is, you guys are countering that.
I would take the affirmative claim that morality is subjective.
Yes.
I'm largely atheistic, so I would cede all ground on the Euthyphro dilemma, right? I would just refuse the premise.
So then I guess we can kind of just take this into a different direction. Wouldn't you agree that over time we seem to have kind of we're starting to converge on certain ideas of morality, for example, like slavery?
Yeah, certainly.
We could say that in the past we've had probably really atrocious views of slavery, where more societies were permissible for of allowing slavery, and nowadays we've kind of narrowed that to something that's less than that.
1 million,
for example.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I would. You can give your example if you want. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. For example, one thing I like about the 13th Amendment and disagree with the 13th Amendment on is that, for one, we have narrowed the bounds by which people can be owned. The problem with the 13th Amendment is that the state themselves can still own slaves through the penal system, which I think is a moral bad. But it seems that we've kind of converged on disallowing slavery in other cases, and we're starting to kind of understand as a society that, hey, maybe this concept of slavery is really bad because rather we ought not treat other people as if they were property, but rather as human beings or rational agents deserving of moral value.
Yeah. I think moral progress is a very weird argument against objective morality. The example that I'm going to give, it's sort of
I just want to say hello to Mellow Mao, who has shown up in the chats. And we got some other chats here. The Raging Tomato show is 3 hours plus. Yeah, the debate part of it before the Q&A, it's the whole part from the beginning of the opening statements to the end of the closing statements is an hour and 45 minutes. But then if you add on the Q&A parts and they have an open panel discussion where a bunch of other people come up on the screen, all that goes for, what did you say, 3 hours plus? So I'm not planning to go through all of the Q&A and the panel discussion, and I don't even know if I'm going to get to the end of the opening statements. I'll see how long it takes me to. So I was basically paid to do about 4 hours of work and I've been going for a couple hours ish, 2.5 hours. So we'll see how far I get. Let's see what is. Mao says, I'm starting the stream from the beginning. I'm looking forward to hearing how well objective ethics did. Okay. Thanks for being here, by the way. Thanks for any likes or new subscribes.
Yeah. I think moral progress is a very weird argument against objective morality. The example that I'm going to give, it's sort of similarly as if you're shining a flashlight in the dark and you're saying, isn't it very, very interesting that the beam of light always seems to originate from me? Like, doesn't that seem to say something? And I'm like, well, necessarily so, right? If my viewpoint is from the current era, then I would, of course, look at all moral progress to where it has arrived, which is where I exist and situate myself in, and say, obviously, it has brought itself to this point because that's the point in which I live. Does that make sense?
Okay, if I could.
Well, just because you live at a certain time doesn't mean you're going to accept that time as good. Like, I think there's lots of things about the present time which are bad, and it was actually better in previous times morally in some ways. Like, I think the late 19th century was much healthier in terms of people's moral outlook. I think there was a lot more responsibility for oneself. Now we've got a welfare state where I think it's commonly in the U.S. where people are much more reliant on government programs, Social Security, Medicare, welfare, instead of being self-reliant. I think individualism and self-reliance was a much bigger feature of people's character in the 19th century, and that has been degraded in the 20th century and continuing until today. So I don't think it's the case that just because you live at a certain time, that means you agree or you somehow think the morals of that time are superior. No, I don't think that. I wouldn't agree with that.
Let me see.
Situate myself in and say, obviously, it has brought itself to this point because that's the point in which I live. Does that make sense?
Okay, if I could, let me see if I can understand this. So basically, what you're saying is because we're observing like this phenomena at this point in time,
yes,
we can compare it to like a previous point in time and say that we're in a much better situation nowadays.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you ask a bunch of people from, whatever, like the 1500s or whatever, and say, did we make moral progress? A lot of them would say no, because they're seeing it from their lens, not mine. And so if I'm seeing it from my lens, necessarily we're making moral progress because I'm situated into the environment and circumstances that I live in, and I look into the past and I see morals progressing into me. Does that make sense?
So whatever society you happen to be in, you think that's better? No, that's not right. What about all people who try to escape, like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, right? Wasn't she famously victimized by some Islamic culture she was born in? And then they have like female genital mutilation, for example, and of course they don't respect the rights of women. And she escaped from that society and went to some place she found was better. So I disagree with Hunter here that just because you're born into some culture, you necessarily take that to be the good and think that that's the best.
We're making moral progress because I'm situated into the environment and circumstances that I live in, and I look into the past and I see morals progressing into me. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I guess the symmetry breaker here would just be that there's this like idea.
And Bones concedes that. He says yes after Hunter asked, does it make sense? I say, no, it doesn't make sense. You can use your own mind, think for yourself, and question whether the morals of the culture you happen to be part of are good based on your own experience of pleasure, right? That's where we get the concept of pleasure from. It's our own experience. It's not primarily social. So you can appeal to your own inductive formulation of the concept good to objectively grounds in facts what is good, and you can compare the society you happen to be born into to that, to your own experience. You don't have to just take it for granted that your society is a good one. That's bowing to social pressure in a way that is bad. You should think for yourself if you want to live a happy life.
And I look into the past and I see morals progressing into me. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I guess the symmetry breaker here would just be that there's this like idea that morality itself is grounded in some sort of concept. I'm kind of like back and forth on moral realism in both like whether there are natural facts, whether there are non-natural facts, or even like a constructivist view too could probably go about this. But it seems to be the case that over time these facts have kind of been revealed in a sense that either through like our discovery or through some sort of not just discovery, but rather like we've kind of reasoned ourselves to this that
if I
we like treat certain like cases to be the language is kind of like lacking right now.
I'm just gonna say like necessarily so, right? Like if I have the perspective of my era, I'm always going to say, I'm just going to repeat the same thing that I said before, but that I'm going to see any action that led to where I'm at and say that that's progress because I believe myself to be morally correct. I'm situated in the circumstances that I am currently living in. So it makes sense to believe myself to be more any action that led to where I'm at and say that that's progress because I believe myself to be morally correct. I'm situated in the circumstances that I am currently living in. So it makes sense that of course moral progress has occurred. We would say that
no.
But every single person would
Why of course? Why you just take it for granted that the society you're in is good? You got to think for yourself. So I think this is showing a lack of independent thinking, which is not good. I mean, do you just accept whatever someone tells you? You take it on faith, so maybe this guy is religious in a sense, right? He just takes it on faith unthinkingly. Whatever society around him happens to say is good, he just accepts that unquestioningly.
Occurred. We would say that, but every single person would necessarily say that. But
what about all the people who don't? All the people who defect, like Ayaan Hirsi Ali or Ayn Rand, who rejected communist Soviet Russia that she grew up in.
Would necessarily say that. But we might just be in a circle there. I have a different question to ask you because I think
go for it.
I think you've been asserting a lot these laws of logic and math. I think you said math has an objective basis, logic has an objective basis in your thinking. Is that fair? Yeah, I'm super confused about that one. Like what I mean, I could go through a couple different circumstances, but the laws of logic and the laws of math are very contentious and are a good example. I'll give an example. Like, is the Pythagorean theorem an objective truth?
Insofar as it is grounded in kind of the fundamentals of mathematics, yes, it just kind of follows through. The argumentation for it.
I'm not trying to just assert my knowledge of math over you, but
you're fine.
In non-Euclidean systems, wherein like the plane is like a globe or the plane is like a hyperbolic sphere or something like that, the Pythagorean theorem falls apart because you need Euclid's fifth postulate in order for it to hold, which is fully arbitrary. You can throw that in or throw it out depending on what system you're choosing. So
I would just argue then that that Pythagorean theorem is kind of incomplete in that sense that it only applies to a narrow set of cases where it reigns true. So in this case, it would just be Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so what truths could possibly exist independent of axioms?
I guess at the end of the day, My position would probably just be that you probably can't, though. I'm not
I think that's my position.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's my position, that there are no objective truths in mathematics, that really everything is going to be contingent on arbitrary axioms that you're choosing. When I say
I wonder if this guy is just a complete subjectivist and you think everything is subjective. Did he actually say that? I know the religious guy on the right said that at some point, but I would guess this guy Hunter also holds that. But then I think that undercuts his own view. Complete subjectivism is a self-refuting position. Everything is subjective. Okay, well, is that too subjective? That everything is subjective? Is that just your opinion? Okay, well, if it is, then maybe you're wrong. Maybe it's not the case that everything is subjective. If that's so there's an implicit assertion attached to every statement that it's objectively true. So if you say everything is subjective, that implies it's objectively true that everything is subjective, but that's a contradiction.
in math,
I don't know.
And likewise, skepticism, any form of skepticism is self-refuting. We can't know anything. Do you know that you can't know anything? If so, then you do know something. So,
I don't know, though. My position would probably just be that you probably can't, though. I'm not.
I think that's my position.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's my position, that there are no objective truths in mathematics, that really everything is going to be contingent on arbitrary axioms that you're choosing. When I say arbitrary,
I wouldn't say that they're arbitrary. I think
no. Sure. Let me clarify what I mean by arbitrary, because I sometimes whatever, you can quibble on what I mean. I don't mean random. I do mean functional, and useful, but not necessarily true, because we look at specific systems. Whatever, we can look at whether or not airline pilots are trying to find the shortest distance, or we're trying to look at land that's mostly a flat plane. We will choose different axioms based off of different systems and arrive at different truths. And that to me feels like it's fully contingent on the systems that we're engaging in. That there are no.
The fact that there's Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, I don't think that means that math is subjective. I think it just means there's different contexts. In some contexts, it's irrelevant. That's non-Euclidean geometry is irrelevant if you're just dealing with a kid trying to learn how basic some basic geometry so they can build a table, right? Cut the wood the right size, right? Euclidean geometry works perfectly well for that. It doesn't matter that on some macro relativistic astronomical scale or something you might need to know non-Euclidean geometry. Given a certain purpose in a certain context, Euclidean geometry is perfectly fine. Our knowledge is meant to serve our purposes. Knowledge is power, as Francis Bacon said. There's no so if you define a certain purpose, then you can say, yeah, it's Euclidean geometry is objectively true. It describes how things are for the contexts or the purposes that are relevant right now. That might have been a bit unclear, but I wanted to say something about the issue of context and objectivity.
Are contingent on the systems that we're engaging in. That there are no real true. They're just models that we throw onto the world.
I think he has a kind of Platonic view of mathematics, and I think many people do, where there's just these abstract world of truths, and the actual world doesn't reflect the world of forms, where there are perfect circles and perfect squares down to an infinite level of precision. If you see mathematics as applying to this world to help humans solve problems, then you don't need this Platonic, otherworldly view of perfection, of infinite perfection, you might call it, where every point on a circle is equidistant to an infinitesimal degree. No, you can say the shape of a tire is a circle, right? contextually true.
We're engaging in, that there are no real true, they're just models that we throw onto the world and then find useful facts about. And then and I would say similar things about logic. I would say that the law of excluded middle is very, very contentious, and a lot of different logical systems don't use the law of excluded middle. They throw it out because it's largely pretty unhelpful for what they're trying to do. And like that to me is really what an axiom is. It's their unjustified statements that you just choose to be true, and you just sort of assert that they're true, and then they're true within your system.
I don't agree with this on the laws of logic. Laws of logic, I think, are universal. There's no context in which A is not A, or a thing has contradictory properties at the same time and in the same respects. But I know there are some systems of logic or that dispense with the classical Aristotelian laws of logic. I don't buy that there's any validity to that, though.
Is really what an axiom is. It's their unjustified statements that you just choose to be true, and you just sort of assert that they're.
You don't just choose it to be true that A is A, that things are what they are. That's just the metaphysical nature of things. They simply are that way. It's a given. It's a brute fact.
True, and then they're true within your system, and that to me is what subjective truth is. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So then I guess going off of that, then I guess the only other cases would just be looking at some sort of infinite regress that isn't like vicious in a sense.
Sorry, I'm having an infinite regress. Is that what you're saying?
No. The only other way that this could be grounded is some sort of like an infinite regress that somehow isn't vicious or doesn't have any internal issues either.
Right, because are you like Munchausen's trilemma, right? That you can only have infinite regress. Yeah, and I would say that in the terms of math and logic, it's dogmatism. That's the answer to Munchausen's trilemma. You just assert shit to be true, and then you find stuff that stems from that. And like that first assertion that you first start saying does not have to be true. That's not necessarily true. It's something that you just kind of throw into the cosmos and you go, this is true, now what? And then you can find out what happens next. But
so it sounds like this guy doesn't have an ontological view of logic. Many modern logicians do hold this view that axioms are just arbitrary. It's like a game. You can make up the rules of the game. You can make the rules to be whatever you want them to be. But I think that's an invalid, corrupt view of logic, which starts in the late 19th century with people like Frege and Russell. I accept the classical Aristotelian view of logic, where the laws of logic are laws of reality, right? They're not just laws of thinking that we arbitrarily make up. They are the way reality is. An attribute cannot both belong and not belong to something at the same time and in the same respect. Aristotle said something along those lines in his work, The Metaphysics. I think it was book Gamma. Sounds like Hunter has the modern view of logic rather than the classical Aristotelian view.
Into the cosmos and you go, this is true, now what? And then you can find out what happens next. But there is no there is no necessary qualities to those axioms. They are.
I guess, but isn't
arbitrary.
isn't there still like a fundamental fact of the matter that even if we, I guess, take like a massive, for example, like a kilogram of some sort of like substance is like it really does exist, and the way that we express it is it probably like incomplete. In some ways, we kind of just arbitrarily
I'm gonna
discuss like mass in terms of some other property that we've determined to be sufficient.
I'm gonna be super pedantic here, and I really apologize for it.
Yeah, no, go.
No,
Dude,
but
go for it.
I would
I'm,
say
super
we
interested.
take as an axiom that the shit that we see is true. That how do we genuinely not know we're brains in a vat? We don't. We take it as an axiom. We're walking around and we're engaging in something that is real, in something that is meaningful. But that there's no, it's a completely unfalsifiable statement to say we're brains in a vat. There's a reason why. I don't know. I personally see any arguments to the contrary as unsatisfying. It is something that you just take as a given. To me, that to me feels like it flows from. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think that's an arbitrary supposition to think we're brains in a vat. Just because you can imagine something, therefore it's possible, but I don't think that follows. But again, this is a very modern view of logic and possibility. This idea of, well, I mean, it goes back to Descartes, at least. He had the idea we could all be dreaming right now, or we could all be deceived by some evil demon into thinking there's some external world. But I think that's it might violate some axioms, like the axiom of consciousness, which is an axiom of objectivism. The idea that we are conscious. To be conscious is to be conscious of something, and if the something you are aware of is only more consciousness, then you're not really conscious. Consciousness needs something independent of itself for it to actually be conscious. And maybe I'll say more on that later, but let me just go on.
Yeah. To me, that to me feels like it flows from. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So
I'm confused as to how is solipsism, running to solipsism useful for the conversation?
It's not.
Are you
It's
saying
not.
there's
It's
no,
useful. I'm saying. Oh, sorry. I think I misunderstood what you were saying. Sorry.
are you saying there's no objective reality?
No, not at all. I'm saying that we can't assert that there's an objective reality. We can't prove that there's an objective reality. I would say it's very possible that
we can't prove we're not brains in a vat. But how is that useful to a conversation about morality, or whether or not I should go drive to the store and get something if I'm hungry, or anything for that matter?
Well, I was using it as a metaphor for the conversation about ethics, that we really can't assert anything without dogmatism. So if you feel like it's irrelevant, that's fine. I can throw out solipsism. But I was just sort of saying that any sort of assertion that we're making, any sort of logical proof, has to bottom out somewhere. There has to be just there just has to be statements that you just throw out that are true, that are true to the system, if that makes sense. And I don't see how it could be any other way. That's what really confuses me about people who say things to the contrary. Do you understand my question? Like, how can you prove anything about objective ethics? Where do you begin? That's my question. Where do you begin?
So I think
Ayn Rand addresses that question of where do you begin in ethics, and she says we should begin by asking what a value is, and why does man need them. That's in her article, The Objectivist Ethics. What gives rise to the concept of value? It's a meta-ethical question, not a normative ethics question about what we should do, but just what gives rise to values or shoulds or oughts in the first place. That's the first question to ask.
Do you understand my question? Like, how can you prove anything about objective ethics? Where do you begin? That's my question. Where do you begin?
So I think we began the grounding, and I think it's been touched on. You mentioned social progress, and so we can tie into that. So reason was brought up, right? And I know that the brother brought up Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier does have peer-reviewed work on that. 2025, I think he did a paper. But Richard Carrier is not the first and won't be the last person to cite reason as our ability to obtain true moral facts, right? We know that Ayn Rand, with objectivism, bases reason as the primary function in discovering objective morality. Mm-hmm. Aquinas, natural law theory, cites reason as the way to obtain that natural laws are discoverable. Kant, he, again, rational morality. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle.
Okay. So he mentions Ayn Rand's, Kant's, Aquinas, Aristotle as appealing to reason. Now, I'm kind of wary about putting all these figures as appealing to reason. I mean, Kant, he said he was denying reason in order to make room for faith in the preface to his book, the Critique of Pure Reason. And he thought morality was the province of faith, the noumenal world, as opposed to what he called the phenomenal world. In the world of science, the world that we can access with our senses, it's just a deterministic world. There's no way to rationally prove any ethical claims. The only way to get ethics is through revelations from the noumenal world. It's a kind of, I don't know if I can explain it well, but anyways, I certainly, I wouldn't call it a rational view of morality. So I wouldn't want to put him in the same category as Rand when it comes to people who support rational ethics. And he has a duty approach. I mean, the term categorical imperative is most associated with Kant, and that's the religious kind of duty approach to morality.
Are discoverable. Kant, he again, rational morality. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Aristotle's ethics is built around the premise that people should achieve an excellent character by practicing virtue in order to ultimately attain well-being. It is sometimes referred to in comparison to later ethical theories known as character-based ethics. Like Plato and Socrates, Aristotle emphasized the importance of reason. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. So we know.
No, but
so there's a number of heavy hitters. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do appreciate him mentioning Ayn Rand, though, because I think she is I think she offers the best ethical system, the most rational one, and she often doesn't get mentioned. I think she's often overlooked in discussions or debates about ethics. So I am pleased that she at least gets mentioned here. I just would want to distinguish her view from at least some of the other figures that came up, like Kant, who she actually saw as like her arch nemesis. I do think she is in the tradition of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, in that she was thinking rationally about ethics, trying to apply reason to the field of ethics. She had very different conclusions about ethics than Plato did. She was much more aligned with Aristotle, but at least Plato was thinking rationally and not just accepting religious dogmas to try to reach some ethical truths. So yeah, she is in the tradition there with him in that way. I want to switch out my AirPod because it just died. Hold on a second. The left AirPod died. I need to switch to the right AirPod. Okay, I think I'm back in business. Let me just make sure.
Well, that feels kind of.
Okay, I think I'm back in business. Just waiting for the replay here.
That feels kind of.
Okay, I think I'm back in business. Okay, good. All right. Let's continue.
Reason. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. So we know.
No, but
there's a number of later ethical theories known as character-based ethics. Like Plato and Socrates, Aristotle emphasized the importance of reason. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. So we know.
No, but
there's a number of heavy hitters. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that feels kind of like appeal to authority. Of course, there's
No,
plenty of
I'm just saying,
philosophers who
well,
agree with you
the
guys.
argument is there. So if reason allows us to obtain these true moral facts, how does running to solipsism engage with the actual argument?
Well, okay. The reason why I'm asserting solipsism is because just usually people say reason exists through nature, but I guess my question is, don't you?
Solipsism is the idea that only you exist. So everyone else around you, they're just parts of your mind or imagination.
Usually people say reason exists through nature, but I guess my question is, don't you have to assert that nature exists?
Yeah, are we
you
not
just
going
have
to
to-
all accept the intelligibility? Or are we going to just concede the fact that yes, we could all, we all recognize the?
I just want to point out that it's
unsolvable
largely
problem
arbitrary.
philosophically of hard solipsism. It's called hard solipsism for a reason, right?
No, totally.
So we could assert hard solipsism into any argument, but how does that get us anywhere? Because
I'm saying I would like us to acknowledge the fact that we are asserting this without true knowledge that it exists. That's all I'm saying. That like any sort of
I can
claims that
Are
we
you saying that it needs to be like certain in order for it to be true in this case? Which
those feel like synonyms to me. Certain and true. I don't.
So do you accept there has to be no
away.
fallibility in order to assert
Sorry?
anything? It must be infallible in order to assert anything.
Sure.
It seems like Hunter is saying that there can't be objective morality on epistemological grounds, like because we can't know for certain that we're not brains in a vat, and that we can't know that we have any access to some reality independent of us. Therefore, there can't be objective morality. Sounds like that might be what he's arguing here. So I guess he's just kind of arguing from a skeptic kind of view. So any talk about evolution isn't really relevant. I mean, that's not going to sway him. He's just going to say, oh, evolution could all just be part of a dream, or it could have all just evolution could entirely happen within your brain in the vat scenario. It didn't really exist objectively independent of it's just all a fantasy.
Assert anything? It must be infallible in order to assert anything.
Sure. Clarify what you mean there.
Fallibility, I would consider.
No. Sorry, I know what fallibility means. What do you mean? I can't assert anything.
Well,
So-
it sounds to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me that you're asserting that because we cannot be certain we're not brains in a vat, we cannot then have a discussion about objective morality or whether or not I should drive my car down to the store and not run people over on the way or anything else for that matter, right? Is that not what you're ultimately?
What I'm saying is that can just be our bottom. Our bottom can just our axiom, our foundational truth that is unjustifiable, that is improvable. It's not necessarily true at all. That's how I define an axiom, and maybe you guys can contend with that definition. But it is an unjustifiable fact that it's an unjustifiable fact that we just sort of assert, even though we haven't proved it, that we exist, that solipsism is false.
Okay. Well, you don't have to prove that you exist. It's just self-evident. I don't think you even need to prove that there is a mind-independent existence, and then you're not just all in a dream or brains in a vats. I think the burden would be on the person who asserts that is the case, or even possibly is the case, to show that it either is the case or possibly is the case. But I don't think you need to prove that you're not in this arbitrary scenario to justifiably believe that you're not in that arbitrary scenario. So I think there might be a kind of burden of proof issue going on here, where I would differ from Hunter's view. I mean, you can validate it, I guess, through an analysis. Like you can't prove that you exist, but you can validate that you exist. This is a technical use of the term validate, which Leonard Peikoff mentions in Ayn Rand's in his book on Ayn Rand's philosophy. Leonard Peikoff was Ayn Rand's top student, and he wrote a book called Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. And he says the axioms cannot be proven, but they can be validated, for instance, through the process of reaffirmation through denial, where if you deny the axioms, you end up in some kind of contradiction. You end up reaffirming the axioms in the process of trying to deny them. So I think that is what you could call a process of validating the axioms, just showing that the axioms are axioms, they're inescapable. But that's not to prove them. You can't prove axioms, right? They're the basis of proof. They're starting points. So there's no way to kind of get underneath them and build up to them and establish them, right? They don't need to be established. They are grounds of establishing other things.
Assert, even though we haven't proved it, that we exist, that solipsism is false.
Well, I think we can even build up objective morality from a solipsistic principle, because if we're going to build off of first principles, the first principle must be that nothing cannot exist, right? The second principle would then, of course, be hard solipsism, that something must exist because nothing cannot exist. So that thing that must exist must at least, at the very least, be me, that brain in the vat, right? And so because of the chemical responses that brain is
Sounds like a Cartesian kind of view. The first thing we know is that I exist, not that some mind-independent world exists. This is sometimes called the prior certainty of consciousness. You're aware of consciousness or yourself prior to being aware of anything else. Whereas I think first you're aware that a world exists, and only later do you become able to reflect on yourself and realize, oh, I exist too. I'm aware of the world. So infants, first they look out of the world and they're aware of a world, and then only later can they introspect on themselves and grasp their own existence explicitly. So awareness of existence precedes awareness of one's own consciousness of existence.
Me, that brain in the vat, right? And so because of the chemical responses that brain is experiencing, the ises, I would, in order to reduce my own internal suffering, I would want to envision myself getting along with all the other chemical people, the imaginary people that I'm putting into this universe that I am creating because I'm the only thing in existence. So for my own well-being as this brain in the vat, I still think we can build up a justification for moral actions, moral oughts. Why ought I do this? Because if I imagine touching if I imagine myself that when I touch the stove, it hurts, I ought to move my hand away from the stove. That logically follows. If I imagine that I'm receiving this oxytocin, right, because I get along with the imaginary people in my tribe, I ought to get along with the imaginary people in my tribe. And then we can justify further getting along with larger groups because we can expand the analogy, right? So if cooperation within a small group works and allows them to take over land or take over territory or sustain themselves into their own flourishing, we can make the argument that, you know what, if they actually cooperated with their neighbors instead of killing them, they would have even more success. Because Sagan said, few working together can accomplish so much more than any large group of individuals can alone. So we know fundamentally that even if it's within our own brain, fundamentally, at a fundamental level, this cooperation mechanism seems to work.
I think my issue with that argument is that it sort of necessarily implies that cooperation works. Like, what about in the circumstances in which competition works and cooperation sort of fails? And I'll give an example if you'd like, if you want to just sort of.
Again, the social aspect of morality is being given a lot of attention. It's like so OE on the left, he's saying even if this brain in the vat thing is true, we still have reason to act in certain ways rather than other ways. We still have reason to cooperate rather than not. So cooperation again is coming to the foreground, is really important. So it's a very social view of morality rather than seeing morality as fundamentally about aligning yourself with reality. Although that's kind of a weird thing to try to adapt to this brain in the vat scenario. What it is to align yourself with reality is to align yourself with the things going on in the brain in the vat scenario. But anyways, I just want to mention again that these guys have a social focus when it comes to discussing morality.
just works and cooperation sort of fails. And I'll give an example if you'd like, if you want to just sort of say that doesn't happen. I can run through that. I guess I'll just run through it. Sorry, that was a question.
And there's not really there's no mention of coercion so far. There's a mention of cooperation, and then Hunter says, okay, well, what about when competition is good? But you can have both. What I think is what hasn't come up yet, but it is relevant, at least in the discussion of politics, is the issue of coercion. So overriding other people's voluntary consent, that's coercion. But if I choose not to cooperate, if I choose to compete with someone else, that doesn't mean I'm coercing them, right? Maybe you got two restaurants, you got McDonald's and Burger King's, and they're competing with each other, but that doesn't mean they're coercing each other. That's a healthy competition, right? There's nothing wrong with competition per se. It's when you bring coercion into it, that's when it, at least one way in which it can be unhealthy to compete in cooperation. So like the people within a McDonald's restaurant, you might say they're cooperating with each other in order to run a successful restaurant. That's fine. But what if someone decides, all right, I don't want to work at McDonald's anymore. I want to go start my own business. I want to be a Uber driver instead. Or I want to go to school and go to law school or something. Are they no longer cooperating? Well, I guess in a sense, at least, they're no longer cooperating. They're leaving the McDonald's restaurant. But there's no problem with that. So I think cooperation versus competition, I question whether that's really an important distinction in this context. Coercion, I think that's certainly something to be avoided, initiating force against others. I don't know if that's going to come up here, but we'll see.
I can run through that. I'll give an example if you'd like, if you want to just sort of say that doesn't happen. I can run through that. I guess I'll just run through it. Sorry, that was a question.
Yeah, go ahead, run through it.
Okay, sorry. This is not a trick question. The second one's going to be a trick question. Is it unethical for me to abandon my children?
I would say yes.
We would say yes, right? It is unethical to abandon my children. Is it unethical for a turtle to abandon his children?
We don't make social contracts with turtles.
Right. Isn't that? But what?
So the normative claim,
I wouldn't consider turtles moral agents.
The claim for the normative of what we ought do is based on a social contract that we have with other people, not with turtles.
Sure, but what about circumstances in which we don't have social contracts? Are you saying that? But okay, so
we do. We are social at a fundamental level. We're a social species.
Totally. So what about non-social species?
We are social species, but I don't think that's fundamentally what morality is about. As I've said before, it's about you surviving and achieving your happiness. And being social is a means to that. Okay.
Social species.
Totally. So what about non-social species?
What
if we could imagine an intelligent species that is not social? Would they would they be able to independently arrive at our morals that we have?
So if I consider moral agents to be like beings of a sufficient moral consideration. So
yeah.
Depending on where you draw the line at consciousness,
sure,
it would just depend on whether I would draw
Can we just imagine? Can we just imagine some sort of territorial alien that we meet that's actually pretty damn intelligent, but also seemingly fairly aggressive because of the very specific circumstances that existed on their planet? I mean, I could come up with some hypothetical, but can we just imagine that maybe in some circumstances, some intelligent species would be able to be? It seems more right for their evolutionary gains to be more aggressive and to be less social, like other animals that we see. Or is that
The
is that
I
impossible?
don't, I
Is that
can't. I mean,
necessarily
I'll be
false?
honest. I can't. I mean, I can try to engage with your hypotheticals, but I really only can speak knowingly about the social contracts that people engage in. Because
Sure.
when I hear people
Okay.
talk about what we ought to do or ought not do, it's relative to human beings what we ought to do within our own social contract.
It's
Now,
relative,
I would
isn't
say
it?
that within biology, in the scope of biology, and I'm not a biologist,
Sure.
but from what I understand, is that there are many different types of social species, and within that own construct, they have their own social contracts. So the true facts, the objective true facts, are the steps that lead to the goal, right? And the goal is then found grounded in nature. So that's where you could ground it objectively in nature. And I want to also, before we get too far away from it, and I don't want to divert from this, but I
No,
do
go
want
ahead. Yeah,
to come back to the issue that was raised at the beginning, because I think it is relative. It seems like we've got two different fronts that we're facing here. We've got one front where you want to argue for subjective morality or moral anti-realism, and you've got another front, and you want to completely avoid God, which is in the prompt itself. And then you've got another front where the person wants to set God off to the side because I think he realizes that we've demonstrated here that you cannot get objective morality from God. So I want to make sure we have a concession here before we get into objective morality anywhere else. Either objective morality does not exist, or you cannot get it from God. It must be grounded in nature. Because that's really was in my opening. It must be one of those two things for your position must be true. Either must be grounded in nature, or it just doesn't exist. And it sounds like you're saying, as a moral anti-realist,
are you saying there's a split between like the opponents, or are you saying I have a
yeah, because you're
paradox
arguing,
within my
well,
system?
unless I'm missing something, it seems
Okay.
like you're arguing for moral anti-realism.
Yes.
And your
Yeah,
partner is saying that, well, I don't want to say that objective morality can't exist, but I don't want to argue how God can ground it because that's not the prompt. But we're in agreement then that it has to be this dichotomy where it either God cannot ground it, or it must be grounded in nature, or it just does not exist, right?
Yeah, I mean, for the purpose of this argument, and I'm going to play dumb, right? I am putting myself in your shoes. So I am a secularist. I don't even know about God. I would love to know how I can know objectively what I am doing is right or wrong. And as the idiot in the room, I mean, kind of going back to everything everybody was talking about, we began with talking about things like moral progress. And we all, I think on this panel, agree we've made moral progress, right?
Yes.
But my first question as an idiot here is, how do we know we've made moral progress? Because I would assume, given the more facts, maybe we thought we made progress, but maybe we've made some steps backwards. And if we were given more knowledge as moral agents, and the more information we get, you guys are basically saying the more information I have and the less prejudice I have, the closer I get to objective truth. Would that be an incorrect statement?
I think moral progress can be measured by flourishing. And given the fact that there's 8.5 pushing 9 billion people on this planet in such a short period of time, relatively speaking, that we can say that moral progress we have, and we can look and see what factors have led to that, right? Like trying to end world hunger, trying to make a move towards renewable energies, so on and so forth.
Wouldn't that be from our own personal perspective, right? So I also would think that secularists also believe.
I think freedom is a big part of why the population has exploded. So the freedom which means lack of coercion, enables progress. Like there's no way 8 billion people could be sustained on the planet without modern technology and like the kind of farming equipment, for example. And it used to be that most people were in the agricultural industry, but now with like tractors and fertilizer, scientific farming, industrial level farming, we can produce way more food using far fewer people, right? So now people are free to do all kinds of other work to make life better, instead of just having almost everyone producing food. And this is all in the wake of the Industrial Revolution and the political revolutions, like of the American Revolution, which became the freest country ever. So I think freedom is crucial to the ability to support such a large population. He mentioned renewable energy. I don't want to get too much into that, but I think there's actually a lot of misinformation about energy and environmental issues out there. Alex Epstein, he's a great resource on this. He has a book called The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. I highly recommend his work, and a later book called Fossil Future. He's heavily influenced by Rand. But let me continue here.
You make a move towards renewable energies, so on and so forth.
Wouldn't that be from our own personal perspective, right? So I also would think that secularists also believe it's a huge universe. There's probably other life forms. And Hunter even said, like, let's say another species came. Now, maybe in their environments, their morals would be completely different than our morals, which is fine, right? They have their own moral agencies that know what the real moral objective truth is on their planet, because they wouldn't flourish unless they had different morals than we had, right? So now we have two different races in the universe with two different sets of morals, but then all of a sudden we discover they have this supercomputer that actually can calculate every single fact of the universe, and they actually can determine that the best outcome for the whole universe, for the most amount of species in the universe to survive, is actually the elimination of humanity. And it would have been better if our morals were set to go ahead and build nuclear weapons and blow ourselves up, which would have been the morally correct thing to do for the universe. Once we actually have all the knowledge, and we now, like, this is where I go, how do I know that my objective morals are true? I can say that they're true for my society, then I can grow, or my country. We can even look at past the histories, the cannibals on islands. They were eating people because they didn't have enough food, and if they take over, their warriors were stronger. It was ethically correct for them, for survival, as you said, to go there. So once again, I ask, like, isn't our moral progress only based on the amount of information we're capable of handling? And is humanity actually capable of being the actual moral agent?
So those are two really. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Can I just? Those are two really good questions. The one thing I would say is that yes, moral progress does obtain as we advance and as our reason, as we continue to evolve and understand the world around us better. But that doesn't mean that there's no objectivity to it. So there was a time when most likely every single person walking on the planet thought the Earth was flat. We know now, with the advancements in science and technology, the Earth has never been flat. Just because people think something at one point and we progress in our knowledge doesn't change the true facts about the situation, right? Go ahead, partner.
And to kind of go off of that, it feels like that the computer in this situation is kind of acting off of like a utilitarian framework. No, I feel like utilitarians who like affirm like moral realism in this case would say that. They would probably just bite the bullet and say that, yeah, absolutely. If it's the most moral in like this specific framework, they ought to like end all human life as it is. But there are other. Would I? Probably not. So the reason why is that we're not kind of going off of, or at least my opponent and I are not going off of like a utilitarian calculus. Instead, there's some sort of moral principles here that are like universal. In this case, to start off with the alien invasion thing, if there are universalizable rational principles that prohibit something like domination or exploitation of other beings, then the aliens who try to conquer us would be just morally wrong, even if it does benefit them in that sense. And so, like, there's a reason for it. In this case, outside.
I'm gonna go back to something I said in the opening, because I didn't really get a satisfying answer to it, and I think it can situate itself in the conversation right here. That the kid that I knew who was like, no, there's not moral progress, because we're actually, the factory farming is at an unprecedented level. We're actually raping and abusing more cows and chickens than ever before, like by several orders of magnitude. Wouldn't that kid be right in a sense by saying that there's no moral progress based off of his specific framework?
No, because the framework that you're talking about, and veganism is a really empty claim. It's because it leads to a net negative. And I don't know if we want to debate veganism or abortion in this particular debate. We can go down those roads, absolutely.
Yeah, well, sure.
Want to touch, but when it comes to something like,
different claim actually, but go ahead.
We're talking about factory farming. versus killing animals. So you don't have to be a vegan to be against factory farming. So we have to really isolate what is this kid talking about. It also seems to me that you told me, unless I misheard you, you told us that this kid had some kind of like neurodivergency.
Yeah.
So when we talk about reason and empathy, when we talk about reason and normative, we're talking about people with a healthy brain state. The average person, the normal person, what would they do? Not just some random psychopath.
These are such subjective claims, though.
And what is a normal brain state?
Right, exactly. Like compared to what? Like what are we?
Normal person. What would about reason and normative? We're talking about people with a healthy brain state. The average reason and empathy, that this kid had some kind of like neurodivergency.
Yeah.
So when we talk about reason and empathy, when we talk about reason and normative, we're talking about people with a healthy brain state. The average person.
Psychopaths often come up when I debate issues of morality. People say, well, would you be in favor of egoism if some person like found his happiness in being a mass murderer or and so people raise the issue of psychopaths and I don't think that's realistic. Like I don't think you can actually achieve happiness that way, but if we just stipulate for the sake of argument that that's the case, I would say, yeah, I have no objection to anyone doing whatever enables them to achieve their happiness. I just don't think, as a matter of fact, that is the way you would achieve your happiness. So I don't think it's some huge problem, or any problem really, for an egoist view. Not that OE here is arguing for egoism, but I do make the point, similar to him sometimes, that what ethics is about is providing advice for normal people as to how to live their lives. It's not a manual for psychopaths as to how they should live their lives. And maybe it's a kind of confession if people think that actually is in their interest, and that's why they raise the example of psychopaths. Like if we did have egoism, if egoism were good, then we would endorse people doing all kinds of terrible things. Was that a confession that they think that's actually in their interest, to lie, cheat, steal, murder, rape, rob, pillage, etc.?
The kid had some kind of like neurodivergency.
Yeah.
So when we talk about reason and empathy, when we talk about reason and normative, we're talking about people with a healthy brain state. The average person, the normal person, what would they do? Not just some random psychopath.
These are such subjective claims, though.
And what is a normal brain state?
Right, exactly. Like compared to what? Like what are we comparing this to?
Now we basically have to come up with a new like evolution of like, if we are to find our moral agents, we have to have some sort of brain test to figure out who's included, because all of humanity can't be included in that.
Because whenever we're trying to build up an objective framework and someone goes, well, I disagree because I have different.
And morality is fundamentally about benefiting yourself. It's not about like benefiting the average human person. Now, most people are not psychopaths, but yeah, I just want to emphasize again, morality primarily is about benefiting yourself. There's a self-interested reason for morality. So if you are a psychopath, if you're one of the very rare people who are, then morality for you is, maybe it does involve trampling all over other people's rights. So cooperation wouldn't be good for you, I guess, if we stipulate you're this weird kind of psychopath. You wouldn't be violating some rules of objective morality if you think morality is about benefiting yourself. I think, as a matter of fact, for if not everyone, almost everyone, what's going to be best is the same, at least at some abstract level. Like, it's best for everyone to have some kind of purpose in life. But that doesn't mean everyone has to have the same purpose. Like, not everyone has to have the purpose of being an architect or a dentist or a lawyer or a philosopher. People can have different purposes, but everyone needs some purpose, right? So I think morality is going to be the same for everyone if we describe it in an abstract level, and even for the psychopath. If we are just at the most abstract level of what morality is about, pursuing your self-interest, that's everyone should do that, whether you're a psychopath or a non-psychopath. But the path to pursuing your interest will vary depending on your nature. Just like and this is also true of non-humans, like a bear. Maybe it's in the interest of a bear to kill a human, right? It's not bad for the bear to do that. Maybe if the bear is hungry and there's no other food around and it sees a human, it's good for the bear to attack that human. So you need to consider the nature of an entity, whether it's a bear or a psychopathic human or a normal human. Its nature is going to be relevant to what is good for that thing to do.
Whenever we're trying to build up an objective framework and someone goes, well, I disagree because I have different claims than you, and you're like, these are universal, then you go, well, just not you, right?
No, they just
not these people. It's universal for everyone except for these people who disagree with us.
The morals hold up. The true facts hold up. The access to understanding them is it's going to be relative to each person's ability, mental faculties, right? So so we talked specifically a lot about like moral progress, whether you take it from the subjective view or the objective view. We all talked about empathy at some point, right? Empathy arises from a distributed network in the brain with cognitive empathy linked to the prefrontal cortex and the temporoparietal junction, and emotional empathy rooted in the anterior insula, anterior cingulate cortex, and amygdala. We have measurable things physical traits and properties that we can examine and determine what this person's access to normal or normative behavior is. We treat these conditions medically because we can identify them.
Of course we do. But
only so we can identify them
only because they're not situated well within society's norms and society's.
That's what normative means.
No, 100%. But I'm saying that it's 100 society's.
Identify them
only because they're not situated well within the society's norms and society's.
That's what normative means.
No.
What normative means is being situated within society's norms. So again, I think too much of a focus on a social conception, like what normative means is to be situated rightly within society's norms. So does normativity have nothing to say if you're alone on an island? I would say it has a lot to say. There are things that are good and bad for you to do, even if you're alone. So again, we see this coming up a lot, this issue of normativity or morality being treated as fundamentally social.
Society's norms and society's.
That's what normative means.
No, 100%. But I'm saying
I don't think that's even like if I look up a dictionary definition of normative, I doubt it's going to say anything about society. So here's the first line from when I Googled it, AI overview. Normativity is the philosophical and social concept of what ought to be rather than what is. That says nothing about society, right? There are things that you ought to do or ought not to do, even if you're alone.
that it's relatively easy to just imagine.
Hold on, where'd my video go?
Humans, they're not situated well within society's norms and society's.
That's what normative means.
No, 100%. But I'm saying that it's relatively easy to just imagine humans as. Okay. How do I?
After this exchange, I want to take it in a different direction with respect to veganism because I actually think it's a little bit more of a compelling argument.
Okay, cool. I guess what I'm trying to say is, here's my question. you're claiming that these are objective ethics, which anyone can essentially mind independent, be able to access. What if can I just play a character real quick where I'm
sorry. Can you did you say that I said anybody can access this? Because I specifically did not say that.
Sure, that's true. That's true. You did say that with
okay.
No one. Sorry, you did say that certain people cannot access this if they don't have the ability to like use logic or acquire knowledge. Is that fair? Is that a fair
reason being the fundamental?
Great.
And
cool.
Empathy and reason are the two fundamental points of the argument, where it's grounded objectively in human nature of reason and empathy. Yeah.
Okay. I guess my question is like, how do you even begin to tackle? Let's just say I'm a Christian nationalist who says slavery is right because it's in the Bible, it's right there, and also God will smite me if I don't follow it. How do you assert to this person that they're wrong?
Because there's an internal contradiction, for one thing. So when we look for logic, so the argument, so when it comes to, for example, with slavery, how does subjective morality lead to logical contradictions? The slave owner needs his freedom and well-being to take slaves. Thus, he is demonstrating the intrinsic values of freedom and well-being. Therefore, it is a logical contradiction to say he is morally justified in taking away the same freedom and well-being which he necessarily values himself away from another person. He can do it, but he cannot justify it epistemically using his own standard of values.
Great.
The contradiction is within his own internal system of values because he's demonstrated this. It's not what he says, it's what he's demonstrating by taking slaves, by committing that action. This freedom and well-being is a necessary condition for any agent to act.
Right. The issue there is that you're assuming that he's betraying his own moral systems because he's inflicting it onto another person.
I'm not saying he's betraying his own moral system. I'm saying he's betraying his own value system.
Okay, great. No, he's not. Because he can just say, no, I'm part.
I'm not clear on the difference. He's not betraying his own moral system, but he is betraying his own value system. I'm not clear on what the difference is.
Okay, great. No, he's not. Because he can just say, no, I'm part of God's chosen people. I'm one of the Canaanites, and I get to do this because God says so, and it says so in the Bible, and you're one of the bad people in the Bible, and I get to inflict my wrath upon you, and you don't get to me because God says so.
So Hunter, would God's chosen people argue that they have some like intrinsic value to like or some intrinsic like worth such that they deserve like well-being and happiness?
I don't think I need to answer that claim or answer that question. I think I can just say the Bible says so, and that is my law.
Well, yeah. If the Bible says so, then and that's what's informing their framework, then the answer is just yes. Then
that we're better inherently. Okay, sure.
No, not that just you're better inherently, but that you have these like values, or that you have this like moral worth.
Sure, that are antithetical to yours.
That not just that they're antithetical to ours, but it's just internally inconsistent. If they themselves feel like they have moral value, just because they feel that they're the chosen people, but at the same time they're not extending like the same moral value to like others.
Yes, because the Bible allows them to.
Hold on. In particular, I mean the Israelites. They were allowed to hold their own people as slaves for like a given few years.
Okay.
And the Bible also states that you can beat your slaves near to death. But of course, we're going to say that that's wrong because you ought not. You don't want to be beaten, and that also would just violate your own well-being. So other Israelites who would also hypothetically get beaten in this scenario, it would also be violating their well-being.
You're asserting
that's where the internal contradiction happens.
Genuinely, this sounds really silly and pedantic, but like this is genuinely something I believe. You're inputting this law of non-contradiction that doesn't necessarily follow. What if they just accept non-contradiction? They just accept contradiction. They just say
it becomes self-refuting.
It doesn't, because they reject your logic system. They reject your specific framework on how you build systems. Because if you ever try to use any sort of logic system, it depends on which ones you use. You know, there's different kinds. There's Aristotelian. There's it's been a while since I took in my logic class, but there's a bunch of different kinds. I forget the names. But like there are systems that accept the law of non-contradiction. There are plenty of logic systems that are internally consistent to do so. There are systems that reject the law of excluded middle. And you guys, because of your specific framework, accept these laws and you say they're universal, even though you just decry any system that doesn't use those.
This guy has we hear again the modern view of logic. Logic is just arbitrary. It's not based on reality, right? It's not metaphysical. He doesn't have a metaphysical view of logic. So, which I think is the right kinds, right? Just because people make up some system doesn't mean it's valid. Sorry, I need to get another cough drop ready.
You just decry any system that doesn't use those.
To reject the law of logic, you'd have to demonstrate a P not P universe, and it's simply impossible. So the laws of logic are at a fundamental level.
It can rain, it cannot rain.
Identity.
P not P.
Right.
It can rain, it cannot rain. Those are both true right now.
No, not at the same time and in the same place and in the same respect. They're not both true.
P not P.
Right.
It can rain, it cannot rain. Those are both true right now.
You could say, what's that?
I'm saying it depends on the specific way we're organizing statements.
No, that's not. It's not a contradiction to say it can rain and it cannot rain. What would be a contradiction would be to say it can rain and it's not the case that it can rain. So I think he's is he trying to give an example of a contradiction where it seems like both sides are true? I don't think he's done that. It's possible to rain, like can is another way of saying possible. It's possible for it to rain, and it's possible for it to not rain. Well, that's true. But that's not asserting A and non-A. That's saying it's A is possible and not A is possible. But for there to be a contradiction, it would have to be A is possible, and it's not the case A is possible. Which is a different statement than the example he gave.
We're organizing. Those are both true right.
I don't know if that was clear. I might have to write it down to make it fully clear. But
right now,
you could say, right.
It can rain. It cannot rain. Those are both true right now.
You could say, what's that?
I'm saying it depends on the specific way we're organizing statements. We're organizing frameworks, and I could say that I can easily build a logic system that says it can rain and it cannot rain.
Not at the same time and place. Because
no. Sorry, it might rain and it might not rain. That's a better way to.
What does negation mean in this?
Yeah, that's not a example of contradictory statements. He needs to. I think he needs to put the not in a different place. It might rain, and it's not the case that it might rain. That would be a contradiction of the sort that is impossible, according to classical logic.
It might rain and it might not rain. That's a better way to.
What does negation mean in this case if you affirm dialetheism?
I don't need to affirm like all of these. I guess
no.
All of
the concept of a negation just becomes like way weaker than than how we ordinarily understand it.
Sure, but sure, of course. But like any mathematical system or logical system can assert any sort of. How do I explain this?
But you're inferring an absence of identity by saying it might rain, it might not rain. Is now sidestepping the law of identity problem.
I know,
right?
but
so
you keep asserting these laws that don't necessarily have to exist.
Yeah, because they do. Because you cannot demonstrate, brother. You cannot demonstrate a P not P. You cannot say the sun both exists and does not exist in this universe. It either does or it does not.
Okay, I think that is some pretty autistic framework. I personally, sorry. I think the better
getting a little rude there.
lens to look at is mathematics because I think the better lens to look at is mathematics because that is I know it a little bit better. There are plenty of axioms that are rejected and accepted. The axiom of choice, very famously, can be accepted or rejected depending on what specific things you want to do. The axiom of infinity is an extremely contentious axiom that a lot of famous physicians wanted to not include in the laws of math. All of these things can be fought for and fought against based off of what we're trying to get. And that's the real, like, you guys are like, well, given this law, given this law, given this law, given this law. I'm like, well, sure, but who says these laws are necessarily true?
Nature.
Yeah.
In your own observations of the world, have you ever observed something that is both all green and all not green at the same time and in the same respect? This is not just something someone arbitrarily made up. It's something that any person can grasp.
But who says these laws are necessarily true?
Yeah, that's still kind of the part that confuses me. Well, like, because you keep on bringing up reason and empathy, right? So, like, reason is a tool, empathy is a feeling, right? And I don't understand where the authority comes from when you smash the two together. And if you could show to me, if you could present to me how authority comes from the authority of it, which would be the objective moral truth, comes from smashing reason and empathy together, I don't see where the obligation comes to follow that.
You're muted. You're muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Objective ethics.
Hopefully that'll be my first and last spoof here. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so no, I think is that the. Hopefully I did. Like, I wasn't talking like the last 10 minutes to myself there.
No, just the last two.
Last few seconds. Okay, very good. So it seems strange that we're importing this this obligation, right? All these goals are going to be subjective. Whether or not we choose to participate is going to be subjective. Once we choose to participate, we have true facts that we can establish. So even with the mathematics example, once we establish that, once we agree to establish that a square, right, has 4 equal sides and 4 90-degree corners, then we can objectively say this criteria now, every time we see it, is in fact a square. If we subjectively say the first person to cross the finish line wins the race, then we can objectively establish that the fastest person who runs and gets across the finish line first is going to win the race.
I 100%.
Maybe
I feel like I'm going crazy.
Did you just say that once we all agree, subjective becomes objective, but as long as some of us disagree, then it's still subjective?
Well, we could disagree about whether moral facts exist. That doesn't get as to whether they do actually exist.
Objectivity versus subjectivity is not fundamentally an issue of agreement. You can be objective or subjective alone in your own minds. Like, I could be evaluating something right now. I'm evaluating this debate. I'm giving my commentary on it. And I could be doing that objectively or subjectively. Like, going back to the example I gave much earlier of me evaluating Trump as bad versus a 5-year-old evaluating Trump as bad. In one case, the opinion is objective because it's based on facts and logic and reasoning. In the other case, it's just based on a feeling. So the issue of whether, and now we're talking about the epistemological sense of objective now, and that has nothing to do with other people, right? You could be subjective or objective based on how you use your own mind. And you could agree with everyone and be objective, or not agree with everyone and still be objective. So objectivity is not essentially about agreement or disagreement with other people. I don't know that anyone here was asserting it was about agreement or disagreement, but I did want to make that point because I think it often comes up. So I think it is a common view that people have of objectivity, that it's something that when you have something everyone can agree on, then it becomes objective. Whereas I don't think that's certainly not the most fundamental feature of objectivity.
Moral facts exist, that doesn't get as to whether they do actually exist. That you could just be mistaken about a certain thing, or we could also be mistaken about a certain thing, and it could still be the case that objective moral facts exist. But actually, going back to Hunter real quick about the axiom of choice.
Okay, I'm going to get back to that, though.
Yeah. I want to address this first.
No, that's fine.
What are your thoughts about Zermelo-Frankel set theory? and how
Zermelo-Frank.
that kind of how that attacks
So-
like the axiom of choice. I'm not like super familiar, but
So the Zermelo-Frankel, so the Zermelo-Frankel is so it's often ZF.
Yeah.
Those are the like, I think they're like 8 axioms. You can throw in axiom of choice before or after, and it's gonna vastly change the decisions that you make. They're really famous like sets that will or won't exist based off of if you assert the axiom of choice. There are famous paradoxes that come across, like you can split a sphere into 2 separate spheres if you accept the axiom of choice, but it also makes proofs easier. So most mathematicians just accept it, but some mathematicians are like, this seems like it is creating some problems, so maybe this isn't the best choice, but it's not internally inconsistent, so there's no reason to turn back. I don't know if that answered your question.
gotcha. So I mean, in this case, like
I'm not as familiar with the philosophy of math as I am with just philosophy, period, in metaphysics. So I know there is this ZF, Zermelo-Frankel theory of, but at least when it comes to metaphysics, I think Aristotle is right, and there are the axioms apply to reality, and they're not arbitrary. They're the nature of reality. Whether that's true in certain systems of math, I can't really speak to that, but I don't think it changes the issue when it comes to the basic nature of reality, which is what metaphysics deals with.
That answered your question.
gotcha. So I mean, in this case, like the idea that we could like kind of put out these like apparent like contradictions, and suddenly this means that we can affirm like positions such as dialetheism, or sort of just any other system
Could
that
you
has a
define
empirical system.
dialetheism? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so basically a dialetheist is just anyone who asserts that the law of non-contradiction is false.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. I've definitely.
Yeah, so like or
Sorry.
anyone who like
I did
operates
know
under
that,
like a you're good. But anyone who operates under like a pair-consistent logical framework,
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
It all I'm supposing here is that like maybe like rejecting this could just lead to like better ways to kind of frame logic, and that.
I see objective ethics is in the chat. It says, "Hello, Dr. Norton. I am looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this debate. My opponents threw out logic and also appealed to hard solipsism. That to me was a concession that he really didn't have an actual argument." Okay. I've been commenting some about logic in these last few minutes. Not sure if you heard that, but yeah, I'm disagreeing with Hunter a lot about his view that logic is arbitrary, and we just arbitrarily choose axioms. I think there is that does happen in some modern systems of logic, but I don't agree. I think there's a lot wrong with the way logic is treated by philosophers today. I support a more classical Aristotelian view of logic, where they apply to reality and they're not arbitrary. Let's see. Sometimes I share the chat on the screen. Let's see. Do I have my chat window up here? I can. Yeah, I can share that. At least for a second. Let's see if it works. Yeah, there's part of the chat where objective ethics just popped in. I see there's some other chats from Greg. Let's see what Greg had to say. Some of them I already read. Beats to Slide is also in the chat. Hello. All right. Maybe I'll engage more with the chat later, but let me keep going through this. I've gotten through about an hour now. Yeah, about an hour, and I think there's about 45 minutes left. So to get to the end of the closing statements, maybe I will go through the whole thing. And I've been streaming for close to 4 hours now. So, all right, let me keep going.
And that could just be rejecting this could just lead to like better ways to kind of frame logic, and that could just be a way of improving logic.
That's
such that you
that's
get
exactly
more
my
robust
point.
theories.
Yes, 100%.
But wouldn't that mean that we're approaching some sort of like
No,
correct
it's that we're
option
being
for
more
logic?
useful. It's that we're being more useful because both like that's the thing is like ZF or ZFC. Both of them are true. Both of them are factual. There's no internal contradiction based off of the axioms that have been set up, but they get different answers. And some are more useful than others. And genuinely, ZFC tends to be more useful, which is why we use it. But then it also gives us weird conclusions. So we're like, I don't know. I don't know if I like this one. Maybe we should go back to ZF.
I mean, even if some of the conclusions are unintuitive, I mean, we shouldn't just throw them out just because they're not.
I 100%
intuitive.
agree. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Absolutely, which is why both systems are true. True in quotes, not capital T true, right? They're not facts, but they are to some degree true. They're internally consistent. If you accept those.
Okay, so I accept a correspondence theory of truth where to say something is true means that it corresponds to the facts. Not a coherence theory of true, which I think Hegel accepted, where to be true is just to be consistent with other claims. So it sounds like Hunter might have the Hegelian view rather than the correspondence theory of truth.
But they are to some degree true. They're internally consistent. If you accept those axioms, then those follow.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Interesting. I believe you had a question for me.
No, I had a question for objective ethics.
Oh yeah, go for it.
He said that the goals are subjectively chosen, which like maybe we can quibble about what that means because that feels like my position. It feels like we both agree that the first person across the finish line doesn't need to be the winner. That we can have races where it's the slowest person who is moving forward is actually the winner. And I bet that there's races like that. I haven't checked, but I bet that literally those races exist.
That would definitely be a race that I could win.
Hell yeah. You have to be
Nice.
moving forward, but who can do it slowly? Yeah, that sounds fun. I would love to watch that. And we could imagine though, I would bet you $50 that has happened before. Isn't that my claim that these goals are subjectively chosen, and then once we have identified these positions, we can follow them into conclusions that are just dependent on the axioms that we've chosen?
Yeah, so I think we're having a disconnect in what is morality at this point, right? So I talked about normative, and it seemed like that was something that you weren't really able to address. What do we even mean by normative? What are morals? Morals are oughts. Oughts are not goals. Oughts are actions. What we ought do or ought not do. A goal is not an action. So the goal can be subjective. Once the goal is selected, you have actions that you take to reach said goal. So the goal would be something like cooperation. That's determined at a fundamental level in our genetic makeup because we're a social species. So if we accept this goal, we ought to act in a particular way to achieve that goal because we've accepted the goal.
Totally.
Right? And so we can expand that argument to, as I said before, our in-group grows. The larger, if we had global cooperation, we would not have world hunger. We wouldn't be shooting missiles at each other. There would be no such thing as slavery, no such thing as SA. I mean, every single thing that we think of as a moral argument would literally be solved with global cooperation, right?
I agree. Well, yeah, I tend to agree.
Sometimes shooting missiles at each other, at least shooting missiles in one direction, I think is good. Because if it's a hostile force like Israel attacking Hamas in self-defense, then I think it's good. So I'm not a pacifist who avoids war no matter what. I think if it's a self-interested war, it's a good thing.
Cooperation, right?
I agree. Well, yeah, I tend to agree. I tend to agree. My the weird thing about your argument that is maybe throwing me for a loop, and maybe you could clarify what specifically you mean by this. Yeah, I agree with the normative claims. Let's give the example of is it the first person to pass the finish line or the last? I think we can both say that we can't just say that running fast is good, because it actually depends on the races that you're in. And there are those weird races where running fast is actually bad. It's the bad thing that you want to do. So it's fully contingent on what you want. And so those normative claims, like should I run fast? That's not something that we can just arrive at factually. Those aren't facts of the matter. Those are dependent on the systems that we're engaging in.
Yeah, normative claims are going to be goal dependent.
Am I crazy, or does that sound like a moral anti-realist position? Do you like? I don't.
The
Like,
moral
I'm not trying to.
the moral anti-realist position. I mean, you could argue, you could define it as your position. My understanding of the
Sure.
moral anti-realist position is that there are no true moral facts.
Yeah. Just
Right.
as
So,
if
but
there's
there are true.
just as in there are no normative claims.
There are true facts, though, once the goal is selected.
Yes,
so there
once the
actually
goal
are
is
true
selected,
facts.
in that
Right.
is running fast. Sorry, should you run fast a normative claim that is true? I would say no. I would say it depends.
So it sounds like OE is taking objective ethics or objective morality to just be the idea that means are mind independent or stance independent, but the goal of ethics is not mind or stance independence. And there, I think he and Hunter agree on that. And Hunter wants to say, well, that's all you need to say in order to be a subjectivist. Hunter, I grant that if such and such is the goal, then yeah, maybe you do. Maybe it is a fact that you have to do such and such, and that's not open to your choice. But as long as the goal is subjective, then that's all I need in order to establish that morality is not objective. So there, I think Hunter might be right, but I would argue it's not true that only the means are objective and the goal is subjective. I think if you analyze the concept value or the concept good, you can show that it means certain things. Like I talked about pleasure being how we originally formed the concept good from our experience of pleasure. So I don't think even the goal is subjective or just something we arbitrarily choose. Like he's saying about these axioms, they're just arbitrarily chosen. I think the only thing that makes sense as a goal is something aligned with pleasure or happiness. I think that's just built into the concept of good. That's where the concept of good comes from. If someone wants to assert that something is good entirely independent of pleasure, it just doesn't make any sense to me as to why that should be good. Now, there is the case of unconscious species like grass or trees. And there you might say, okay, well, aren't there things that are good or bad for plants, even though they don't have pleasure? Like it's good for a plant to have water and sunlight so that it can grow and flourish. Okay, yeah, I kind of see that, but I think that's not the so there is a tie of good or bad or value and disvalue to the issue of life. But if it's unconscious, if it's an unconscious form of life, then I'm not sure that there really are values, at least in the most robust, full sense of that term, value. There is this question of the phrase was values for weeds. I think there was a discussion of that in one of Ayn Rand's workshops that she did in the 60s. And I'm not sure what was said about that, but I think maybe if plants have values, it's not in the most robust central sense of the term value. It's kind of an extended sense. I feel like I'm a bit on thin ice saying this, lacking full confidence in it. But I mean, if you tell me as a human being that, hey, there's this life you could live, but you don't experience any pleasure or any happiness, would that be of any value to me? No, I wouldn't want a life like that. So at least for the beings who are conscious by their nature, I think it doesn't make sense for them to think something would be of value to them if it involves zero pleasure or zero happiness. Maybe for beings like grass or trees who are not by their nature conscious, you could say it makes sense for them to think something might be of value, even if it doesn't involve any pleasure or happiness. But I don't think it's arbitrary to say for a human being or for an animal that good for that kind of species necessarily involves pleasure or happiness. Okay.
And once the goal is selected in that is running fast, should you run fast a normative claim that is true? I would say no. I would say it depends on the system around you.
Well, at a biological... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Once we assert the specific...
Oh, Objective Ethics just came in with a super chat for $20. I just saw that. Thank you. Let me read it. He says, and thank you for sponsoring this show. I appreciate that. The most I ever got to do a show, I think, was thanks to you. I appreciate it. He says, this was very difficult because my partner, a moral realist who uses Goworth, canceled last minute. Okay, so there's some other person who goes by the name Goworth who was supposed to be your partner, but then he canceled last minute. Okay. Sarah found this Bones person to fill in without asking me if I could find my own replacement. He isn't a moral realist. Okay. So I went through his opening statements. I guess you'll see that if you watch it from the beginning. And maybe it's different than you would have expected if you had Goworth there. I haven't heard of Goworth. You are actually the only person I've heard of here in this panel out of any of them before this debate. All right, let me keep going here. But thanks again for that super chat. I appreciate it. As well as your sponsorship of the entire video. It's because of you that I'm doing this stream today. I haven't done a YouTube stream in over a month because I've been spending a lot of time on TikTok. But since you paid for this debate, I decided, I do value that. Right? I'm a self-interested person, so I'll do another stream on YouTube, and I would like to continue on YouTube. I want to keep growing on both platforms, but I'm still in the process of figuring out what is the best ratio. And one factor I consider is money, right? So the more money I can make on a given platform, the greater incentive I'm going to have to do streams on that platform. You say, no, Goworth is a philosopher who has a very strong model for moral realism. my original partner uses that system. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, thanks for that clarification. All right, let's continue here.
No, I would say it depends on the system around you.
Well, at a
But
biological. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Once we assert the specific organization or the specific environment that we're situated in, what kind of race are we running, then we can start making those normative claims. I agree with you, but that environment that is situated in needs to be identified and is contingent on that environment. So I can move back 2,000 years ago and I can no longer make normative claims about that system because they're running a different race. They're talking about different things. The king's like, I don't fucking care if I live to see 80. I want to take over Spain. That's just what I want to do. And I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if I'm making sense here.
No, you are, brother. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. And I think that the issue is, once again, just because people thought in a particular way, set particular goals, doesn't mean those goals are justified once more information is acquired. When we acquire more information, we understand that our own well-being is based so much more on global cooperation, larger groups working together than small, isolated in-groups. In-groups allow us to other people, and it ultimately becomes self-defeating to our ultimate goal, which is peace, happiness, and well-being, flourishing.
You're assuming, like, let's say I go fucking talk to Napoleon, and I'm like, yo, Napoleon, stop taking over all these areas. That's actually not leading to your function because you should imagine yourself as those other people. And once you do so, you realize that you don't want to die. And he's like, fighting makes me feel good. Fighting makes me feel good. I want to keep fighting. Let me keep fighting. And that's the system that he exists in. He exists in a situation in which fighting makes him feel good. And whatever, that might not be true about Napoleon. I'm sure historians will...
This might be a contentious claim. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted.
No. Go ahead.
This might be a contentious claim, but I don't even think you necessarily need like normativity to like guide like moral frameworks. I don't think you necessarily need a motivation to be able to do so. I mean, most people.
What do you mean with that?
Yeah, sorry. Most people would say that donating to charity is a good thing, right?
Uh-huh. But that also you ought to donate to charity.
Yeah, but someone who like buys like a car for themselves, they're not donating to charity per se, so it's not always going to be like a motivating factor here. But in some cases where there's maybe like a sufficient, like, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? There's like some threshold that's met in order to say to make that a motivation.
Yeah, the problem here for me is I feel like if you go talk to that person who bought, like who exists within my moral framework, right, is a moral agent that makes sense within our context. We assume he also thinks that donating plasma is good or donating blood is good. I feel like if you ask him, hey, should you have done that? He's like, maybe I shouldn't have. Whatever, right? It's almost an acknowledgement that there could be better things he could have done, but just chose not to, and that like he's still comparing himself against a moral framework, right? But I would say that doesn't necessarily have to exist. So that's why.
But let's say that the car was necessary for them to be able to go to work, so that way they can produce an income and then make more money.
I 100% agree with you that I feel. I feel like I go crazy because I'm like, that's subjective ethics right there.
Here's the crazy part. I think under a constructivist framework, these are kind of like these procedures kind of guide us towards like a moral imperative per se, and it leads us to believe that like there's a certain threshold given some reason that we ought to do something. And that's where like you get like you arrive at these kind of like objective like moral principles or moral facts or whatnot, but you're still able to get like a motivation to do so. That's kind of absent in other normal or
I don't know. This is a common argument, so I'm sure that you guys know your answer to this, but like it is a little confusing to me how you can argue for an objective ethics when it seems like there's a lot of contention on how to arrive at a lot of ethics. There's a lot of different ethical systems out there.
Right.
And
So it could just be that we're all mistaken, and that even though there are some like set of moral facts, we could all just be arriving at it the wrong way.
let me
And nonetheless, it would still exist.
throw this out there, right? The framework that you guys are laying out. I am not here. What I'm listening to my reason and my logic and the framework that you guys have set out sounds really good. I actually like this. And if you guys said, hey, here's our framework, we should be using reason, we should be using empathy, we should be doing this, this is how we move society forward, I would actually jump on that bandwagon. So I'm actually not saying your thought process is flawed. I like it. But what I am saying is I still feel like it's subjective. And that you guys feel like for it to be legitimate, you have to say it's subjective. I don't think it's subjective, but I think it's a legitimate subjective claim worthy following. And I don't understand why you have this need to throw objectivity onto it. Ultimately, I think it's unknowable. I don't think humanity will ever, because you had admitted, OE, that as more information comes up, then we have a better grounding. But I believe through all entirety of humanity, it'll never be known. And even if there is an actual ultimate thing, right, something has to know what that is. Maybe it's not, us in the universe. Maybe it is us in the universe. Maybe it's not the longest part of the universe. Like, is the goal for the universe to last forever, or is the goal for everybody to be really happy for the shortest part of the universe? And who sets that goal, right, across all these different things? It's an unknowable, and that's in my opening. I said almost irrelevant morality. It's relevant to us. It's irrelevant to the universe. It doesn't have to be objective to be good. It can still be subjective and be good.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. And first of all, I'd just like to commend you on at least acknowledging that the benefit from striving to strive for this, right? Because there is a benefit both to self and to the group to strive for this. When you say it's subjective, my issue with that is that I literally laid it out as empathy and reason. So if you'll just bear with me here for a second, I've got the definition of how empathy fits into this. So just give me a minute to unpack this, or as I say, land this plane, right? Empathy is generally divided into two components, cognitive and emotional. Cognitive empathy, or theory of mind, is the ability to understand another person's perspective, beliefs, or intention. This relies on the medial prefrontal cortex, which interprets complex social situations, and the temporal parietal junction, which helps distinguish self-perspective from others' perspectives, enabling accurate social judgment. Emotional empathy, or affective empathy, is the capacity to share or resonate with another person's feelings. Key regions include the anterior insula, which generates visceral emotional experiences, and the anterior cingulate cortex, which processes the affective quality of pain. The amygdala also contributes by detecting and responding to emotional cues, particularly fear and distress. So what I'm getting at here with this is that we have an is that we're working with. Empathy isn't a subjective sense. It is literally grounded in something that is biological in our human.
I could argue that empathy is subjective, because when my parents died, I had a feeling, right? And I know when somebody else's parents die, I will say I'll be empathetic to that. However, the chemical reactions and the feelings that I actually had, where I'm saying I know what you're going through, is actually a false statement, because each brain and the way their chemicals are and the oxytocins and how it all works out together could be a completely different feeling. So really what I'm saying is I've dealt with that before, but I'm lying when I say I know how you're dealing with it, which is what empathy is. So the whole fact that that you're saying that we can be empathetic, I don't know if that's necessarily even true.
I want to tack on to what Vybe is saying, because I 100% agree, and I just want to strengthen his argument if I could. Yeah, empathy can absolutely lead us astray. There are a lot of circumstances, like he said, where someone's like, well, I would want no one to talk to me. I would want to go sit in a corner. And then, that's actually not true for other people. There's a lot of...
I just want to pause to look up just like a dictionary definition of empathy. See what the first thing that pops up. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. It involves cognitive perspective taking, emotional sharing, and compassionate action. Okay. So I think there's a place for that. I don't see it as a central or fundamental component of morality. Let's see, was another chat from OE came in. Hunter is doing all the work for his team, and he is grabbing at anything to be contrarian instead of making strong objections. Okay, so most of my comments were loaded at the beginning. It was a front-heavy commentary. I focused most intensively on your opening statements, because it was very compact and dense. There was a lot there, so I went through it very slowly. Since then, it's become progressively less, lower ratio of commentary to just watching the video. So, because I think I want to get through this whole thing in one video stream. So in order to do that, I'm speeding up the pace a bit.
A lot of different circumstances in a corner, and then that's actually not true for other people. There's a lot of different circumstances that can exist for other individuals. But the other thing that I also want to focus on as well is choosing empathy as your biological factor that is guiding your philosophy is in some ways, and I'm really going to apologize because I don't know if there's a better word for this, is somewhat arbitrary. Because I could also point to very biological truths that are going on in my head that go, when I'm mad, I want to punch a wall and I want to punch people and I want to fight them and start breaking dishes. And sure, I have empathy stopping me, but I could also say that, you can flip it and say that, well, empathy is good and the urge to fighting is stopping me, right? Like these are all in contention with each other in our heads, and choosing which side wins out, because like everything that is happening is biological. It's all a fight. And
right.
Sorry, the third thing that I really want to say, this is going to be really quick. I also agree that this is a good system, that this is one that I also abide by because I find it useful. This is my subjective reality. That's all I'm arguing. I think that we would all agree on the ethical, on the oughts that we ought to do in society. And I like anytime that you would assert something, I would agree with it.
Well, I just in response. So this is why we combine empathy and reason, right? Empathy doesn't mean I know exactly how you're feeling. Empathy gives us a baseline that we can recognize and identify pain and suffering in another human being, right? But because of our own lived experiences, there's going to be certain differences to this. But what we recognize is a common aversion to suffering, a common aversion to sadness, a common aversion to physical pain, so on and so forth. We can also measure these things neurologically, which is, again, what I said earlier, is that we actually have in neuroscience and in psychology an ability to detect people that lack these abilities. They do not possess the ability to apparently obtain empathy. They also don't necessarily, there are people who don't possess the ability to obtain rational thought or rational thinking. So we could see that there are gradients to this, but that does not demonstrate that it does not exist at a biological level. And anything that exists at a biological level is in fact independent of any stance. It works chemically. Chemically is unguided as far as minds go, right? It's not a mentally guided process. It's stance independent.
Sure, it feels very weird to call like stuff like empathy or oxytocin or whatever neurochemicals that we're referring to as mind independent. Like they're also like, are they mind independent or are they the mind?
This is what I just said in my opening statement too. Like it's a chemical soup, right, that we're talking about in our brains, and each person with their glands and things like that are generating different amounts, which actually equate to what their decision making is. Like even like with Rawls Veil, where you're supposed to like remove yourself from everything and not know where you're going in society. Some people's chemical soup are going to still say, I want the rich to succeed, and I'm going to gamble because that's my nature, that's my chemical soup makeup. Sure. On I hope I win, and I'm born in the rich race because I rigged it for the rich. Even if I'm willing to take the chance. Other people will be like, well, it needs to be fair. I don't know where I'm going to end up. I'm the safety guy because my chemical soup says I'm safe. These are still subjective based on the chemical soup.
I'm not trying to be unfair here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like you're trying to put the cart before the horse by saying that because these chemical processes affect our subjective intuitions, that now these chemicals themselves are subjective. I'm saying the chemical processes are in fact objective. They are stance independent. They are what produce the effect.
I want to hear that again. And let's see if I'm going to try expanding this to full screen. Maybe that's better.
Of us taking unfair here,
based on the chemical soup.
I'm not trying to be unfair here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like you're trying to put the cart before the horse by saying that because these chemical processes affect our subjective intuitions, that now these chemicals themselves are subjective. I'm saying the chemical processes are in fact objective. They are stance independent. They are what produce the effect of us taking a particular stance. But that stance is not random. It's affected by something intentional. It's something physical, or which we say the biochemical, the neurological processes.
Sure. I mean, I'm just going to go back to the. Could you answer my question, which isn't? Couldn't I point to other? Oh, I guess you said we have reason to facilitate, like anger as opposed to empathy. That's why we're choosing empathy is through reason.
Looks like my box in the corner disappeared. I don't know why that happens. Oh, maybe it's I guess it's when I go to the full screen that I disappear. Okay. Well, maybe I'll just leave it like it is now then.
Point to other. Oh, I guess you said we have reason to facilitate, like anger as opposed to empathy. That's why we're choosing empathy is through reason. Because there's a lot of different biological factors that we could choose, right?
Sure, absolutely.
There's a lot of different emotions, right?
Right. Yeah. And we must employ reason. Reason is, as you mentioned, Carrier. I mentioned Socrates, Plato, Kant. Aquinas. I mean, Ayn Rand. Right. Reason is the fundamental.
That makes him better.
I would say reason is the fundamental principle that we must apply. But empathy is at the core of the biology. The reason we actually do these things is because it affects us personally at a personal levels.
Yeah, but so does all of the other emotions. Like horniness also affects me on a personal level. It makes me feel good. So I should just indulge as much as I want. Like
as long as you recognize that you wouldn't want to be violated without consent. So obviously, you can do whatever you want with any other consenting adult. I'm all for it, brother. But it becomes a question of, okay, so are you now saying that because a person is horny, that then justifies them just violating people all over the place like a bunch of bonobos?
I never said anything about violation. Okay, I'm
sorry. I read into your. That's my fault.
No. Sorry, no. That's fine. I'm saying, can't I just invent an ethical system where I have sex all the time, and that is what I'm, and not non-consensually. Okay, I'm very good with my consent, and that's all I'm fucking doing, is just having sex constantly. And I'm going, it's a biological process, it's objective. Actually, I don't know the specific neurochemicals that exist there, but like you're like, well, it hits those neurotransmitters, so it's clearly objectively good that I'm doing this. And instead of like taking care of my community or taking care of my family, it's like sex all the time. It feels good. That's an objective truth because it's the chemicals in my brain say so.
So if you spend all day, I'm sorry.
My bad. No. It was your question in the first place. I'll respond after.
If you spend all day humping, right, and then you're not building hospitals, you're not building bridges, you're not building, right, community centers and so on and so forth. So eventually your society will fail because your flourishing is definitely affected. You're going to have a good time but you're spreading STDs that you guys can't address because you're not investing the appropriate amount of time into the medical system, so on and so forth. So
first off, I want to be clear before I say this. I agree with you, okay? But I'm just saying you can
and
also
I want to make
logically...
sure, just really quick, I want to make sure I keep saying you, and I'm not meaning you personally.
No, that's fine. I think you're chill. Don't worry.
I'm talking to you, but like not you.
No. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, super fair. But I'm just saying, can't we just imagine a person? I think this is a very easy person to imagine, who's just like, yeah, I would just live for a short time and it would be so much better. I would so much rather enjoy myself for 30 years rather than not really enjoy myself for 70. It's the reason why people eat junk food all day. It's like, yeah, I actually weighed the consequences and I recognize that I would rather live 2 years shorter if it means I get to eat Oreos. And that's like,
Yeah, but what one would argue.
I doubt people eat junk food all day because they think it's in their best overall self-interest. I think it would more plausibly be that they're just acting on their whim, their desire of the moment, without considering what's in their best interest in the long run. There might be some more minor things, like maybe the choice to smoke one cigarette per week or a few cigarettes per week. Maybe you think that takes a few years off your life, but you're okay with that. Maybe that could be rational. You could rationally decide, I'd rather get the pleasure from smoking and have a shorter life by a few years than a slightly longer life without smoking. But when people are just indulging in junk food, I doubt it's because they're making that reasoned decision. It's probably more likely just acting on impulse without reason.
the reason why people for 30 years so much better. I would so much rather enjoy myself for 30 years rather than not really enjoy myself for 70. It's the reason why people eat junk food all day. It's like, yeah, I actually weighed the consequences and I recognize that I would rather live 2 years shorter if it means I get to eat Oreos.
Okay, well, 2 years shorter. Okay, that can be reasonable, I think, but I thought he was saying, like, if it makes the difference between 30 years and 70 years, that's a much bigger difference.
And I recognize that I would rather live 2 years shorter if it means I get to eat Oreos. And that's like,
Yeah, but what one would argue that it's not really like flourishing though. It's pleasurable.
but
I grant that like it
I
feels
agree with
good,
you, but who are you to say? Because I would say I'm me to say, and I would say it's bad because yeah, you're not flourishing, and I'm
because you're not
But then I listen to
because
some
you're not
people-
really respecting your right to, in this case, to like well-being. It doesn't actually contribute to well-being.
Your
to eat Oreos.
definition of
And
well-being.
wait,
My definition
no,
of well-being
not
is
even just
fucking-
that, but eating Oreos all day, mind
Yeah.
you, does not. It's not good for the body. It quite literally just like all that. It's just sugar and carbs at the end of the day.
However,
There's no, like,
in
nutritional
Hunter's
content in
case,
there
the
that you're really
sugar
getting.
and carbs and the happiness that it gives him, when he's building the hospitals, he builds an extra story because he's so happy in life. However, when he's not eating them, he's so depressed. He does it brick by brick, and it takes him 2 years to build a single story, right? And for each person, this is going to vary, right? I mean, ultimately. And once again,
obviously
neither
there's gonna be
Hunter
some
and I
level
are
of
saying you guys
moderation
have a
of-
bad framework. We're just both
Right,
saying
exactly.
it's not objective.
I think I feel like shit when I eat junk food for dinner. I've done it before and it's miserable and I'm like, why did I do that? It felt good in the short term and it feels terrible in the long term. I'm not going to do this again because that's my framework. But I also meet people who are like, I don't know, more overweight than me, who are like, it doesn't make me feel bad. And it low-key, like, I'll just keep doing it because it makes me feel good. And I'm still able to work. I still go to work and I'm able to complete my duties, so I feel okay about myself. But I'm
Well, I feel like the
gluttonous.
moral system you're trying to like.
Well, can you take those statements at face value? Just because someone says they feel good eating a lot of junk food, I don't think that means they necessarily do. So they could be rationalizing, pretending that it makes them feel good. Overall, that's what I mean. Like, sure, yeah, it can make you feel good in the short term, but are they overall feeling good about living that kind of life? I'm pretty doubtful of that.
I'm still able to work. I still like I'll just keep doing it because it makes me feel good. And I'm still able to work. I still go to work and I'm able to complete my duties, so I feel okay about myself. But I'm
well, I feel like the
gluttonous.
moral system you're trying to like put onto us is like some form of motivism, which
like, can you really have self-esteem if you treat yourself that way? You eat so much junk food. I don't think so. Not fully. I think that's going to hurt your self-image, your image of yourself as someone who's in control of his own life or her own life.
Well, I feel like the
Gluttonous.
moral system you're trying to like put onto us is like some form of motivism, which I don't think either me or my opponent really like agree to. It's not like we're not saying like boo junk food in this case. It's more so that it's just like not respecting.
The specific claim that I'm making isn't that also just a neurotransmitter in the brain, and what makes it more objective or more better? Like, why are we asserting empathy over gluttonousness?
Because of reason. So we know that because of reason that the short-term gratification of
We
eating
don't know
all
that.
the candy,
That's how it is for you.
and if you don't have the ability to reason, then again it falls back onto the cognitive limitations of the individual, because we do know because of science and because of like dentistry that a person who eats a bunch of junk food all the time, their teeth are going to fall out. They are going to suffer. They're going to have a lot of pain in their face. They're going to do it. It's self-imposed misery. And so because we understand this, we combine these chemicals in such a way, we recognize and identify what ultimately leads to our best life. Our best lived life is going to be in balance.
This feels very fallacious, because you're saying overconsumption of whatever, the feel good when eat neurochemical is bad. But I would also say overconsumption of the empathy neurotransmitter is also bad. Aristotle, or I think it was Socrates who famously said that an ethical system in which you're so empathetic that you actually just give away all your belongings is bad too.
I think virtue ethics has like a really good response to this, and it's that like all these virtues that are being held are supposed to be held in moderation. If there's like too much or too little of a specific virtue in this case, then you're going to have some level of unfulfillment.
Great. That's a perfect response, and that's a response to what I'm saying. Okay, cool. So let's have some balance.
Yeah, but also virtue ethics is this is a like normative framework that's objective.
It's a normative framework. I agree with you that it's a normative framework.
This is reminding me of Aristotle's doctrine of the golden mean. For example, courage is a mean between foolhardiness, which is too much courage, and cowardice, which is too little courage. But if you have the right, or maybe I should say the right amount of trepidation or fear or something, where if you can have too much or too little fear. That's one area where Rand would differ. She doesn't see virtues as a mean between two extremes. Like honesty, for example, is one of the virtues, and she doesn't see that as a mean between like lying too much and like not lying enough. She would say it's good to be honest all the time, where honesty means not faking reality, not pretending that things are other than they are. If you formulate the virtues in a certain way, I think it's good to be an extremist about them. To be extremely rational, for instance. It's never good. There's no amount of irrationality that it's good to have. So I would differ from Aristotle on this idea that virtues are a mean between extremes. I mean, Rand would differ. I'm not the originator of this.
That's objective.
Have some balance.
Yeah, but also virtue ethics is this is a like normative framework that's objective.
It's a normative framework. I agree with you that it's a normative framework. But I guess what I'm saying is, and I keep coming back to, I don't know if you guys are really understanding my question. You keep saying, well, empathy is in the brain.
I see we got some more people in the chat. Lord Nick, Audrey, hello. Maybe more like one pack a week, says Nick. Just started listening, says Audrey. What is the conception of objectivity being presupposed here? A lot of people think objectivity is being consciousness independence. Yeah, that sense of objectivity or mind independence or stance independence, that has that's the understanding that OE or objective ethics has been using, at least in parts of the debate. I talked about that more in the beginning of this stream. And then OE says, I agree for stance independence for I argue for stance independent. Maybe you mean stance independence for moral ontology and true facts for the teleological normative objective morality, a combination of both concepts of objectivity. Okay. I mentioned an epistemological sense of objectivity in addition to the metaphysical sense. Those are the two main senses that I think in terms of, or maybe I should say the only two senses I think in terms of. And I talked about this some earlier, but in the interest of getting through the entire video, let me continue here.
And it's you guys with you that it's a
But good to see you all in the chat here. Thanks for joining.
normative framework. But I guess what I'm saying is, and I keep coming back to, I don't know if you guys are really understanding my question. You keep saying, well, empathy is in the brain and it's objective. So thus, following it is objectively good. But also, aren't there a bunch of other shit that you could make the exact same claims for? Like, it feels good when I eat. We can ignore overconsumption because we agree we should be moderate. Okay, great. So it's ethically good. It's objectively ethically good under your framework to eat Oreos. Didn't I just arrive at with the same logic that you got to from objective ethics?
I think that,
Does that make sense?
I feel like the disconnect is I don't think either objective ethics or I are actually saying that by I guess addressing this, how do I explain it? By like indulging in the like empathy neurotransmitters that you're necessarily going to be like increasing or like more moral in this case. Like I said earlier, in like a virtue ethics framework, as long as you're moderating these types of virtues in such a way where it's just maximizing overall, like in this case, it would just be well-being or some sort of like virtues, then you as a moral agent are satisfied in that sense.
But you're saying that our ethical system is grounded in objective reality because we can trace it to neurochemicals.
Well, yeah,
that
it's
are
natural.
objective in nature.
Yeah,
Right,
it's a
that is
naturalistic
natural.
framework.
And I'm saying I'm going to use the exact same premises that you used, except for I'm going to switch one out and say, rather than empathy, we're going to talk about just pursuing dopamine. Isn't that also a neurotransmitter? Isn't that also okay in moderation?
Yeah. So this. Yeah, go ahead.
And then I
Sorry.
can be a hedonist. And then that's objectively correct, given the same exact framework that you set up.
So I believe you're leaving out the moderation part.
I'm
obviously,
not.
So obviously, if you're over-consuming in dopamine,
explicitly
you're not
mentioned
actually like living a fulfilling life.
Great. Okay, so let's just pursue dopamine to moderation. But that's all I'm doing. I'm
Oh yeah, then if you're pursuing to like moderation, then
That's
you kind of
objectively
escape,
correctly
You
good?
escape hedonism. Yeah, you escape hedonism in this
so
case.
that's
too.
objectively good to just
If you're moderating your neurotransmitters such that you are practicing all of your virtues in a like perfectly moderate way, then yeah.
Okay.
Can I just hammer down a couple things? You mentioned about a few minutes ago, you said that the argument felt fallacious, but I never heard you tell me which fallacy it actually was. And I do recognize it seems like, and as far as fallacies, because I feel like you're kind of strawmanning the position by continuing to leave out reason when that's a core part of the argument. You're saying that the empathy, the chemicals, we can overindulge, we can just focus on this, but you're continuously leaving out reason, which is where this moderation is coming from. The idea of moderation comes from the fact that we use reason to determine what is the negative consequence of overindulgence of anything that we would otherwise say good. The other thing is we've already established, as far as I know, that these goals are going to be subjective, right? You're going to determine these goals subjectively. Once you subjectively determine the goal, then you can obtain the true facts that it requires, the steps necessary to achieve that said goal. And those goals, why would we obtain these goals? Why would we want to cooperate? Again, that gets down to a objective grounding in oxytocin, for example. Right?
Okay, so I'm not sure whether... So at a certain point, I thought OE was saying that, and he said again here, that the means of achieving the goal are objective, but the ends, the goal itself, is objective. Sorry, the goal itself is subjective, but then it sounded like the goal is not subjective. The goal itself, not just a means to the goal, is objective because we can ground it in chemical goings on. I think that's what it sounded like, but let me play that back, see if I heard it right.
You're going to determine these goals consequence from the fact that we use reason to determine what is the negative consequence of overindulgence of anything that we would otherwise say good. The other thing is we've already established, as far as I know, that these goals are going to be subjective, right?
Okay, goals are subjective.
You're going to determine these goals subjectively. Once you subjectively determine the goal, then you can obtain the true facts that it requires, the steps necessary to achieve that said goal. And those goals, why would we obtain these goals? Why would we want to cooperate? Again, that gets down to a objective grounding in oxytocin, for example. Right?
Maybe he's not saying the goal is determined by oxytocin. That's okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah, maybe he's being consistent here. I wasn't sure.
That said goal. And those goals, why would we obtain these goals? Why would we want to cooperate? Again, that gets down to a objective grounding in oxytocin, for example. Right?
Yeah, he's still saying that the goal is subjective, but the means to the goal is objective.
Cooperation. When we cooperate with each other, we get a hit. We also survive longer. Our quality of life is significantly better.
So you asked two questions, and I want to answer both of them. The first, I'm unfortunately going to plead ignorance. I don't remember what I said was specifically fallacious. So if you remember what it was that I was saying that, I would be happy to clarify what I meant. So I'm going to skip that for now. And if I say it again, please pause me, and then I'll clarify what I mean, what I think is fallacious. So I apologize for forgetting. The second is that I keep forgetting about reason, and I don't think I am. I don't think I'm strawmanning you, because I think I'm using the same logic flow that you're using. I think I'm saying, okay, moderation is good. I'm also going to be using reason to piece together these arguments. Eating Oreos feels really good. Eating Oreos, I shouldn't eat so much that I get a heart attack. Okay, I'll be a little bit careful. I'm going to eat Oreos and it's going to make me feel good. Okay, great. This is now objectively ethical that I ate Oreos. That to me feels crazy. Is that not the same logic flow that you used? Because the it feels good when I eat Oreos is a biological transmitter. It's something that's going on in the brain. In the same exact way that empathy, I'm like just swapping out empathy and I'm putting in.
But this seems like a what would it be? It's a I'm so sorry, I just forgot the term. So the eating Oreos, it doesn't follow that this is part of a social contract. I'm confused as to how this is even a conversation when it comes to what we consider normative and the whole conversation about ethics.
Well,
it's about whether or not something that you value is good for a particular situation. How is that relative to a social contract?
So I would.
Okay, so social stuff is coming in again. It's like it's not relevant to discuss unless it's social. So I'm gonna see that's very different from my orientation. It seems like, if I'm understanding OE correctly here, he's thinking that the Oreo issue is irrelevant to morality or ethics because it doesn't have to do with a social contract. Whereas I would say it is relevant. This is something that you would need to consider even if you're alone on an island, and maybe you don't have Oreos there, but you have coconuts, and you could just decide to indulge in coconuts all day rather than work on building a shelter or doing something else you need to survive. So even if you're not in a social situation, there's still normativity, morality is still relevant. You could still have the goal on that island by yourself of achieving happiness insofar as you can. apart from other people. Now, maybe your goal is to get back to civilization so you can get with other people. But in the meantime, while you're waiting for a boat to come by and hopefully save you, there are certain things that will be better or worse for you to do. Indirectly, you could say there's some kind of social aspect to them because eventually you want to get back to society, but they don't really clearly have relevance in the moments. Again, the focus on social issues, I think, is too much, too prominent, such that this case of the Oreos is being cast aside. But I don't think it should be. I think it's a relevant example to consider.
The whole social term. So the eating Oreos, it doesn't follow that this is part of a social contract. I'm confused as to how this is even a conversation when it comes to what we consider normative and the whole conversation about ethics.
Well,
it's about whether or not something that you value is good for a particular situation. How is that relative to a social contract?
So
and I would behave with other people.
I would agree with you that it's not really a social contract. I was just going off of your premises, which were reason and empathy. And social contractness didn't really have anything to do with that. So now that you're asserting a third thing, it again feels a little bit ad hoc how many things we're adding into the situation. You go, well, it's different here. Well, it's different here. It's different here. And this doesn't feel as reasonable as maybe I guess what I'm saying is I feel like objective claims, if we're making statements about objective ethics, it seems like what we should probably expect from those systems is that they can be independently arrived. And I feel really confused how anyone can create the same sort of track that you're making without just following you. I don't know if that made sense.
So sorry, the phrase I was looking for was malformed. I felt it was malformed. Then you said it's ad hoc. I'm just piling on criteria. But if you remember in my opening argument and what I've been arguing for this whole time, for the last, frankly, hour and a half, the normative claim for objective morality comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts among social species, which we obtain via empathy and reason.
Is there anything
Okay. Sorry, you can go ahead. I've been talking a lot, Vybe.
I don't understand though how that becomes all of a sudden objective, right? Like we came through this through reason. You keep on saying, when we come to an agreement, like that cooperation is good. Now we've got a framework and we can say this is good. That's a fact because we subjectively said we agree cooperation is good. And now that we have subjectively agreed on that, we come up with an objective fact on how to make that happen. Therefore, this is now objective morality. Our axiom is subjective. It can't just turn objective. This is the part where I'm just lost. This is where I keep on failing. Like I keep on wanting to hear you say, well, it's very easy. 1 + 1 = 2. Like just show me that train and I'll be like, oh my God, it is objective. But I haven't heard anything because there's always something that's subjective in there messing the whole thing up. And that's where I get lost in the framework.
So the definition for objective comes from two places. You can say stance independent or based on true facts. Are we in agreement with that?
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So if it's based on true facts, we can subjectively say, for example, hypothetically here, a square has 4 equal sides, right? 4 90-degree corners. So now it becomes objectively true that a square cannot be a circle. A circle has no sides whatsoever, no equal sides, no 90-degree corners. So we can say a square cannot be a circle. Objectively true, because subjectively,
I'm already going to disagree. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Well, you said you're going to throw out logic. Is that why you're disagreeing, or do you think squares don't have 4 equal sides?
Well, for one, how do I say this without sounding so pretentious? Couldn't I say, like all you did was assert a definition, but those definitions sort of have to be just sort of accepted and also just sort of asserted dogmatically. Like, couldn't I say a glip-glorp is something that is I don't know. I could just make up definitions and start and just say that it's true that this can't be this. What if
Sure,
what if
you can make up any definition you want. Language
Cool.
is completely fluid. So why don't
Great.
you give me your definition of objective and see
No,
if
no,
we
no,
can
no,
come
no,
to an
no, no,
agreement
no,
for
no,
the
no,
purpose
no,
of
no.
having a fluid conversation?
You're misunderstanding. I'm saying the assertion that a square is something with 4 sides is already a subjective claim. It's already something that you are simply dogmatically asserting.
Why? I don't think it's subjective. It's not just a feeling. It's based on facts, including the facts about how the term has been used. So, I mean, but given the language that's the way it's evolved, it's not subjective to say squares have 4 sides. And I also would say definitions are not subjective. Like if you're defining what a square is, it would be wrong, objectively wrong, to say squares have 10 sides. So is Hunter just saying that our original choice of language is subjective or arbitrary? There might be, I think there's some truth there. Like the sound you use to designate squares could have been different. You could have called them schmares instead of squares. But once a sound has been selected, then it's objectively wrong to call certain things squares.
Already a subjective claim. It's already something that you are simply dogmatically asserting. It's a definition. You're simply just claiming what a definition is. And in fact, there have been multiple different definitions of lines and have been heavily contested. I don't know if Euclid's definition of a line is not really in vogue anymore. And they kind of came up with new definitions of lines that are far more arbitrary and far more that are far less restrictive. Like I can say that a square is actually something with 4 right angles, and you might say, well, those are the same thing. Only in Euclidean spaces. Actually, like I can fucking reorganize this into any way that I choose, and what comes out is just going to be something that might be useful. It's not necessarily true. And that's my spiel. Sorry.
Well, usefulness is relevant, but it's true that for a definition to be valid, it needs to be useful. But it's also true that to be useful, you need to take into account the way terms have been used in the past. So if you want to come up with your own private language and define the sound square to mean something with 10 sides, it's not going to be very useful in your own purposes in dealing with society and other people and communicating. That's not going to be useful. So it's not entirely arbitrary.
And that's my spiel. Sorry.
It's winding down here. I think we're within about 10 minutes of the end of this debate. So I guess in a few minutes we'll get to closing statements.
I hope you're not frustrated with me. He looks frustrated, doesn't he?
Myself?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay,
I mean, it's a little. I'm a little at a loss because I feel like we are just going around and around in a circle here.
Yeah, I was actually gonna come in and ask if you guys wanted to move into closing statements, and then we can maneuver into open panel Q&A, and that way we can maybe bring some new voices into the conversation. This has been number one. I want Oreos now. I hate all of you. Okay, I've been sitting here since somebody said.
Ought to get some Oreos after this.
Yes, it's morally necessary, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah. But since somebody said Oreos and then you guys kept saying it too, so it's just killing me. And I'm like, dear God, I just want some Oreo cookies now.
I wonder if we caused some like very small spike in the purchasing of Oreos.
Yeah, we should be sponsored by Oreos.
Can we all
Great
agree? Can we
advertising.
all agree that it's objectively better to have double stuff Oreos? Can we
Yes.
at least
Yes.
around here? Okay.
Yes.
People who prefer
Yes.
normal ones are weird. I'm like, I buy. Yeah.
The best part is the cream, unfortunately.
I don't mean to be the odd man out, but I hate Oreos. I don't
You know
understand
what?
the attraction.
We're
All right,
just
well,
get
look.
the fuck out of here.
Uh-oh.
I love you, bye.
Damn.
All right. Well, let's go ahead, gentlemen. I might have
before
to.
we move into closing statements, I do have I want to
Yeah.
re-explore the like veganism thing. So I actually think it's a little bit more of a interesting, like I guess, moral dilemma than my partner here. Not to throw him under the bus, but I think veganism is actually an example of us kind of expanding the like concept of moral agents in general, and asking the question if non-humans are capable, but also like applicable when it comes to kind of defining like morality, in a sense. And I think where I agree with vegans actually is that there is a like threshold to where we ought to consider like animals to be moral beings, and thus we ought to respect them and coincidentally like reduce their suffering as unnecessary as it is. And to kind of answer like one of the core questions about I guess whatever Kozak's was it like a person that you
Worked with. I worked
Worked
at
with,
a
okay.
treatment center for like disadvantaged youths or like
gotcha
basically people who just can't function in real life are
right. So my
it was a
contention
psychiatric facility basically. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So my contention with the idea that we ought just like unalive or kill humans to reduce animal suffering is that that's one solution, but there's probably a better way that reduces overall animal suffering. For one, transitioning away from factory farming to something like 3D printing the
Sure.
meat and other animal products. That is a method by which you can reduce animal suffering without killing humans. Other options include just
and how
completely
far-
shutting
how-
down factory farming.
How far would you take that, just out of curiosity? So we reduce, now we're not farming the animals, but we've got the wild animals, which are doing harm. Like, we're the moral agents, right? Obviously, we don't have a
Right.
contract with them, but if we want to reduce suffering for all life forms, right, now we need to go to Africa and, like, we still want them to be wild because we want the best outcome from them, but we need to fence them off from their prey, and then we need to start feeding them, ultimate meat, so that they, aren't killing. Would we take it that far?
So I'm actually a bit unsure about this. I've talked with a good
Just
amount
check
of
your
vegans.
objective.
Yeah.
You've got a little book right there, and it says here are what the ethics are, and then you can check them.
So to answer this, not having epistemic access to the correct answer doesn't mean that the correct answer doesn't
No,
exist.
I know.
But funnily enough, but checking like page 77 of the Bones of Doom objective ethics framework here tells me that there's some sort of boundary by which we consider the sentience of any being, and that cutoff could determine whether we ought to like respect them or otherwise. As far as the range of vegan claims I've seen, there's a lot of vegans who would argue that we ought to kill all of the animals that were factory farmed because the genetic modifications, antibiotics, all that stuff otherwise is actually contributing to a lot of suffering that if we allow the cows to just kind of roam free would just perpetuate suffering anyways. I actually find that somewhat compelling, but extending that to say like other animals, the most I'd probably go with, honestly, I think a common one would be mosquitoes. Actually, everybody
Sure.
hates mosquitoes. They don't really contribute much
totally kill
to the overall ecosystem. They're kind of
we
like a
should
plague.
kill them.
Well,
And
they
yeah,
are very
I
good
agree, we ought
at
to kill
spreading
them.
disease. They're the incubators
Exactly.
for disease. If we get rid of, and that is actually then killing out a life form, right? So how far down
Right,
the life form
and that-
chain do we want to go?
But I guess
I put to answer Vybe real quick. I put the line at like a sufficient sentience. Insects,
Yeah.
I feel clearly don't exhibit that. They may have like a pain response, but a pain response in of itself is not sufficient. And also, they just contribute to like magnitudes of additional harm that is not necessary. And other insect populations could fill in that gap for any of the any of their predators, basically, and those predators would survive as well.
And I mean, maybe this is all going to be good for like the open panel, because there's also lots of things that we could in this objective ethics that we could talk about, or not objective ethics, objective morality that we could talk about to see how well they actually line up with your own personal worldviews, right? Like when we talk about abortion and when we talk about homosexuality and things like that, how does that line up with the objective morals if the goal is for, creating society? And I'm kind of curious about that, but I'll leave it
absolutely
back to you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Well, I think we're all agreeable to close out this debate. So actually, I will hand it back to you, Vybe, for your closing statement, please.
Oh, me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. So, I mean, as I said before, and I pretty much knew it was going to go this way, or I felt like it was going to go this way. I'm an idiot. I'm a layman. I just need some nice, concrete, objective evidence for objective morality. I felt like them coming into this was going to be the same debate I have all the time when I'm trying to prove God. It's basically unfalsifiable, right? I knew you guys were going to have a hard time, just because I have this fight all the time, but I'm on your side just with a different framework, right? But once again, like if I were not a Christian, the way that you guys are going about things and the way that you're looking at how we come to some sort of subjective morality, I think it's a great framework, right? I like the ideas. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but once again, I mean, the moral agent, if I were to concede at all, the moral agent could not be us. I don't think our brains will ever be capable of absorbing all the information to come up with the actual objective truths. I don't think humanity has that capability without a computer or without some other type of being. Ultimately, I think we pretty much showed that you've got a great subjective morality view. I don't know why it has to be part of the objective crew for you guys to feel like it's good. It doesn't have to be objective, but
They've got a great subjective view. Is it objectively a great subjective view? Or is it subjectively a great subjective view? It seems like, as I said before, like implicit in any statement you make is there's like an addendum which is objectively true. Otherwise, isn't it pretty worthless? If he's saying their subjective framework is great, but that statement itself that it's great is just subjective, then what value is it? Of what value is the statement that it's subjectively great?
For you guys to feel like it's good. It doesn't have to be objective, but you just couldn't show it was objective. So that's just an L.
Is it objectively true that they couldn't show it was objective? Or is that just his subjective opinion? He said everything is subjective earlier in the debate, so should we just throw out everything he said because it's all subjective? If we should care about what he says, why? Why should we put any more value or stock in what he says than what anyone else says?
Crew for you guys to feel like it's good. It doesn't have to be objective, but you just couldn't show it was objective. So that's just an L.
All right. Thank you so much, Vybe. And Hunter, to you, please.
Yeah, I actually really liked what Vybe just said, and I haven't really thought about it in that way. Where like if you accept that lizards, for example, aren't moral agents because their brains aren't big enough to really understand the implications of ethical nature, couldn't we make the same claim about humans? Because we're clearly going off in a whole bunch of different directions. There are so many different ethical frameworks, and it's clear that a lot of these people must be getting it wrong. If there are moral facts, then actually 99% of human beings are getting it wrong. And yeah, we might be approaching a truth, but yeah, we might not be moral agents at all. The last thing that I'll say is, yeah, I think that Occam's razor is kind of on my side. I think that most moral systems can sort of be explained by environmental factors or by evolutionary psychology or things of the sort. And we don't really need moral facts to exist while still asserting sort of these objective truths. This is really something that I really like that Vybe said, that it seems like we just don't like subjective because it seems like it's not binding. It seems like it's not important. And so we throw the word objective in there to go, no, this matters. And I actually think subjectivity really matters. I really think so.
You really think subjectivity matters? Is that just your subjective opinion, or is it objectively true that subjectivity really matters? If it's just your subjective opinion, then why should we care that you think subjectivity is really, really true? Why should we value your opinion over any other opinion? So I think there's just a kind of self-refuting aspect of subjectivism. The claim that subjectivism is right, right? There's an implicit addendum to that. It's right objectively, because if it's just right subjectively, then it's not really right, right? Of what value is it?
Matters. It seems like it's not important. And so we throw the word objective in there to go, no, this matters. And I actually think subjectivity really matters. I really think so. Thanks for having me, Sarah. It's always fun coming on here. I really appreciate my opponents too. They were very nice and kind, even if they were a little dumb. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. They were very intelligent, and I appreciate both of you guys. Bye.
I definitely will say this was a really great conversation, and even a debate at that. But I didn't have to yell at anybody, especially Bones. I didn't have to tell him to shut the fuck up or anything like that. So shout out to you, Bones. But yes, Bones, with your closing statement, please, sir.
So I feel like we had a really productive conversation about whether moral realism can in fact exist outside of a God framework. It seems like in the beginning we kind of conceded that like maybe God doesn't seem to have much of a like hand per se in whether objectivity can be achieved under that framework. So then we kind of pivoted off to the objective frameworks here. I kind of more danced around per se on a lot of the like potential objective frameworks for like moral realism, and I feel like that although my opponents substantiated some type of critique, I feel like a lot of them are kind of incomplete. In particular, the biggest issue I still have is the idea that just because you're kind of producing chemicals in the brain that somehow it is objective. I don't feel like that was what me or objective ethics was necessarily trying to claim. And I feel like that if we just impose like this concept of moderation as found in virtue ethics, that it kind of solves this idea. But of course, me personally, I am still very much kind of dabbling in moral realism. I'm still kind of like trying to feel the waters with respect to which framework is correct. So this is a really good opportunity for me to test some of those ideas out. And then I'll end this off on a pun. What is a love story contained within my mind? My Chemical Romance. For all the emos out there.
Fair enough. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bones. And OE, final thoughts from you, sir.
Yeah, I think it was really telling when our opponents want to throw God out of the argument entirely. They were not willing to engage with God whatsoever, and God specifically is in the prompt. Our opponents want to hide behind hard solipsism, which I feel is kind of like trying to throw in the towel automatically at the beginning. And I think we dealt with the hard solipsism really, really effectively by demonstrating that even if I was just a brain in a vat, I can still be motivated within my own framework to act morally based on true moral facts. Our opponents wanted to throw out logic, in inferring that logic doesn't exist. I mean, these are some really, really desperate attempts to try to run away from the actual argument, in my opinion. I think there was concession that objective morality could exist. The claim that it wasn't demonstrated, I don't know. That's obviously going to be the brother's opinion. To say that 99% of people are getting it wrong is really interesting, because I'm wondering how do you even get that number? And when we talk about subjective morality being binding, what binds it? That would be the question I'd like to see answered maybe later. But I do want to thank everybody. It was very respectful, well fought. I think that everybody made some really good points. And I want to thank Sarah for hosting this, and for everybody for participating in the chat. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, quick round of the super chats. We'll get to that, and then we will bring.
Okay, there it is. We got through the entire debate, through the closing statements. So, all told, that was about, I think, close to 5 hours of analysis or playing the video. I started at 12:30 p.m. Pacific. It's now 5:39 p.m. So, as I said, most of my commentary was towards the beginning. It was very, like, I spent, on the first minute or two, I spent about 1 hour of commentary, I think. But in order to get through the entire thing, I commented more sparsely as it went through. But glad we got through the whole thing. And I want to thank Objective Ethics for sponsoring the show. He sent me a donation through PayPal, which I really appreciate. And he also did a super chat today for $20. So thank you also for that. I see we got some more people in the chat here. Let me look at some of the chats and see if I have any replies. I can pull up that window. And let's see. Maybe just to give a very short summary of some of my most important comments. I guess there were a couple major themes in my comments. One was that free will is missing from the picture. I think that's something you need to get morality, and you can't. I don't think you can cross the is-ought gap without it. So, just facts about human nature, facts about evolution. I think that's relevant. Human nature is definitely relevant to figuring out what is a good way to live, if you choose, if you make the free will choice to live. But just the facts by themselves, apart from choice, I don't think that is enough to get you to morality. I think you really need to have choice. So that was one theme that I hammered on a lot in my early commentary. Another theme was that morality is not essentially about society, about relating to others or having empathy with others. It's essentially about your relation to reality, independent of other people. I think that's maybe that's a more derivative issue, but it did come up several times, so I want to mention that now as part of my summary. So maybe those were. Well, and one other point, maybe I'll just end on this, is there is a sense of objective in epistemological sense, which does not mean stance independent, and I think that's the the relevant one for this sort of discussion. The metaphysical sense of objectivism, of objective, where it means mind independent. I don't think morality is mind independence. So I think you need the epistemological sense of subjective to make sense of the way in which morality is objective. And this isn't widely known. Ayn Rand came up with this third alternative, an alternative that is neither subjective on the one hand or what she calls intrinsic on the other. I think what she calls intrinsic is what many people call objective when they're using objective in the metaphysical sense. But there's another sense of the term objective where it's kind of a hybrid. It's a combination of reality and your perspective on reality. So when your mind is in touch with reality because you're following reason, logic, evidence, then you're thinking objectively. Whereas if you're just going by your whims, your feelings, your desires, then you're being subjective. Your mind is not in contact with reality. Okay, so I think I'll leave it there for my commentary on the debate and look at some of your chats now. See, Robert is here in the chat. Hello, Robert. And the last one I read, where was it? I can share this on the screen. Oh yeah, I think the last one from Objective Ethics is the last one I read out loud. So let me start there and go forward, see if I want to read any other of these chats. Beat to Slide says, I don't believe in morals in any shape, form, or fashion, objective or subjective. So maybe you're a moral nihilist. There are facts, says Audrey, which exist independent of mind consciousness stance, but it takes consciousness, which is more fundamental than stance, to identify facts. This identification is based on correspondence with reality. This process is objectivity. So you hold a morality of amorality? Greg asks, beat to slide 2. All right, so we got some back and forth here between beat to slide and Audrey and Greg. Johan OTP. Hello. Why does being atheist have a higher... I don't even know if it's true, but you claim it. Being an atheist comes with a higher risk of drug and alcohol use. People don't give a damn about morality, only what benefits them. Well, I would say morality is all about what benefits you. That's the entire purpose of morality. That's Rand's view. Regarding my explanation of the process of objectivity, that was epistemological objectivity, says Audrey. Yeah. There's also metaphysical objectivity, which pertains to whether something exists in the subject or object. Yeah, and then Audrey echoes what I just said. What benefits them is moral according to egoism. Looks like Mr. Beat is starting to say some impolite things in that last chat, which I won't read. You got to be clean and civil if you want to chat here. Dan, I wouldn't be surprised if much of this collapses once we establish what is epistemological and metaphysical objectivity. I did try to discuss that some during the video. Yeah, you run the risk of getting muted or blocked when you talk like that. I wonder when Beats created this account. Yeah, let me look it up, actually. Sometimes, if it's a very new account, it's somebody trying to get around a block. Is it going to tell me here? Oh, maybe I have to look it up. Yeah, I got to look it up in this other window. Oh, that's the wrong account. July 18th. Oh, that was only a week ago. It's a very new account. Yeah, maybe there's somebody who got blocked and is trying to get around the block. Audrey got sick of eating Oreos. I like Oreos with milk. I think that's a good combination. It's been a long time since I had that, though. Also, Oreo flurries. Those are really good. Like from Dairy Queen. Also been a long time since I had one of those. Once I had an uncle who made a birthday cake for me, and there was a plant growing out of it, and on the top there was, it looked like a bunch of dirt, but it was just crushed Oreos. And it was really good. It was a It smells trollish to me, says Greg. Back to objectivity. Epistemologically, what makes objectivity good isn't that it's stance independent. Rather, it's that it corresponds with reality. In fact, the requirement of stance independence renders all thought subjective epistemologically, since all thought are identifications, says Audrey. All right. Not sure what this is a reaction to. Good one, Dan, says Audrey. But maybe if I'll watch the replay later and I'll figure out what she had in mind there. Well, it's all recorded, so if you missed a commentary, all you got to do is go back to the beginning. Oh, OAC says I'm still here. Taking my wife out to dinner, so my attention is split, but really enjoying the comments in the chat as well as Dan's input. Great learning experience for me. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, and I appreciate you again for inspiring this live stream. It's been over a month since I did a YouTube live stream, and then you sent me a donation to analyze this debate, and that motivated me to do this. So if it weren't for OE, I might not be here today. So if you like my live streams, you can thank him for funding another one. And if you want to see more than I do on YouTube, you can join on TikTok, because I've been streaming in there a lot more lately. Because I get a much larger audience. That's why. I regularly get, like, I was on there a couple days ago. I had like, I think I was averaging like 60 plus people, which I've never gotten here on YouTube. The most I ever had on YouTube, I think, was around 40 people. My biggest stream on YouTube, or on TikTok, I think I had 280 some people. So I don't know why, but I get much larger audiences over there. But I haven't made as much money over there. So here I just saw a new super chat. So I made a lot more money on I make a lot more money on YouTube. So that inspires me to continue on YouTube. Eventually I might simultaneously stream on both platforms, but and I actually did try that once. But my computer couldn't handle it. I think it needs more processing power. This stream started to become choppy. Now, once I get up to 1,000 followers on TikTok, I think I can start to stream in a different way where maybe it won't slow down my computer. But I'm kind of split right now. I make more money on YouTube, but I get more viewers on TikTok, and I value both of those things. And maybe I can eventually bring them together, because I eventually want to be able to make all my money just from streaming and make this a self-sustaining venture. But it's going to take some time to get there. And thank you, Objective Ethics. Big thank you to you for... I mean, I made more money from 1 year super chats, I think, than I've made in my... like 10 live streams or 12 live streams on TikTok. The gifts are very small over there. Sometimes people, they send me gifts for like 1 cent. So yeah, this does give me more incentive to do more on YouTube when I can make money like this. So thank you, Objective Ethics. And all of you who are channel members as well. Robert and Greg, they have a star by their name that shows they're channel members. I get some income that way, so thank you. Audrey has done some super chats before. Thank you. All right, let me look at some more of these chats. Yeah, I just read this one from Objective Ethics. I forgot to toggle on the live chat, so there's a lot of comments I missed, says Audrey. You're going to a restaurant where she will probably order the chicken. Her usual chicken cordon bleu. Bon appetit. Now we got these. Oh yeah, sometimes YouTube displays these foreign language characters. Yeah, cordon bleu. I'm not sure the spelling. Yeah, Greg says. There, you got it from Greg. Oreos with... Oh, Greg just came in with a couple super stickers for $1.99. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Audrey just came in with a sticker for $5. Thank you, Audrey. Appreciate that. Appreciate you all helping me make promoting Ayn Rand's ideas my full-time job. Yeah, hopefully we can all benefit from that. Okay, final thoughts on things I could have done better. So let's see. Thank you for that chat. I think maybe the biggest thing I will say is I really encourage you to read Ayn Rand. I know you've been participating in my channel for a long time. Maybe you started last summer, so maybe it's been about a year. And I know you've read a little Ayn Rand. I think maybe you've looked at the Ayn Rand lexicon some. So you've dipped your toe into it and read at least a little bit. But if you haven't already, I would really encourage you to read some more of her works. In particular, The Objectivist Ethics, which is actually free online. If you just Google The Objectivist Ethics, you can read that article. It's actually it was originally a talk she gave, so you can hear her deliver the talk, but you can also see it written out. And whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, I think it's at least worth reading and seeing what she has to say. I think she is super clarifying about ethical issues. And also because you mentioned her, I've heard you mention her, and I appreciate it when I hear you do that, bringing her into the discussion. So if you're going to mention her, I think that's another reason to really understand what she stands for and get a better sense of, do you really want to be mentioning her as a kind of ally, or do you see her as opposed to your own view? So even just for your own clarity and your own accuracy in referencing Ayn Rand, I think it's a good idea to familiarize yourself with Rand's view. And also because of your name. I mean, you go by the name Objective Ethics, and I think a lot of people are going to associate that name with Ayn Rand, and they might immediately think you're a Randian. And I know you're not. I think you're not an egoist. I think I've heard you say that, but yet you also mention Rand in your talks as at least someone who's an ally on some points. But yeah, I guess if I had to mention one thing, I would just say I would encourage you to read some Ayn Rand. Audrey asked about ITOE. Should ITOE and VOS be OE's first reads? Well, the fiction. I think if you can, I would say start with the fiction first, because otherwise you might get some plot spoilers. And I think it's a great experience just to read her art. If you want to start with something small, you can do Anthem. You can read that in a few hours. The Fountainhead is much longer. It's like 700 or 800 pages, and then Atlas Shrugged is over 1,000 pages. I highly recommend all of those. And now I started with a nonfiction, but I got some plot spoilers that way. So if you're open to doing fiction, I would recommend the fiction first. And then after that, maybe her article, The Objectivist Ethics, and ITOE, that's also a great one. That's on her epistemology, her theory of concepts. And I think you'll get... Now, the essay where she discusses the term objective most explicitly, in contrast to what she calls intrinsic as well as subjective, is actually in her book, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. The opening essay of that book is called What is Capitalism? I don't know if that's free online. Let me actually look that one up. What is Capitalism? By Ayn Rand. Okay, yeah, looks like it is. It's available free online. And the reason I recommend that is not because of capitalism. It's because in that essay, she talks about the objective theory of value. I mean, I think it's also great for learning about the subject of capitalism, but relevant to you in this debate that we just watched. The reason I mentioned this essay is because that's, I think, maybe the only place where she draws this distinction in print between the objective and the intrinsic and the subjective, or maybe it's the place where she elaborates on it the most. So I think that would be a good one. And that might sharpen your own understanding of the different senses of objectivity. Let me see what else. I like that this was a respectful, civil kind of debates. That's the kind of debates that I like to do. It's not just slinging insults at each other. So I appreciate that aspect of the debate. Let me think. Anything else? Well, I mean, you can consider, once you get a chance. I know you were. I don't think you were here from the beginning, but you can consider my commentary. The issue about free will. Maybe that's another thing. Really think seriously about free will and whether it's necessary for morality. Does it really make sense to think that you can have morality if there is no free will? Now, free will didn't come up explicitly at all in this debate, but it is a super important issue that's in the background. And I tried to bring it to the foreground in a lot of my commentary towards the start of the debate. So I would just, I think considering that issue would be worthwhile. And maybe we can talk about this some more later if you'd like. Okay, let me go on to some other chats. Dan, is TikTok your primary platform these days? Yeah, it is. It has become that. Although, given how much money I earn today, that gives me reason to spend more time on YouTube. I mean, if I get as much money as I got today, then maybe YouTube is going to become my primary platform again. So it's partly up to you all as to where I spend most of my time. Are any of you on TikTok? I don't know if I have any crossovers, like people who are both on TikTok and on YouTube. You can see all my TikTok live streams, by the way. I post them on my YouTube channel after they happen, or at least excerpts from them. Like my latest video is a debate on the Gaza war and civilian casualties, and I put that on my YouTube page. And if you look in the description of that video, it includes a link to the entire stream, of which that one debate is a part. If you can bring both together, that would be the ideal. Best of both worlds. You know, I heard that after I get to 1,000 subscribers, there's a way that I can use the TikTok. I don't know if it's the TikTok Live Studio. That's the software I use whenever I do a live stream on TikTok. But I think maybe once I hit 1,000 followers, I'm at 500 some followers right now on TikTok. If I hit 1,000, then maybe I can use that software to simultaneously stream on YouTube and TikTok. I know some people do that, so I know it's possible. But the way I tried to do it, it slowed my computer down a lot, or it made the stream choppy. But eventually, I think I likely will just stream on both platforms at the same time. Nick says, "Hey, what about me? I pay $1 a month." Oh, thank you. Yeah, Nick is also a member. It's just I appreciate you too, Nick. It's just in the part of the chat I was scrolling in when I was talking about who's a channel member. I don't think I saw your name. I saw Greg and Robert there, or is it back here? Yeah, I think I was scrolling in around this part and I saw Greg and Robert when I was talking about the memberships. But yeah, you're also a member. So thank you, Nick, and also Gene Walters. I think those are my 4 channel members. You can sign up to be a channel member by clicking the join button. And right now I think I have 4 members: Greg, Robert, Nick, and wait, who did I miss? Nick, Robert, Greg, Gene. Oh, and also Mellow Mao. Mellow Mao, he's also or at least he was. I don't know if he still is. And Mao was here earlier. I don't know if I scroll back all the way. Is he going to show up? Oh, OE is also a member now. Hey, look at that. Thank you. That's great. He just signed up to be an Anthem member. Thank you. So yeah, that's my entry level member. Well, you can enter at any level you want, but for $1 a month, you can become an Anthem level channel member. That's named after Ayn Rand's novel Anthem. And you can also be now you just did, oh man. Oh, you just did 5 gift memberships. Hey, look at that. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm really doing well here on making money. I think this is my most lucrative day ever on YouTube. Thank you all. Yeah, Mellow Mao, he's also a channel member. I think he was a Fountainhead level member. I think that one's $5 a month. But you can sign up at different levels. Let's see. Here's another super chat. Did I already read this one? I think I read this one, but I don't know if it was in a super chat before. Yeah, I did read that one before. Okay. Let's see, where was I? Right there. Okay, then we got Greg's super chats and Nick's. Yeah, thank you, Nick, also for being a channel member. And Mellow Mal. Oh, look at all these people. This is the first time I had somebody gift memberships to others. And so I can actually see who's watching, because unless you are typing in the chat, I don't know if you're watching. But if someone gifts you a channel membership, actually, even that doesn't mean you're watching right now. I think it might make it more likely that you are gifted a channel membership. But I've received gift memberships even when I'm not watching. Like sometimes I get a gift membership to the Yaron Brook show because someone does what OE here did, and he gifts memberships, and I receive one even though I wasn't watching the Yaron Brook show at the time. So, but anyways, I guess the more often you watch my show, the more likely you are to get a channel membership. So thanks to OE for the bountiful gifts. That's really appreciate that. Okay, let's see. So the chat lurched forward, and I think I skipped over some. Yeah, we got this super chat from Audrey. Thank you again for that. Okay, I didn't get to this one yet. It is a long story, but basically... Oh, his username story. Why is he called Objective Ethics? It is a long story, but basically, it was before I ever studied ethics. It was just to inspire people to take a more objective, in quotes, view on their own dogmas, including myself. Okay, yeah, that's right. I remember now. you mentioned this before, that when you first chose the name, it didn't have to do with the specifically metaphysical sense of objective, where it means stance independence or mind independence. It was what you say here, inspiring people to take a more objective view on their own dogmas. But then later, you actually did come to adopt the more technical sense of objective, where it does mean stance independent or mind independent. And maybe you still hold the the other original sense, so I guess the name could be serving dual purposes. I need another cough drop here. A cough drop is objectively good for me. I've not made note of objectivist ethics in other of Dan's shows. I'm not on TikTok, says Nick. YouTube shot M? What does that mean? Audrey says, I'm not on TikTok. I try to limit my social media time. Robert says, personally, TikTok has been useless for me. It's a mess. I never think to check it. What on earth would I use it for? I was on TikTok for a couple of years, and I watched other people's videos. And I think for a long time, I just scrolled through videos. But eventually, I started... maybe it was just within the last few months. People do live streams on TikTok, just like I'm doing right now. And there's a lot of debates on TikTok. And I started participating in some debates on other people's live streams. And then just last month, June 2026, I started hosting my own live streams and debates. But it took a while, a long time for me to... And the first time I tried to host live streams, I didn't get anyone showing up. Like, it would just be me there talking into a camera. And occasionally someone would come by and then they drop out. But no one would actually say anything in the chat or request to call in the first 2 or 3 times I tried it. But then I think the third time I finally got someone who requested to call. And we did about a 50-minute call. And then the fourth time it blew up. And I got the biggest audience I ever had anywhere on social media, at least where I was the host. I had over 150 people simultaneously listening to my fourth live stream. So I had some guests call in, like one of the people. So you can tag people on TikTok, and if you want to get them to come over to watch a certain channel or participate in a debate. So I think some people with large audiences got tagged. Like there was this one person. She goes by the name Ray Philosophy. She has around 60,000 followers on TikTok. So I think someone tagged her, and then she came over to my stream, and then she called in, and it was during my debate with her. She's a Marxist. She's also a PhD candidate. And I think it was during my debate with her that I got up to over 150 simultaneous viewers. And then on July 4th is when I set my record so far. There was a guy on TikTok who has over 100,000 followers. He came over to my stream and he called in. And that was when I got, I think it was like 280 some simultaneous viewers. And I eventually hung up on him because he became rude. But we talked for, I think, over an hour. Florida Nick says shorts is enough for me. That's pretty much all I used TikTok for a long time, maybe the first couple years or so. But then I don't even know if I was aware of the debate scene. You know, there is an objectivist on TikTok who was actually at Ocon this year. Maybe you met him or heard of him, Liam Staten. He goes by the name Divinity or Prophet Divinity on social media. And I think he has like 56,000 followers on TikTok. So he's big into the debate scene over there. And I've had some conversations with him. Not on TikTok, but he's been on my YouTube channel. I've got a video on my channel titled Hedonism, Objectivism, and Robots, a discussion of Ayn Rand's meta-ethics with Liam, something like that. So, and he called into my live stream once. And I've been in his chat, like on TikTok. I was in his chat once or twice. I'm not sure. And Dean Withers was actually in there one day. Dean Withers, he's huge on TikTok. He might be the largest person. I think he has like, 6 million followers or something? I'm going to look him up. Have you all heard of Dean Withers? He's a young guy. He's like 21 or something. Liam, I think, is also about that age. Where's my... Here we go. Here's Dean Withers. I was watching Dean Withers' stream yesterday, and he had like 38,000 live viewers. Oh, it says he's got 7 million followers now. He's actually live streaming right now. Here he is. I don't know if you can see a picture of him. I would love to debate him. I tried to tag him when he was in the chat, the same chat that I was in. So apparently he and Liam know each other, and he was in Liam's chat. I was also in Liam's chat, and I tagged Dean and said I was interested in having a discussion or debate, but he didn't reply. I don't know if he saw my chat, but maybe one day I'll have a discussion with him. OE says, I hold the compatibilism view on free will versus determinism. And yes, we are moral agents because of choice. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you can have a coherent notion of choice, though, if you are a determinist. So I don't think compatibilism is a coherent view. But yeah, I do think you need choice. Do you think you need choice to have morality? Then Greg says social media with an arrow from Facebook and YouTube. Oh, social media is less than or equal to Facebook and YouTube for Greg. So that means you only use those two. I guess that's what that means. Woohoo, so generous, OE. Yeah, thank you again. I'm here for the long run, says Nick. Was that a clarification of something? There was... Oh, when he said YouTube shot? That was another way of saying you're here for the long run. I'm not sure if I'm interpreting that correctly. Sharing the love, says Robert. There are 11 watching according to my stats, says Greg. Yeah, I think I saw it get up to 11, maybe 12 at a certain point. It says 8 right now for me. But I'm going to get a lot of watch time from this stream. Did you already mention our upcoming show on the 9th? No, I didn't mention that yet. Let me mention it now. Objective Ethics has invited me to be on his channel on August 9th. That's a Sunday. To discuss capitalism. I think that's the topic, right? So here's a little plug for that. Yeah, I appreciate that invitation. So he says he's been talking about politics more recently. I think previously he had mostly focused on issues relating to religion or ethics, and now recently he's been getting more into politics. And I think that's what he wanted to talk with me about. Thank you for the super chat, Audrey. Let me give that a heart. And maybe I can reply to that one quick enough to get the tag to show up. The green tag. Yeah, nice. Thank you, Audrey. I'll read that in a minute. Greg says, oh, here's a quote from Rand. But to think is an active choice. The key to what you so recklessly call human nature, the open secret you live with yet dread to name, is the fact that man is a being of volitional consciousness. OE says, I don't use TikTok because it crashes my phone and I don't want to use it on my laptop. I wonder why it crashes your phone. It's never crashed my phone. I use it both on my laptop and on my phone. Note that your debates on TikTok have seemed to migrate to YouTube. Yeah, I've been posting them on YouTube. Now, what you miss on YouTube is all the chat. There's a ton of chat interaction that shows up on the screen when you're watching on when you're watching a live debate, and all that you lose it once it's posted to YouTube. So you don't get the full feel of like how dynamic and how much engagement there is when you just hear me talking and maybe one other person who I'm talking with. But you'll see, dozens and dozens of people interacting on the screen if you're actually on TikTok watching the debate, and you see all these GIFs floating up like hearts and roses and accordions. They have these strange GIFs you can send people, in the way it's not as money focused. It's like you can buy what's called TikTok coins and use them to buy all kinds of stuff like lions and roses and accordions and galaxies, and then all these very fancy emojis will appear on the screen if somebody buys you one. But the one drawback of all of that is TikTok takes out 50% of your gift. So if you buy a gift that's worth $10 to you, the creator you send the gift to only gets about $5 out of that, maybe even less, once you take out all the fees. Whereas on YouTube, it's a much higher percentage. It's YouTube takes only 30% out, not 50%. And then PayPal, even better. They only take about 3% out. How determinists justify morality, if at all, without choice? Well, good question. I don't think there's any way to do it. I mean, there's certainly been a lot of attempts that compatibilists have tried, but they never make sense to me. Harry Frankfurt is one example. He he wrote some articles, I think it might have been starting in the 60s, where he challenged the idea that what's called the principle of alternative possibilities, the idea that you need to have multiple options in order for there to be morality. And I might have to struggle in order to recall his arguments. It's been years since I looked at it, but I think he was one of the major figures who tried to argue that you don't need to have options in order for there to be morality. I wrote a paper on it when I was taking some grad classes. Maybe we can talk about that some more another time. OE says, technically, Sapolsky has a model for hard determinism that slow includes, is that a typo? Includes the ability to make choices, but I don't understand it. I'm trying to remember the so Harry Frankfurt example. He was a philosopher at Princeton. He talks about someone. There's two characters. There's Black and Jones. Is that the name? And I'm going to have to look at it again to remember how the example goes, but yeah, maybe we can talk about that another time. But I can at least give you that reference, Audrey. So if you want to look up Harry Frankfurt and his arguments, maybe I can find a good article to look at. Let me Google Harry Frankfurt article against the principle of alternative possibilities. Frankfurt's attack on PAP, the principle of alternative possibilities, dismantles the long-held belief that we are only morally responsible for our actions if we could have done otherwise. He proved this using Frankfurt-style cases, hypothetical scenarios where an agent commits an action freely but has no alternative options. That's the AI overview. The setup. This is also part of the AI. To disprove PAP, the principle of alternative possibilities, Frankfurt devised scenarios featuring a counterfactual intervener. For example, a neuroscientist or a manipulative observer. The setup. Imagine a nefarious agent named Black. Oh, it's Smith. That's the other one, not Jones. Imagine a nefarious agent named Black who wants Smith to commit a specific crime. For example, rob a bank. Black implants a secret device in Smith's brain. If Smith decides to rob the bank, the device does nothing. If Smith shows signs of deciding not to rob the bank, Black's device will activate and force Smith to do it. Okay, so you see how it works? Insert device in the person's brain. If they decide to do X, device remains inactive, doesn't do anything. But if they show signs of not doing X, then the device kicks in, it activates, and it forces Smith to go ahead and do the action X. But I don't think that works. If Smith could start, if he shows signs, maybe because he chooses to do non-X, well, then it's not true that he only had one possibility, that he had no alternative possibilities. He could at least try to do non-X, and if he tries to do non-X, then the device kicks in. So even if ultimately he ends up robbing the bank or whatever action X is, he can at least attempt to do non-X. And if he couldn't even attempt to do non-X, then I would say he's not morally responsible. But as long as he can at least show signs of doing non-X, try to do non-X before the device kicks in, then he still has alternative possibilities. So I think Frankfurt's counterexample fails. And there's been lots of literature about this. John Fisher, who I took a class with, he's the one who I wrote a paper for about this. I don't know if he's the one who originated the phrase flickers of freedom. Like if you have this brief, attempt to do non-X, which only takes a few milliseconds, and then the device kicks in, that's only a flicker of freedom. That's not robust, genuine free will. Well, yeah, because you set the example up this way. But so calling it, trying to downplay the importance of that alternative possibility by calling it a flicker of freedom and not robust free will, I don't think gets you anywhere in terms of refuting the principle of alternative possibilities. And I think a lot of people see Frankfurt as like this main figure in terms of showing the validity of compatibilism, and I just don't buy it at all. So maybe that's the best example out there of someone who tries to argue for compatibilism, but I'm not super well versed on all the attempts, but that's at least one of the most prominent attempts in the literature. Okay, let me come back to the chat. So is that directly addressing Audrey? How do determinists justify morality? So even if you think you have no alternative possibilities, even if you couldn't have done otherwise, there's still... Let me go back to that AI overview for a second. So Frankfurt says doesn't it seem like you're still morally responsible for robbing the bank if you rob the bank, even though you couldn't have done otherwise? And then this thought experiment is supposed to show, even if you couldn't have done otherwise, you're still morally responsible. But it's not really true that you couldn't have done otherwise. It's kind of it's an equivocation on the phrase couldn't have done otherwise. You couldn't have done otherwise in a sense, like you couldn't have ultimately robbed the bank because this device implanted in your brain is going to kick in. But it's not true that you couldn't have done otherwise at all. You could have at least tried to rob the bank. You could have, made a choice, which will start a process of neural firing, which eventually gets blocked by this device that's been implanted into the brain. But it's not true full stop that you couldn't have done otherwise. It's just you couldn't have done otherwise in the sense that you couldn't have ended up robbing the bank. But you could have done otherwise in the sense of you could have made some alternative choice, and that is what grounds moral responsibility. I meant I'm going to watch for many years, says Nick. Oh, you mean you're going to watch YouTube for many years? That's what you mean by you're here for the long run. Okay. All right. Well, that's the last chat prior to my own chat. Thanking Audrey. So, see, we got 10 people here at the moment. Thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. Thanks for watching this later. If you're watching this on replay after the live stream, I really appreciate all the support. It was great. I think this is a record-setting day in terms of money made. Thanks for the likes on this stream. Thanks for any new subscribers. I see you got a new subscriber on YouTube. Welcome and thank you. So maybe I'll end it here for the day. It's been a little over 6 hours since I started. Hope this is of some use to OE, who sponsored today's stream. He can listen to from the beginning whenever he's got time. And I hope it's of some use to you. All right, couple more chats here. Maybe I'll do a TikTok stream after this, after I take a break. But I'm going to wrap up the YouTube stream here in a minute. I just see, let me read these new chats that came in. Audrey says, I'm reading what ChatGPT says about the compatibilist answer. Quote, compatibilists preserve morality by redefining freedom. Responsibility depends on acting from one's own reasons, not on being causally uncaused, unquote. Okay, yeah, they do change the meaning of freedom. Sometimes I think it just means not being coerced, like you're not in chains. But that's political. That's relevant to political freedom, but not to metaphysical freedom. And also when they talk about not being causally uncaused, that gets into the issue of what is causation. Is there a conflict between causality and free will, or is free will just a type of causality? On the objectivist view, to have free will or exercise, it doesn't mean you're escaping the law of causality. Causality is perfectly consistent with free will, but it's a certain form of causation. It's not an escape from causation. Goodbye, says Nick. Cute, says Greg. Is he doing a play on the word bye? Goodbye, as in someone earned a lot of money or got some good value, and then there's a sense of departure. Sounds like a mistaken conception of causality, says Audrey Lee. I do think that's often involved in the way many modern philosophers think about causation. The old Greek view of causation, I think, is healthier in some ways. OE says self-respect. Respect for others and respect for the planet are the bricks that we use to build the road which leads us to the good life we all want to live. And then Greg says that still reeks of the social contract. Okay. I know you talk a lot about self-respect being foundational to the good life. I think I agree with that. Self-esteem, I might put it in those terms as well. Self-esteem is a crucial value. Respect for others, I mean, I think it depends on the others. So some others don't deserve respect. I think some others deserve disrespect. And some deserve death, like if they're murderers. So, and I think that's justice. If different people deserve different things. Some deserve respect. Some have earned disrespect. Respect for the planet. Now, I think the planet is not an agent. It's a home for us human beings. And it's in our interest to have a home where we can live and flourish, but respecting the planet for its own sake, apart from our interests, I wouldn't support that. I think that's a kind of intrinsicist view. Alex Epstein talks about this. He's the one I mentioned earlier. He talks a lot about, he's written and spoken a lot about the issues related to environments and environmental philosophy and energy. And he has a very pro-human framing for the way he thinks about the issue of the environment or the planet. So you might be interested in his perspective. It might be a new perspective to consider. But I definitely agree that self-respect is good. It has to be earned, though, right? We don't get it for nothing. We got to earn our self-respect through our choices. Their choice comes back in, free will. We can earn self-respect if we make good choices. We are a social species. All social species engage in a form of social contracts. Yeah, we are a social species. Yeah, I agree with that. But I think it's not fundamental to morality. That fact. It's fundamental to. So politics, I think, is where your relations to others really becomes front and center. Politics is about what's the proper way to construct society. How should you relate to other people? But I think that's a downstream issue from ethics, which is broader. Politics, you could think of it, I think of it as a subset of ethics. So ethics is the question, how should you live? And politics is the question, how should you live in the context of other people, given that there are other people around? So it's just a more narrow field. But I think the question of how you should live is a broader question, which isn't intrinsically social. And that's part of it. That's a subset of ethics, how you should live when it comes to interacting with others. But I think ethics is a broader field than just that. I would say that self-respect is the basis for respect for others and the planet, says Audrey. Perhaps I'm being more harsh than deserved, says Greg, when he says this comment up here. In other words, we should respect others and the planet insofar as that's self-respecting. Yeah, self-interest is the foundation. So whatever is most conducive to your self-interest, I think that's the right thing to do. Respect for self and others are necessary preconditions for justice. Okay. So I'm fine with respecting certain others, but the reason fundamentally to respect others, if they have earned it, is because it benefits yourself. Like if you disrespect someone who deserves respect, then I think you're doing something bad for yourself, right? If I treat others rudely, someone who deserves not to be treated rudely, then I'm screwing myself over. I'm depriving myself of a friend or a business partner, or just having the benevolence of a stranger. So it's in my interest to respect others who have earned respect, but I don't think respecting others is a fundamental, like an axiom, something you should always do. I think it just depends on the context as to whether you should respect others. Sometimes people have forfeited the right, or yeah, I don't know what's the right term. They forfeited the right to be respected based on their actions. Now, if it's someone you have no knowledge of one way or the other, if it's just a stranger, I think there's a kind of baseline benevolence or goodwill or respect it makes sense to have. They're innocent until proven guilty, but sometimes people have earned disrespect. Why would we respect the planet independently of our own happiness? We are part of an ecosystem, and we should live intentionally with our environments, aka the planet and other animals. I'm not. Are you saying we should respect the planet independently of our own happiness, or we should not? So is the second sentence here an answer to the first? Like the second sentence is you're providing the reason that we should respect it independently of our own happiness? If that's what you're doing, I wouldn't say we should. Like, it makes sense to have clean air, clean water, because that contributes to our own happiness as human beings. So if that's what you mean by respect the planet, then I would say what we're really doing is respecting ourselves, because it's in our interest to have clean air, clean water. But like a landfill, is that respecting the planet? I mean, I don't think the planet has interests of its own. It's like a rock. Can I respect a rock? The planet is just a big rock, and the rock doesn't have any values of its own, so it has no interest to be respected. And other animals, well, what if I'm cold and I need a bear skin to keep myself warm? I'm a caveman. I got to stay warm. So I'm going to kill a bear. Is that respecting other animals? Or is that exploiting other animals? What about catching fish? Is that respecting animals? I think if we're egoists, then I think it makes sense to use other animals for our purposes. And that doesn't mean, pets, that's also a way that doesn't involve killing animals, that is an egoistic use of them, other than killing them for food or for clothing. But it all comes back to the self as to whether I would say it's a legitimate use. Wouldn't our own happiness be a rational, non-arbitrary reason to respect others and the planet? To be clear, I'm not implying that there is a category of rational, arbitrary reasons. I'm just emphasizing the non-arbitrariness of the rational. Politics is how to live with regard to others. Ethics subjugated to others. We don't torture criminals. We attempt rehabilitation, because that entails self-respect and mutual respect and recognition of humanism. Well, if we don't torture criminals, I wouldn't say that's... for one, I'm not sure that's a good thing. I think... I don't know, is it ever... Sometimes you can torture a terrorist, right, to like waterboard him to get information in order to track down other terrorists, perhaps. So I'm not sure I would say torturing is always a bad thing. And I also don't think you need to respect the person you're torturing. So if it's a terrorist, a murderer, that would be someone I think who doesn't deserve respect. No, my claim is that we should respect the planet because that is in our... Oh, okay. Well, that's an egoistic reason. Okay, well, I'm on board with that. Yeah, some people, I think they do regard the planet as the end in itself, and they think human beings are a cancer on the planet and they should be eradicated. But you have a different view here. So I would say, yeah, insofar as respecting the planets. I mean, it sounds not quite right to speak that way because the planet doesn't have any interests of its own. It's not conscious. So is dumping trash in the ocean or in a landfill, is that not respecting the planets? What would it mean to disrespect the planet? Really, there's only respecting or disrespecting ourselves as humans. So if respect the planet is just another way of saying treat the planet in a way that is conducive to our own interests, if that's what respecting the planet means, okay, I would be on board with that. That's an egoistic approach. Audrey says, I would agree with that, OE. But to be clear, there is a limit to respecting the planet, and that limit is when doing so harms ourselves. Example, human-centric environmentalism versus human hating. So if we, let's say we produce a lot of pollution through the Industrial Revolution. Now, there's benefits and there's harms to that. It makes the air harder to breathe, but it also makes our lives much longer. Our standard of living has increased dramatically because we have had the Industrial Revolution. We live, like before pollution, like you go back 100,000 years, caveman days, maybe the air was much cleaner, but people lived much shorter lives because they didn't have the benefit of the Industrial Revolution, all the technology, the labor-saving of devices. Instead of having to do back-breaking labor in a farm from sun up till sundown, you can have tractors, and you don't have to do as much manual labor. So, but that's thanks to having gone through an Industrial Revolution. But also, even if there's no factories polluting through smokestacks. Maybe they had campfires instead, and they didn't have like electric heating. So if you're sitting around a campfire, you breathe in all that smoke, maybe that'll shorten your life. So even if there was less pollution of the air overall, maybe the way people lived pre-industrial civilization, sitting around fires, it's much more harmful to their health than when they have to deal with some smog or smokestacks. OE says, yes, Audrey, I agree. All right. Well, I'm now caught up on the chat. Thanks for all your participation. And I'm going to wrap up the stream now. I'm not sure when I'm going to do my next live stream on YouTube. Oh, I just got a new subscriber. Great. Thank you, whoever that was. Let me take a look at my analytics. Nice. Had over 100 views so far. So I'm not sure when I'm going to do my next live stream. I mean, if I were guaranteed it was going to be this lucrative, I would do it soon. Then maybe I could quit my other work and just be a full-time YouTuber. But I don't know. It's unpredictable how much money I'm going to make. So is it going to be another month until I do my next YouTube live stream? Am I going to wait until somebody else offers me a relatively large sum of money to sponsor a show? Or am I going to do it before that? I don't know. I got to think about this. So I'll just say that if you all want to incentivize me to do more YouTube shows, you can send me money through PayPal at any time. So it doesn't have to be just during the show. Like OE, that's what he did. He just clicked on my PayPal link, which is Dan Norton 11. It's also linked on my channel. He sent me some money to sponsor this show, and I actually get a larger cut than I do on YouTube. YouTube takes out 30% of whatever you send me. PayPal only takes out 3%. So I could say something like, if I earn up to X dollars through PayPal in between streams, then I'll do another show. I don't know. I got to think about what is a good system, and you all just, yeah. So I just want to say, like, the more benefit I get from doing YouTube shows, the more of them I will do, and I certainly got a lot of benefit from it today. And I don't know when I'm going to do my next stream. I got to think about it, but I do plan to do some more TikTok streams. So if you want to catch me over there, you can get a TikTok account. Audie just came in with a surprised look emoji. Not sure what that's in reaction to. Maybe I'll wait a minute to see what Audrey says. What are you surprised about? You can, of course, email me or DM me at any time. So if I don't catch you during the live stream, there are other ways you can get in touch. So if I don't see Audrey's answer here in a moment. Oh, she says, yeah, 30%. That's a large cut. Yeah, and TikTok takes 50%. So PayPal is only 3%. Patreon, that's, I think they're like around 10 to 15%. But PayPal is the smallest in terms of the cut they take out. YouTube offers a regular deduction. PayPal, on the other hand, says Greg. ... Now Audrey's head has exploded. Maybe that's because of TikTok taking out 50%. And I think they might even take out more than that when you throw in some fees that they deduct. All right. I think I might actually do a TikTok stream tonight. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to take a break here, and I'll see how I'm feeling. And maybe I'll start up a TikTok stream, which you might eventually see on YouTube, since I typically post them eventually on YouTube. Anyways, thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate all the support. And I will see you next time, whenever that is. All right, where's my closeout screen? There we go. All right, bye everyone. Have a good night. Oh, maybe I should make myself full view before I say goodbye. There I am, full-size Dan. Right. All right, now I'm going to end it. Okay, bye everyone. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you next time.